the Badlands. Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
Welcome, everybody. One of our witnesses, they're all here now. Thank you. Thank you for the hard work you put into this to bring this issue to Senate's attention. I want to give a quote. It just can't be right that one district judge can stop a nationwide policy in its tracks and leave it stopped for years that it takes to go through the normal process, end of quote. Those words are from Justice Kagan, said during a speech 3 years ago. I happen to agree with her. Our hearing today goes by the title of, quote, Rule by District Judge 2, Roman numeral 2, exploring legislative solutions to bipartisan problems of universal injunctions. I hope that we can continue the discussion from our hearing on the same topic in 2020 and focus on some legislative solutions. For a number of years, but particularly the last few months, we've seen increasingly sweeping orders from individual district judges that dictate national policy. These orders, quote unquote, called universal injunctions, direct the government to take or not take action with respect to persons who aren't even before the court. Although our founders saw an important role for the judiciary, they didn't design a system that made judges national policymakers. They adopted a constitution that strictly limited courts to exercising power of the words that are in the Constitution to cases or controversies. Sweeping universal injunctions defy nearly 2 centuries of historic precedent. For the first 175 years of our history, universal injunctions were unheard of. They've been extremely rare until the last decade. Now we can barely read the news without learning of another district judge issuing an order that covers all 93 judicial districts in the country. It's one thing for a district court to offer relief to parties before it. That's what a judge can and what a judge should do. A judge has authority to resolve a case or controversy, and sometimes that'll include holding that a statute or executive action is unlawful. It's another thing, however, altogether for a single judge to order the government to act with respect to people who aren't even before the court. That reaches far beyond the legitimate authority of the court and becomes policymaking. This is something none of us, Democratic or Republican, should want judges to do. Right now, there are more than 600 active district judges, more than 1,000 if you count senior judges. Any one of them can effectively veto national policy. In one sense, district judges wield more power than any Supreme Court justice who must vote with their colleagues before stopping or compelling national government action. This creates then a strong incentive for forum shopping. According to 2024 Harvard Law Review study, nearly all universal injunctions against the first Trump administration and the Biden administration were issued by judges appointed by the opposite political party. This places tremendous strain on the judicial system. Universal injunctions are also unconstitutional. Article 3 of the Constitution tasks the judicial branch with deciding, as you've heard me say, cases or controversies. The Supreme Court has long required judges to engage in detailed analysis to ensure that they have authority over a case. They must determine that a party before them has been injured, that the inquiry is traceable to a defendant's conduct, and that the court can do something to remedy it. Now, judges routinely ignore these constitutional limits and issue orders directing government action for the entire country. In February, a district judge issued an order requiring $2 billion in U.S. aid funding to be paid out within 36 hours. The vast majority of people who never even sued. The Supreme Court had to instruct the district court to narrow its ruling and narrow it significantly. On Monday, a district court in California issued an order in a case involving 7 Venezuelan plaintiffs and an association that advocates for them. Instead of just deciding the case before them, the judge halted the policy for approximately 350,000 Venezuelans under the Temporary Protective Status Program. The district judge had no authority over people who weren't before the court, but single-handedly vetoed a policy that Americans specifically elected President Trump to enact. Some people may ask, if universal injunctions are eliminated, how can plaintiffs get relief, especially in cases where it's hard to represent every person affected by law or order? The federal rules of civil procedure provide a solution: class action. This is a powerful legal tool to offer comprehensive relief, and it also contains protections to preserve the rights of parties that are represented in this unusual way. Universal injunctions shortcut all of that. Eliminating universal injunctions still preserves the important role of the judiciary in a system of checks and balances. Class actions remain intact, and judges retain their awesome power to protect litigants before them from unlawful action. But when a single judge can override the political branches to set national policy, the checks and balances of our country and Constitution are thrown off. We should instead return to the framework established under the Constitution. District courts decide the case before them. The appellate courts set precedent for all courts below them. That's the appropriate check on other co-equal branches of government. Universal injunctions turn the whole thing on its head. Most of us in this room have at various times supported or opposed universal injunctions. My fellow Republicans and I sometimes like them when there's a Democratic president, and my Democratic colleagues probably like them right now, even though they criticized them a few months ago under President Biden. Too often, we accept politics over principle. But the truth is that we all know this isn't how government and the judiciary should operate. It's past time to address this issue. The Supreme Court can and should fix this problem. Unfortunately, they sit on their hands if they won't act Congress must act. I propose legislation to fix this problem. I think it's a good solution because, like all good compromises, it probably leaves everyone a little unhappy. We all have to agree to give up universal injunctions as a weapon against policies we disagree with. The damage it causes to the judicial system and our democracy is really too great. I hope today we can have a productive discussion about how to solve this problem that has plagued and frustrated Democratic, Republican presidents alike. I'm going to introduce now our two majority witnesses, and Senator Durbin will introduce the Democrat. Professor Samuel Bray is a John N. Matthew Professor of Law at Notre Dame. He's a leading expert on law of remedies and the law of equity, and he's been cited by many Supreme Court justices, including Justices Thomas, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Jackson. He's also been cited by both the Trump and Biden administrations. Professor Bray has written extensively on the topics of universal injunctions, including his Harvard Law article that goes by the title of Multiple Chancellors Reforming the National Injunction. Professor Bray is an elected member of the American Law Institute and is an advisor on the restatement of torts remedies. Jesse Panchuco is a partner at Boyes, Schiller, Flexner, and co-leader of the firm's appellate practice group. He previously served as acting Associate Attorney General at the Department of Justice. Before that, he served as then Governor Rick Scott's General Counsel. He's also a member of the Administrative Council of the United States. I'm very interested in hearing both of your remarks today, and thank you very much for coming. And now, Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Chairman Grassley. I want to thank you particularly for a comment you recently made where you said, quote, "You can't impeach a judge just because you disagree with their opinion," end of quote. It shouldn't have to be said, but I hope every member of this committee will make that equally clear today. Indeed, in our nation's 250-year history, a judge has never been impeached because a president disagreed with that judge's ruling. But we do need to say so loudly and clearly, as you did, Mr. Chairman, as President Trump and co-president Elon Musk have demanded the impeachment of federal judges who have ruled against the administration. House Republicans have rushed to kiss the ring, so far filing articles of impeachment against 6 federal judges and counting. The dangerous, irresponsible conduct of the president and his allies has resulted in a truly disturbing increase in threats against our federal judges and represent an existential threat to judicial independence. During my time on this committee, I've met with several judges whose lives have been threatened simply because of their service on the bench. Some of these threats have turned into acts of violence that have taken the lives of judges' family members, including spouses, parents, and children. It affected my state in the Northern District. I've said it many times before in this committee, and I want to say it again here. Violence or threats of violence from the right or the left on the political spectrum are never acceptable. When I was chair of this committee, I repeatedly condemned threats against Republican-appointed justices and judges, and we passed bipartisan legislation to improve security for the bench. We must speak with one bipartisan voice on this issue. Last week, my staff spoke with several judges about judicial security. Every single judge said exactly the same thing. The threats have become more frequent and more disturbing. And while these judges were careful not to comment on political issues, they noted that recent rhetoric against judges has contributed to increased threats to judicial security. One judge likened it to adding fuel to a bonfire, and she noted her fear that in time it would become a wildfire out of control. We must avoid that outcome, but it will require the president and his fellow Republicans, including members of this committee, to work together with the Democrats to lower the temperature and end the attacks on judges and judiciary. This hearing is about nationwide injunctions. It's impossible to separate the hearing from President Trump's record in office. The reality is that we would not be holding this hearing if the president took a different approach to the rule of law. We've heard repeated complaints from Republicans about the number of injunctions issued against this president compared to other presidents. Why so many? They ignore the fact that this president has issued more than 100 executive orders, the most by any president at this point in his term in at least 4 decades. Many are clearly illegal. Take the president's executive order to end birthright citizenship. 3 federal judges in 3 different states have blocked this order, including 2 judges appointed by Republican presidents, and 3 separate appeals courts have refused to lift these injunctions. Judge John Kunar, who was appointed by President Ronald Reagan, was the first judge to block the order, which he called, quote, blatantly unconstitutional. The reality is that the number of injunctions issued against the first and second Trump administration are evidence of a president who is clearly violating the law. That being said, I'm happy to discuss the legal and practical implications of nationwide injunctions. But as I've said many times before, we cannot have one set of rules for Republicans and another set of rules for Democrats. Any legislation on this topic must be based on the merits, not political expediency. Professor Bray, in your testimony before the committee, recall a decision by a Texas court about 10 years ago on DAPA. That's near and dear to my heart. That is based on the DREAM Act, which I introduced a long time ago. And my pleadings with President Obama to create that program meant a lot to me personally. I recall when that issue came before the court in Texas and the judge issued a universal injunction to enforce it. I would add, as the chairman has noted, there was cheering from the Republican senators from Texas for that decision. Some of them today see the issue differently in the context of a president of their own party. I cannot support legislation that does not take reality into consideration. Only if we have an effective date that makes sense would I consider making any changes myself. In 1776, in a pamphlet appropriately titled Common Sense, Thomas Paine famously wrote, quote, "In America, the law is king, for as in absolute governments, the king is the law. So in free countries, the law ought to be king, and there ought to be no other." Today, we'll discuss the use of nationwide injunctions, but there can be no debate that in America, the law is king, as it has been since our founding. The president is not a king, not even this president, as much as he might wish otherwise. He is bound by the decisions of our courts, just like every other American. Now, the president and his political allies are welcome to disagree with judicial decisions that block his illegal actions, but we cannot allow anyone to threaten or intimidate our judges. And we cannot stand idly by amid a threat to our Constitution and separation of powers. The chairman has asked me to introduce my witness, and I'll be glad to do that. Professor Stephen Vladeck is the Agnes Williams Sesquicentennial Professor of Federal Courts at Georgetown University Law Center. I knew Mrs. Williams. He is a nationally recognized expert on the federal courts, the Supreme Court, national security law, and military justice. Professor Vladeck is also highly regarded as an appellate advocate, having argued several cases before the U.S. Supreme Court and over a dozen before various lower federal, civilian, and military courts. Graduate of Yale Law School and Amherst College. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Would you please still rise for oath? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All of you have answered affirmatively. Please sit down, and we'll start with you, Professor Brer, and then Mr. Vladeck, and go across.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, and members of the committee, I'm honored to speak with you today. What's wrong with the universal injunction has a policy dimension and a constitutional dimension. The ordinary way the federal courts work is that someone challenges a law in one circuit, and whether the challenger wins or loses, the decision of the circuit court will be a precedent for that circuit. Justice Kagan called this the normal process. It allows multiple courts to consider a question before the Supreme Court is eventually asked to resolve a disagreement. It takes some time, but not thousands of suits. This is how questions are supposed to be settled in the federal courts: deliberately, collectively, and with appellate precedent. But universal injunctions, with lightning appeals straight to the Supreme Court, have accelerated judicial decision-making, leading to rushed and suboptimal decisions. The universal injunction reduces the chance that multiple circuit courts will consider a legal question. It's an end run around class actions. It's an end run around issue preclusion. It's inconsistent with basic principles about the precedential authority of a district court. And it has an asymmetric effect. 100 people challenge a federal policy, and if the federal government wins 99 of the cases, it won't matter as long as one plaintiff wins and gets a universal injunction. The government has to run the table. These policy consequences are partly about the universal injunction and partly about how it interacts with heightened judicial polarization and extreme forum shopping. That's a point on which I agree with my friend, Professor Vladeck. He is right to criticize extreme forum shopping. He's right that challenges to the Biden administration in single judge divisions were an egregious problem. Where I think he's wrong is to suggest that it would somehow be rash for Congress, at long last, to address the severe policy problems caused by universal injunctions. If I may, this is the fourth time that I've testified about these problems over the last 7 years. There's also a constitutional dimension. A final judgment binds the parties, and a court order must be followed. No one is above the law. But judgments and orders have this kind of authority in our legal system because of the principle that courts act as courts, deciding a case for the parties and giving remedies to the parties. Once a federal court decides a case and gives a remedy to the parties and the people they represent, there is nothing left for it to do as a court. There is no constitutional authority for the judge to go on and decide the cases of other people or to give remedies to other people not before the court. The universal injunction is emphatically not a partisan problem. Universal injunctions and vacatur are stopping almost every major initiative of the second Trump administration, just like all the Democratic and Republican administrations in the last 10 years. They are a bipartisan scourge. At any particular moment, of course, there is a partisan valence to solving the problem of the universal injunction. But that partisan valence will not last. There are no permanent majorities. In the long term, the real loser from the universal injunction is our democracy. The Republican or Democratic bias oscillates over time. What does not change is the universal injunction's built-in bias against any effective government action. A legislative solution should be laser-focused on non-parties. It should apply to temporary restraining orders and to vacatur under the Administrative Procedure Act. It shouldn't just put guardrails on universal injunctions. Only one proposed bill fits these principles, and that's the chairman's bill. This bill would take the universal injunction and bury it 6 feet under. No evasions, no circumventions, no substitutes, no outs for Republicans, no outs for Democrats. The federal courts are and should be a bulwark against unconstitutional or illegal actions taken by other government actors. They should hold the president accountable, regardless of whether the president is a Republican or a Democrat. But the federal court should perform that essential function as courts do, by deciding particular cases brought by particular parties with remedies that control the relationship between these parties. The last 10 years have seen a fundamental transformation of the relationship between the judicial branch and the executive and legislative branches. It is past time to reset that relationship.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the invitation to testify before the committee. In my testimony, I'd like to make 3 points about how we got here and then offer some thoughts on the way forward. First, as Ranking Member Durbin suggested, any discussion about nationwide injunctions has to be put into the broader context of the unprecedented moment in which we find ourselves. Substantively, we have a president running roughshod over existing legal constraints to a degree we've simply never seen before. And procedurally, we have a Justice Department engaged in highly partisan and ethically dubious behavior in lower courts that we've never seen from lawyers working for the federal government. Even this committee seems to be of the view that the central problem in these cases is the relief federal judges are imposing, not the lawlessness they're imposing it against. At the risk of bringing data to a mud fight, the reality is not that a small handful of hand-picked judges appointed by Democratic presidents are using nationwide injunctions to thwart the executive branch. As of last Friday, the 46 cases in which district judges have blocked Trump policies have involved rulings by 39 different judges appointed by 5 different presidents of both parties, sitting in 11 different district courts across 7 circuits. That includes 9 cases before district judges appointed by Republican presidents too. Many of those rulings have included nationwide relief, but not all of them. Against that backdrop, it seems to me that this committee should be especially careful not to react to underinformed calls from the president and his supporters, and rather to be focused on preserving the relationship between judicial independence and judicial accountability, rather than taking steps that might undermine it. Second, it's worth underscoring that federal courts have in fact long and routinely issued relief that benefits non-parties and or has nationwide effect. My friend, Professor Bray, already referred to vertical stare decisis alongside Justices Kavanaugh and Barrett. Even Justice Gorsuch, the most visible critic of nationwide injunctions on the Supreme Court, has voted in favor of them at least 11 times since 2020. More than that, anytime a court invalidates a state or federal law on its face, rather than as applied to the specific plaintiffs, it is necessarily providing relief to non-parties, since the law can no longer be enforced against anyone. That's not only well settled, there's no serious argument that it's beyond the federal court's powers. And even nationwide injunctions have virtues that other forms of relief do not. Consider the birthright citizenship cases. Do we really think that parents should have to challenge that policy one child at a time? Would it make any sense at all, even on a broader scale, for the scope of birthright citizenship to differ in Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas, simply because those 3 states fall into 3 different circuits? Of course, a nationwide class action could solve that problem, but it does not strike me as a coincidence that the rise in nationwide injunctions came shortly on the heels of the Supreme Court's evisceration of nationwide class certification. Chairman Grassley's bill alludes to class actions as a preferable vehicle. I could certainly endorse that idea, but tellingly, it does nothing to make them more broadly available, even though Congress unquestionably could do so. Third, it seems to me deeply myopic to talk about the rise of nationwide injunctions without talking about shifts in behavior that have dramatically increased the impact of such rulings, several of which were already referred to by Professor Bray. Don't take my word for it, though. In the last 3 Supreme Court terms, we've seen 5 rulings from the justices reversing nationwide injunctions issued by hand-picked judges in Texas and Louisiana and affirmed by the Fifth Circuit because the plaintiffs in all 5 cases lacked Article 3 standing. There's no question that nationwide injunctions have been abused, but the abuses in those cases were not about the scope of the relief the courts were issuing. It's only exacerbated by it. And critically, those abuses would not go away even if nationwide injunctions were narrowed or eliminated. Meanwhile, the cost of eliminating nationwide injunctions would be less of an ability to restrain executive branch lawlessness at a moment in American history in which that power has proven singularly vital. So what is to be done? First, if the members' real concern is that the president should have the authorities that courts are denying to him, it seems to me that they could consider legislation to provide those authorities, rather than legislation that would prevent courts from fully and effectively enforcing existing legal constraints. Second, insofar as this committee wants to focus on procedural reforms, it should focus on reducing the ability of individual parties to manipulate the judicial system, not on limiting the ability of courts to hold the executive branch accountable, especially in an age in which Congress has proven less able to do so itself. Finally, if the committee's true goal is to improve the functioning of the judicial system writ large and not just to maximize short-term partisan political advantage, now that Republicans in the White House, the committee could follow the model of other recent court reform legislation and have any reforms go into effect on or after January 20th, 2029. Otherwise, the message this committee would be sending is that its goal is to insulate an unprecedented degree of lawless behavior by the executive branch from meaningful judicial review, a message I can't imagine this committee wants to send, and one that the separation of powers, to say nothing of the rule of law itself, simply can't afford. Thank you again for the invitation to testify. I look forward to your questions.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I note at the outset that the views expressed in my testimony are entirely my own and not those of my law firm or any of its clients or any entity with which I am affiliated. Today, the committee considers a recurrent problem in our federal judiciary. The propriety of non-party relief is a question at the heart of our constitutional republic. It is a question that asks whether our federal courts exist to decide cases or to advance causes. It is a question about a practice that renders every judge a king and every court supreme. The statistics show the issue is not confined to one president, one party, or a particular substantive policy. Accordingly, the Department of Justice, across administrations, has consistently argued against granting relief beyond the parties to a case. Just a few months ago, President Biden's Solicitor General explained that, quote, universal remedies are inconsistent with longstanding limits on equitable relief and the power of Article III courts and impose a severe toll on the federal court system, end quote. And jurists on both sides of the ideological divide have recognized the problem. As Justice Kagan stated in a 2022 speech, quote, it just can't be right that one district judge can stop a nationwide policy in its tracks and leave it stopped for the years that it takes to go through the normal process, end quote. Before I highlight the many problems with non-party relief, let me offer one concrete example. In 2017, the Department of Justice imposed new conditions on law enforcement grants, requiring participating local jurisdictions to cooperate with federal law enforcement to remove illegal aliens who had committed serious crimes. The city of Chicago sued, alleging the grant conditions were unlawful. The district court issued a preliminary injunction, but rather than stopping at providing this complete relief to the party before it, the court enjoined the grant conditions nationwide. Cases were pending in other districts, and Chicago could not make any claim that its own interests were required nationwide relief. Yet the district judge, with one line of dubious reasoning, exerted power over every other grantee in the country, including those who didn't want it and supported the conditions, and exerted power and precluded any other judge from effectuating a contrary conclusion. The Second Circuit Court of Appeals in New York would later find these conditions lawful, highlighting how incredible it was for a lone district judge in Chicago to dictate the result in New York and everywhere else. With that example in mind, let's just highlight a few of the problems with non-party relief. The first problem with non-party injunctions is, as Justice Thomas has explained, they are legally and historically dubious. The Constitution grants to federal courts the power to hear cases and controversies, which the Supreme Court has long interpreted as the power to render a judgment or decree upon the rights of litigant parties, not non-parties. Some argue that nationwide non-party relief is a necessary check on the ever-growing power of the executive branch. But the answer is not to fix one constitutional distortion by creating another. Rather, if the concern is with the power of the administrative state, then the answer is for Congress to reassert its atrophied policymaking muscle, not to transform the judiciary into a third political branch. The second problem with non-party injunctions is they undermine the norms, rules, and structures that undergird our multi-court, multi-jurisdiction, multi-tiered legal system. One such legal norm is the concept of percolation. There are several legal provisions and practices that reflect this preference for percolation, but I'll highlight just one, and it's the U.S. Constitution. It establishes one and only one Supreme Court and such inferior courts as Congress may establish. In this hierarchical system, one district court does not bind another and one circuit court does not bind another. It is only Supreme Court judgments that are binding on all federal courts. Yet nationwide non-party relief effectively has any of 1,000 district judges wielding the same supremacy as the Supreme Court by stripping from other courts the efficacy of their judgments. The nationwide non-party injunction thus simultaneously makes every court supreme and every court a potential nullity. The third problem with non-party injunctions is they are undermining public confidence in federal courts. History has shown the American people have a stubborn tendency to demand a say in the rules that govern their lives. Humility, then, is a necessary judicial virtue for life-tenured judges who have a share of the ruling power for life and cannot face elections by the people like the other branches. But in recent years, the third branch has lost all sense of itself. It will either rediscover judicial humility or lose the support of the people and force a national constitutional crisis. Because the Supreme Court appears unwilling or unable to rein in its own branch, it is time for Congress to act. 3 legislative fixes seem advisable. First, Congress should amend the necessary statutes to make clear that federal courts do not have the power to grant relief to non-parties. Second, it appears the latest trend in relief is for district courts to enter temporary restraining orders. Those should be made immediately appealable. And third, and finally, even if Congress enacts the above fixes, it is likely that judges who believe they have nationwide power will shift from granting non-party injunctions to certifying classes. Congress should consider imposing mandatory jurisdiction on the Supreme Court for any injunction or similar order that the Attorney General certifies as a national emergency. Thank you. I look forward to taking questions.
Thank you very much. We'll have 5-minute rounds for questions. I'm going to start with Professor Bray. One criticism has been leveled against the legislative solution that I've proposed. It's been that it undermines the judicial branch's checks and balances on the executive branch. Do you think this is a fair criticism, and how would you respond?
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. I don't think it's a fair criticism. I understand where it's coming from because the place of the courts as a check and balance on the executive branch and the legislative branch is very important in our constitutional system. But the way courts do that is by deciding according to the law in particular cases. And then that ripples out to other cases through precedent. That's the way they serve as a check, without fear or favor, following the law in the case. But they serve as a check, as courts do, by deciding cases, by giving remedies to the parties in the case.
Mr. Panuccio, you have direct experience in the Justice Department dealing with non-party relief ordered by district judges. From your perspective, how significant is the problem of universal injunctions to the relationship between the executive and judicial branch?
Thank you, Chairman. It's a great question. I think it's a very significant problem, and I think it is years of this practice are eroding the relationship between the Department of Justice and the executive branch and the courts, and I think that's happening across administrations. What effectively happens when a nationwide injunction is entered is that every single case, every single policy of the executive branch becomes an emergency that needs to move up the appellate ladder very quickly. And Supreme Court justices appointed by presidents of both parties have noted that the increase in the emergency docket is straining the court, it is straining its resources, and it is also reducing the quality of decision making. And so you are seeing increased friction. And even in these district courts that issue nationwide injunctions, I think you're seeing very unfortunate comments made by some of the judges. There is a real tension between the jurists and the lawyers, and it is undermining the typical relationship between the department and the courts.
Professor Bray, you touched on this a little bit in your opening comments. As administrations come and go, the problem of universal injunctions often appear partisan. You've been calling attention to this problem since the Obama administration and have maintained a consistent position across 4 administrations now. From your perspective, is the problem of universal injunctions a partisan one? And then what's the solution?
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. I do not believe it is a partisan problem, because it is a problem that has been hamstringing every administration since 2015. The end of the Obama administration, the first Trump administration, the Biden administration, and now the second Trump administration. So if you look at it over time, it's not a partisan problem. At any particular moment, undeniably, it is a partisan problem and has a partisan valence. But legislation should not just be about the moment. Legislation should be about the long view. And I think the only fair way to do this is to knock out the weapon of the universal injunction for everyone. Take it away from Democrats, take it away from Republicans, because what it really strikes at is our ability to have democratic self-government and effective government action by the federal government.
Mr. Panuccio, in your written testimony, you said that it's important to pass legislation to make temporary restraining orders against the government appealable. The legislation I propose does that. Can you expand a bit more on your views here? What are temporary restraining orders and why is it important that they be, that they're appealable?
Thank you, Chairman. It's an important question because the latest trend in non-party relief appears to be courts entering what's called a temporary restraining order instead of a preliminary injunction. Now, in my experience as a litigator and in my years as a lawyer, a TRO was supposed to be a very short-term order from the court when it is impossible for the court to hold a hearing with both parties, and it might enter, for example, a 24-hour TRO until it can get a hearing on a preliminary injunction, an actual hearing with adversaries arguing the facts and the law to the court. But what we're now seeing is the courts are entering these TROs, which can under the rules last for up to 2 weeks and then be extended for another 2 weeks. And the issue is that the courts have interpreted TROs to not be appealable. Now that may be a dubious interpretation, but that is the law of the land right now. And so it is effectively allowing district judges to insulate themselves from review. So it's bad enough that we have district judges saying, I am a ruler for the entire nation. But now they're saying they're not elected, so the people can't have a say. They're also saying that the appellate judges who are supposed to oversee my decisions, I don't want them hearing it either. So let me enter a TRO instead of a preliminary injunction or some other immediately appealable order. So I do think it is virtue of your bill, Chairman, that TROs or any other similar order would be immediately appealable.
Senator Durbin, I've asked Senator Moody to take over for me while I go to another meeting. So
She's very strict.
you proceed. Yeah. Thank you, Senator Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Professor Bray, I'm going to ask you to stick with me for a second here and talk about possibilities. Along comes President Trump and decides that the following sentence doesn't make sense. 14th Amendment, Section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. So the president decides one of his 103 executive orders will eliminate that language, the language of the Constitution, and question whether or not birthright citizenship is legal in America. Cases were filed. One judge, a Ronald Reagan appointee, said the efforts by the administration are blatantly unconstitutional. If you accept the normal process which you described to us, how should that case be handled if we've done away with the universal application of decisions?
Thank you, Ranking Member Durbin. I think that's an excellent example of how the courts are supposed to work. The courts are going to decide the cases. In every single one, the courts will say there's birthright citizenship under the Constitution. There will not actually even be a disagreement between the circuit courts, and there won't even need to be a decision from the Supreme Court. So what you'll see is distributed decision-making across the federal judiciary that will resolve the question.
But assume the alternative, that there is a federal judge in some state, I'll pick one, Texas or Louisiana, who says, I think the president's right. I believe birthright citizenship is unconstitutional. So you have a case in controversy and it affects only the cases filed in that district?
Well, it wouldn't affect just the cases filed in the district because a district court judge actually has no precedential authority, even within a district. There's no ability for a district judge to.
Well, let me amend my comment. Circuit.
Yes, with it, if a district judge took that position and then it was affirmed by the Court of Appeals, then what you would have is a circuit split between different circuits, and the Supreme Court would resolve that circuit split. And then what the Supreme Court would have is a range of different judges from different geographical places with different ideologies, different generations, all speaking to the same question. And that puts the Supreme Court in a position to do its best work. I don't think that particular legal question needs to be in doubt, but just because one branch goes beyond its constitutional bounds doesn't mean the judiciary should go beyond its.
So I guess my question is, in light of individuals personally affected by this, pregnant women as an example, we just have to let the process play out? Is that what you suggest?
There are ways to get a faster decision. As Professor Vladeck noted, you could have a national class action. But I think the basic commitment, I recognize there can be a human cost there, but the basic commitment of our legal system is you don't get an immediate right decision right away. It takes time. It's like the old carpentry adage, measure twice, cut once. And that's the kind of legal system we have.
Professor Vladeck?
I mean, I think it's worth underscoring the human consequences that my friend just kind of brushed right past, because if it takes 3 years for that circuit split to get to the Supreme Court, you're going to have 3 years where in large parts of the country, children born to undocumented parents will not be citizens. Some of those children could be subject to removal by the United States on the ground that they are not citizens. It is not possible for the federal courts to order those folks to be brought back. And so that relief that Professor Bray holds out as possible 3 years later is of no help to the children who were citizens under the Constitution, but who were removed in the interim. And so again, I mean, the broader policy question here is, what should the rule be in this interim window? Professor Bray and I agree that that it's all about what is the status quo while the case gets to the Supreme Court. Should the status quo be the policy is either in effect or not in effect on a nationwide basis, or should the status quo depend upon which jurisdiction you live in and what your particular status is? And that's why it seems to me, if we want to talk about real reform, we should be talking about reforms to bolster the other vehicles, the nationwide class action, and not just taking off this stopgap that has emerged in its place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Senator Blackburn?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you all for being here. I've got to tell you, being in Tennessee over the weekend and then doing a telephone town hall with several thousand Tennesseans last night, the overreach of the judiciary is something that continued to come up. The way we have seen these activist judges troubles people, and they're wanting to see something done. So they were pleased that we were having this hearing, and they're concerned that you are seeing district judges come in and exercise this sweeping injunctive relief that doesn't apply to the case before them, doesn't apply to the district in which they are seated. So, Professor Bray, I want to talk with you for just a moment. One of the things that Senator Grassley noted and that many of us have discussed is that there is no constitutional and no statutory authority for federal district judges to issue these injunctions. And so talk for a minute about the effect of that lack of authority.
I'm happy to, Senator. So I think that is correct. There is no statutory basis for granting universal injunctions, and there is no constitutional basis for doing so either. So courts, to be courts, have to exercise the judicial power. And the judicial power is not defined by the Constitution, but the Constitution instead uses what's a known commodity, that is the reference to the judicial power. It is courts deciding cases for the parties. So a universal injunction is fundamentally different from that. A class action is still a case. It's a case, it's a large case, but it's still a case. And if the class wins, the class wins. If the class loses, the class loses. But it's a decision for a case. And what makes the universal injunction different is you have a very small case and a remedy that's for everyone. So my friend, Professor Vladeck, noted this question about like, what's going to be the interim rule? Is the interim rule going to be you have a policy or you don't have a policy? And when we have courts disagreeing about what the interim rule should be, we shouldn't default to, as long as there's one court that doesn't like it, it's stopped. That's what makes it a sclerotic effect on government action. The government can't act if all it takes is one court not wanting the rule or the policy to go into effect for the entire country.
Let me ask you also about injunction bonds. because under Rule 65, then a party who is seeking an injunction is required. The bond is mandatory, but we have not seen that used in these nationwide injunctions against President Trump. So speak a little bit about the utilization of injunction bonds and when that's appropriate.
I'm happy to, Senator. I have an above median interest in injunction bonds, and I'm happy to talk about them. So there was an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal a couple days ago that suggested it was a problem for injunctions that were being given against the Trump administration, that no injunction bonds were required. Now, I do think the federal rules of civil procedure require injunction bonds. I think it would be a good practice for federal courts to be requiring injunction bonds. Follow the rule. Require injunction bonds whenever you give an injunction against the federal government. And I think it's a way of taking into account the regulatory interests of the federal government and the costs injunctions impose. That being said, there's nothing invalid about an injunction just because it's not accompanied by an injunction bond. It still has to be followed. That doesn't mean the court lacks jurisdiction. It's still an order of a court, and it must be followed for that reason.
Thank you. Professor Vladek, I wanted to talk to you about something you said in your testimony, and I thought it was really very interesting. You said that, and I'm quoting, "We have a Justice Department engaged in highly partisan and ethically dubious behavior," end quote. And I could not disagree with you more in that statement. And I really find it just rich with irony after we've sat here for 4 years and watched President Biden's DOJ weaponized against the American people. We had parents that went to school boards that were called domestic terrorists, and we have seen 2 tiers of justice. So you can submit for me in writing, since my time has expired, your explanation of why the Biden DOJ was not highly partisan, and you have assumed that the Trump DOJ is.
Can I briefly
Thank you,
respond,
Senator
Madam
Black. You
Chairwoman?
can submit that in writing. Thank you, Senator Blackburn, and we'll turn it over to Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Professor Vladek, good to see you. Just wanted to take a moment to follow up on something that you discussed in your opening testimony. Now, there's members of the committee, primarily on the other side of the aisle, that are trying to claim that there's a few radical judicial activists standing in the way of President Trump's agenda. But just as in his first term, it seems that the president's disregard for the law is actually the biggest thing standing in the way of his agenda. So I want to walk through some of the statistics again with you. How many cases have you identified where plaintiffs are seeking an injunction or a temporary restraining order against the current administration, where the judge has actually issued a decision, and in how many was the relief granted?
Sure. So, Senator, as of last Friday, and the data obviously has changed since last Friday, the total number of cases we found was 67, and there were 46 of those 67 in which the judge had issued either a temporary restraining order or a preliminary injunction or both.
Okay, that's a lot, and it sounds like a pretty good success rate in terms of the challenges. Now, how many judges have heard these cases? And if you're able to tell or even have a ballpark, these judges were appointed by a president of which party?
Sure. So it's 39 different judges appointed by 5 presidents of both parties, including 2 Republican presidents, President Reagan, President Bush. And the cases are not symmetrically distributed, but the success rate's pretty close. So of those 46 rulings against the Trump administration policies, 9 have come from Republican appointed judges. And the success rate in those cases has been about 45-50%. So just a little bit lower than what we're seeing in the cases with Democratic appointed judges.
Okay, that's encouraging to demonstrate that it's not a partisan lens with which these judges are acting. Now, when it comes to geography, can you speak to where these judges sit? Are they concentrated in one region, one appellate court jurisdiction, one district, or are they spread around the country?
It's been spread much further around the country than what we saw, for example, during the Biden administration. So we've seen 11 different district courts in the 46 cases that have blocked Trump policies, 11 different district courts in 7 different circuits, which is a pretty big shift from as recently as a couple of years ago, when most of the nationwide injunctions against Biden policies were coming from district courts in Texas, Louisiana, and Missouri.
So thank you, and appreciate your verification of some of the data that I have in front of me. To me, it confirms not just the numbers, but that it's not the judges getting in the way of the Trump agenda. It's certainly not a few radical judicial activists either. Now, question on a different topic for you. You're an expert on sensible ways to reform the judiciary to make it better work for the American people in a way that was intended by the framers of our Constitution. In your view, what are the most pressing reform needs when it comes to the federal courts?
Yeah, I think the most pressing needs, I think, are to avoid the more general ability of parties to manipulate the federal courts in ways that we've seen, to some degree in administrations of both parties, but for various structural reasons, I think even more so during the last 2 Democratic administrations. Just to take one example, my friend Professor Bray, I think, joins me in criticizing so-called single judge divisions and judge shopping. That was a phenomenon we saw over and over again during the Biden administration. The only really sort of obvious target for that kind of behavior during the Trump administration, the district court in Massachusetts, changed its rules actually to prevent that kind of behavior. And it seems like that can be a model, Senator, for a nationwide rule that this body could impose to avoid the appearance that litigants are steering cases to a particular judge because of that judge's ideological commitments.
Yeah. No, and that's critical for the functioning of the judiciary and people's confidence in the process. Last question, in my time remaining, is sadly very timely because the attacks on the judiciary isn't limited to attacks on judges by the Trump administration. Now we're seeing attacks on the legal community and specific firms or lawyers that represent clients and causes at odds with the president's ambition. Can you speak to the chilling effect that these targeted executive orders are having on the legal community and their ability and willingness to take on clients or employees that might dare to disagree with President Trump?
Yeah, I think we're seeing a chilling effect, Senator, in some of the law firms that are, making these agreements with the president to not represent particular clients, to devote hundreds of millions of dollars to pro bono litigation in support of the president's agenda. That kind of distortion is a problem, not because of Democrats versus Republicans. That kind of distortion is a problem because, as the Supreme Court itself explained in 2001, meaningful access to lawyers is actually central to the ability of the courts to play their essential role in our constitutional system.
Thank you, Mr. Vladeck. We appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Senator Padilla.
Thank you. Just following up on that, is there agreement among the 3 of you that dealing with forum shopping would be beneficial for the judiciary and for the strength of the rule of law? Do all of you agree on that?
Yes, but it would only solve part of the problem.
Oh, I understand that, but it would be worthwhile. Professor Vladeck, you said that. How about you?
Excuse me. I think plaintiffs, if they have the ability to file a lawsuit in a district, should be able to do that. I think the incentive for forum shopping is that you think you can get a judge who can be a ruler for the whole nation. So fix the problem of judges overreaching their power, and
So you're okay with forum shopping, just so I understand.
Well, it depends what you mean by that, Senator.
If you mean plaintiffs choosing where you file, and what lawyer wouldn't do that? Where you think you can win?
Well, there's all kinds of reasons why lawyers choose to file in different districts. It could be because
I think I got your answer.
But judges
2 against to reform that, and 1 thinks it's fine. The next thing, just this practical question of a class action lawsuit versus an individual suing. I'll ask you, Professor Bray, because you're talking about class actions, and I support class actions. There's been a lot of debate within the committee about whether they're useful or not, and a lot of pushback on the use of class actions. But there's an enormously increased burden on the plaintiffs in order to get class certification, is there not?
Senator, with respect, this bill, the chairman's bill, would leave class.
I'm not
actions.
asking about the chairman's bill. I'm just talking, I'm a lawyer. Somebody comes in, birthright citizen is the claim. I'm a small town lawyer. That's what I was, White River Junction. I say, you know what, you're right. Let's take the case. I'll do it. But if I have to go get a class certified, just tell me the steps I have to go through for getting that class certification, as opposed to just taking my client who came into my White River Junction office and we go to the federal district court in Burlington.
So class certification does require more steps, but it's entirely appropriate given that what you're seeking is a remedy to represent everyone.
I understand that it's appropriate. I'm just talking about what is the practical burden in terms of cost, in terms of what kind of legal power you have to have, as opposed to a single lawyer who has a single client who comes in to see me and wants relief. What's it going to cost for me to do a certification for class, as opposed to me just filing and paying the filing fee at the federal district court?
So I do agree, Senator, that there are more requirements, and that means more attorney hours and more costs.
Right.
So I agree with that, but it is also matches the scope of the relief sought. And so it really is
No,
a matter of
I get that, but there's an acknowledgement here that it's a much bigger deal. You know, one of the wonderful things about our justice system is that an individual who is harmed can come into a lawyer, and that lawyer may take it pro bono. But if you have to have the resources of a major firm, it's a much bigger uphill challenge to get your day in court. Second thing, we've got a situation here with the courts that's unprecedented, and we've got a real debate on both sides of the aisle about who is weaponizing the court. I understand that, but do you, Professor Vladeck, have a view about whether the and by the way, let me just give a context. The context that we're in right now is the separation of powers in three co-equal branches of government. And my view is that the legislature is essentially ceding authority to the executive, and that's very dangerous in the long run for the well-being of our democracy. That's my point of view. I'm not asking you whether you agree or don't. But I'll ask you, Professor Bray, what do you see as the impact on the rule of law when the executive orders the Justice Department to dismiss a corruption case against the mayor of New York City in order to get his cooperation on a executive policy on immigration?
The rule of law applies to all three branches, and each one needs to act consistently with the law. That includes the executive, and also, for the subject of the hearing today, that includes the courts. I am with you in thinking that it is an imperative for every branch.
I know that, but I'm talking something that real world. This happened. We got a major corruption case against the mayor of New York City, and it was dismissed for political reasons. Does that conform to your view of how the rule of law should operate?
No, it does not.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Welch.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I was struck by the questions on the law firms and the approach of President Trump to try and bring them back to the table of working with this administration. I was struck. I found some of that ironic, and the questioning, Mr. Panuccio, and welcome, great Floridian from the great free state of Florida, considering the way the law firms approached any conservative lawyer that was coming out of the last administration and the treatment of such. I thought it was very ironic. Did you notice that many lawyers who had stood up for good policies were refused employment or shut out of some of these large law firms?
Thank you, Senator. I'll be circumspect in my answer here just because I'm here to testify on universal injunctions. However, I think it's an open secret in Washington that if you work for a Republican administration, you face a much harder job market coming out than if you work for a Democratic administration. I don't think anyone doubts that to be the case generally over the years, not just specific to the Trump administration, but going back to the Bush administration and others. And you often now hear people say, well, if you take that job, you may never work again. I think that happens much more often with Republicans than Democrats. And it reflects that, law firms, like many institutions in this country, are overwhelmingly weighted in one direction politically than the other.
Mr. Panuccio, you have long been an academic, so to speak, on many of these challenges we see with nationwide injunctions. And I appreciated your testimony, specifically when you quoted Justice Kagan, appointed by a Democratic president, when she said, it just can't be right that one district judge can stop a nationwide policy in its tracks and leave it stopped for the years that it takes to go through the normal process. And what struck me by that is this term normal process by someone who would know how long it takes to go through the normal process. And that basically means, it could mean the 4 years that an entire term that a president is in office. Isn't that right?
A full appellate process to the Supreme Court could take several years, yes. But Senator, I would say, to coin a phrase, this is what democracy looks like. The founders at the Philadelphia Convention considered turning the judiciary into what was called a council of revision, which would mean the judiciary had a chance to review laws and policies of the legislative or executive branch before they went into effect. And the founders decided against that. And they said the judicial power is cases and controversies among the parties. The whole point of democracy,
Let me just stop you right there. I want to focus on the normal process, the years it would take to go through the normal process, meaning let's take for a moment that we can rightfully change the law to make sure that the decisions apply to the parties before the court only. For the administration of justice to have any effect and the people to believe that chaos and controversy and conflict can get rightfully addressed expeditiously, should it take years for these cases to go through the courts, or should Congress consider an expedited process for matters of great national concern?
I think it would be appropriate, Senator, for if the Attorney General were to certify a case as of great national importance, for there to be a faster process or mandatory jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. I will say this, though, for individual parties, if an individual party is aggrieved by executive action or legislative action, the individual party can go to a district court and get an injunction that gives complete relief to that party. And that doesn't take years. That can take days. Can take hours in certain cases. That's why the district courts are there. They're there to grant relief. Now, if what you're seeking is a change in policy nationwide, that is governing. That is what the elected branches do. But for individual parties, I don't think it's years for relief, as we've seen.
And Professor Bray, thank you for joining us. As a former judge myself, as someone who has great reverence for an independent and fair judiciary, it concerns me that the public in general, based on what we're seeing in the numbers, and I thought it was really interesting when we say 46 injunctions or orders that have gone against this administration, 9 were by Republican judges. Do you believe that limiting the relief sought to the parties in front of the court will help alleviate this idea that these are judges acting in a partisan nature?
Thanks, Senator. I do think it will reduce the appearance of partisanship because you get decision-making by more judges across the country instead of one judge giving an injunction to decide the question for the whole country.
So you believe the proposed legislation from Chairman Grassley would address bipartisan concerns?
Absolutely.
Senator Hirono?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question for Professor Vladek. Professor Bray noted in his testimony the concern about extreme foreign shopping, especially in single judge districts. So I think you're familiar with a bill that I had introduced, which I intend to introduce once again, about Stop Judge Shopping Act. It was not motivated by a concern about nationwide injunctions, but here we are. I think it has relevance. And I'm wondering, Professor, do you think that parties would seek and receive fewer nationwide injunctions if they were not able to judge or foreign shop for favorable outcomes? That's happened in the Texas mifepristone case.
I think there's no question, Senator. I mean, I think the data, such as it is, shows that there was a higher success rate when parties sought nationwide relief during the Biden administration in single judge divisions than when they filed in courts that had random assignment to more than 3 judges. And so, that's a small data set, and I don't want to overstate it. But yes, I mean, there's almost no conceivable way in which it wouldn't be smaller.
So that would be, in my view, it would be a fair, I suppose, way of addressing the concern over nationwide injunctions.
So, I mean, I would say, if I might, 2 things. The first is that I think distributing assignments would at least mitigate the allure of nationwide injunctions in cases in which the median judge might not issue it. I mean, Professor Bray referred before in the birthright citizenship case to his confidence that any judge would block this order. The issue is not those cases. The issue is cases where the identity of the judge might be dispositive. So that's piece one.
Especially in single judge districts. This is again for you and perhaps Professor Bray. I'm trying to understand the practical effect of Chair Grassley's proposed legislation wherein where you limit the relief that a court can grant to only the parties before the court. So I would like to know how, in a case like the mifepristone decision, how the relief granted would apply only to the parties before the court.
So, I mean, I think it's even more powerfully illustrated, Senator, in the birthright citizenship cases, because in a context in which you had, say, individual non-citizen parents, or even, a group of non-citizen plaintiffs, say, in Northern California, seeking to block the birthright citizenship policy, an injunction that only ran to them would be of no benefit to non-citizen parents in Southern California, in Oregon, or anywhere else in the country. And so you would need litigation, on a retail nationwide basis to ensure that that these parents could have confidence that when their children are born in the United States, they're born citizens.
So you're saying that multiple lawsuits must be filed to obtain the relief
Unless, Senator,
if we're going to go with what is in Senator Grassley's bill, that the relief will only be granted to the parties before it. There are certain issues that certain cases where it wouldn't make sense.
Well, and so Senator,
unless,
unless, and this goes back to the chairman's opening statement, unless you were in the same bill to reinvigorate nationwide class actions, unless you were to effectively trade nationwide injunctions for a reinvigorated nationwide class action where you'd be able to show that all non-citizen parents who are, who have a childbearing age, right, are affected by this order.
Professor Bray, do you want to
I would love
weigh
to.
in?
Yes, I would love to. Thank you, Senator. So I think the mifepristone case is a great example. You couldn't really have an injunction to protect the plaintiff's interests there because the plaintiffs didn't have standing. But what the case shows is—
Well, let's say that the plaintiffs did have standing.
What the case shows is the lack of fit in so many of these cases with universal injunctions between tenuous, narrow standing claims, including DAPA, the original 2015 one, the tenuous, narrow standing claims and massive universal relief.
Okay,
and that's not the way
I'm saying that. Let's say that the standing issue was overcome, and then you have a court that says what the FDA did not comport with the APA, and can that court limit that holding just to the plaintiffs before him or her?
Well, in that sort of case, the court should adjust its remedy to whatever the injury is. So you'd have to have a real specific injury to then tailor the injunction to it. And in a case where you don't have one, you can't really have an injunction tailored to the remedy. I mean, tailored to the injury. So we'd have to hypothesize an injury and then hypothesize an injunction that matched it.
Thank you,
I realize
Professor
my
Bray.
time is up, but my point is that I think there are some concerns about the approach that the chairman is taking in his bill.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Senator Hirono. Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thanks to all of the witnesses for being here. Let's just start by talking about the need to be here today and the fact that what we are seeing happen in district courts is, historically speaking, really unprecedented until recent years and completely out of sync with our constitutional system. You alluded to this, Mr. Panuccio, the way that our founders designed our constitutional system. Mr. Bray, Professor Bray, let me just start with you. According to your scholarship, when's the first time that a district court issued a universal non-party injunction of the kind that we're talking about today?
I think the first one is 1963. There is historical debate about when they started in the 20th century, but I think that would be the first one. But they certainly are not traditional in equity before then, and they were a peripheral backwater until 2015.
So 1963, so the Republic is 200 years old almost by the time we get the first district court issuing a universal injunction binding parties who were not before it. And even then, as you just alluded to, then there's this period of quiet where they're really not issued until the 21st century, until the 20-teens. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then we see this explosion, as you can see in the chart behind me. In the Bush years, Bush 43, we have 6 universal injunctions binding non-parties. In the Obama years, we have 12. You referenced one of those cases, Professor Bray, in your opening statement, your written statement. And then under Trump in his first administration, 64 universal injunctions binding non-parties, 14 under Biden, and now 15 under the second Trump administration in 1 month alone. Mr. Panuccio, let me just come to you. Tell us why this pattern that we're seeing here, and there's a clear partisan valence to it, but there's even more of a recency valence. I mean, this is something that just did not happen until very, very recently. Why is this so distortive to our federal system?
Well, thank you, Senator. It's distortive because it has judges operating outside their constitutional role. They are exerting policymaking power over the whole country. And the issue is this: we are a republic. Those who get to exercise policymaking power, like yourself, like this body, have to face the electorate every 6 years, 2 years, 4 years, whatever it is. Judges do not. We gave them life tenure so that they could be insulated and make decisions without fear or favor. But we limited the judicial power to cases and controversies, just the party before them. And in my written testimony, I note that Hamilton said it's the least dangerous branch, but he had a caveat: only if they exercise the judicial power. If they range beyond it, then it can be the most dangerous branch. And the public's confidence will be undermined because they have no chance to get rid of these judges because they have life tenure. They don't want to be ruled by kings. They want to be ruled in a republic where they have a vote.
And here's my concern, is that this pattern of, I think, abuse, this pattern of out of control behavior that we're seeing that's illustrated on the graph that's behind me is not decelerating, it's accelerating. And now we're seeing it not just with injunctive relief, we're seeing it in other orders, other procedural forms that are deliberately designed to insulate the judges, the district courts, from appellate review. Temporary restraining orders. You mentioned this, Mr. Panuccio. All of a sudden, we've seen a huge uptick in just the last few weeks in district courts issuing what looks a heck of a lot like a nationwide non-party injunction, but it's styled as a temporary restraining order. Now, Mr. Panuccio, if I were a judge who wanted to insulate myself from review, why might I choose the temporary restraining order vehicle to do it? Why is this happening?
Because, Senator, under current precedent, TROs, temporary restraining orders, are not immediately reviewable, unlike a preliminary injunction. So if you are a judge who believes a policy is unlawful and you want to exert power nationwide and you don't want anyone to review, the voters certainly won't. The only people who can do it are appellate judges. So you issue a TRO, then you extend it for another 2 weeks, and for at least a month, you can't be touched by the appellate courts.
And has this happened in the last few weeks?
It has been happening. We've seen straying beyond the typical preliminary injunction to TROs and other what are being called administrative stays, which also appear to be unreviewable.
So here, I think, is the issue that's before us. In one sense, it's entirely appropriate that we're here today, and it's entirely predictable given the urgency of this situation. In another sense, it's sort of a wonder we need to have a hearing on this at all, because my Democrat colleagues for the last few years have been decrying the very behavior that we're talking about now. And I think, as you pointed out, Mr. Panuccio, we've had multiple members of the last administration. For example, Joe Biden's Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelogar, she herself said in court, by the way, this wasn't a stray comment to the press, this is her at the Supreme Court, a court of equity may grant relief only to the parties before it. District courts violate this principle by issuing universal injunctions. Elena Kagan, Justice Kagan, it can't be right that one district court judge stop a nationwide policy in its tracks and leave it stopped for years while it goes through what is otherwise the normal process. I would just say to my Democrat colleagues, it shouldn't be, to quote the chairman, that one thing, or to quote the ranking member, that it's one rule for Democrats, it's one rule for Republicans. Let's make it one rule across the board that no matter who appoints you, a judge can only bind parties who are before her or him. There are no nationwide non-party injunctions. Let's make that the standard, and let's return these courts to the proper functioning of our constitutional system.
Thank you,
Madam
Senator
Chair.
Hawley. You
I almost,
you stuck to that timer. I am so
for
proud
me,
of
it was
you.
really good.
Senator Schiff.
Thank you. I want to take a moment to acknowledge what took place today in the Southern District of New York when the Justice Department dismissed a corruption case against the mayor of New York City, not because of a lack of evidence, not because of any misconduct by the prosecutors in the case, but because of the most serious misconduct of the Attorney General and the top leadership of the Justice Department. Because the Justice Department wanted to leverage that case against the mayor by dismissing the case without prejudice so that they could use him as a political pawn to help effectuate their immigration policy. That just happened today. It is one of any number of serious abuses of the rule of law by this Justice Department. And instead of having a single hearing on what the department is doing, or a single hearing on all the other plainly unlawful acts of this administration, no, instead of having a hearing on any of those things, Republicans are having a hearing on the one tool that can be used to try to mitigate the harm of these illegal actions. Now, I completely concur that whether nationwide injunctions are a good thing or a bad thing has depended entirely on who they're being used against. I count no less than 26 of my Republican colleagues who were vigorously supportive of a nationwide injunction against the use of mifepristone. No problem supporting a nationwide injunction in that case. And of course, on the Democratic side of the aisle, we are applauding injunctions against the unlawful actions of this administration. Where I think I come down at this moment in time gets to your point, Professor Vladeck, and that is the use of nationwide injunctions against the administration that has proven so breathtaking in its lawlessness and who has engaged in such a surge of illegal actions. The effort to do away with this singularly vital tool, I think you called it, at this time would be disastrous for the country. It doesn't mean there is not going to come a time when we should agree on a bipartisan basis to place limits on this capability. I think we should, in particular on the abuse of forum shopping, on picking judges solely on the basis of their political predilection or who appointed them for the purpose of a nationwide injunction. But this is not the moment to do it. This is the moment, frankly, we should be focusing on the illegality, not on the tool to constrain it. That doesn't mean we're powerless to work on legislation on this, and I think many of us have concurred with the idea of legislation that takes effect after this term, when we don't know who the next president is. Senator Cruz, you and I went to the same law school. There was a wonderful professor at the college named John Rawls who wrote a book you probably read about the veil of ignorance, where you cast a veil of ignorance over society and society would develop rules to govern that society, not knowing their attributes, their race, their religion, their gender, none of that. Well, far be it for me to advocate a further veil of ignorance over this body. We are ignorant enough. But perhaps the ignorance of not knowing who the next president is useful here. We should come up with a sensible reform of injunctions and forum shopping, but there's no way this is going to have bipartisan support unless we defer its application until after this administration, when we don't know which way it will cut. I think the same is probably true about filling judicial vacancies. We have just come to this broken place where probably the only way to get things done of this significance is to postpone their application until we don't know who the president will be. My time is almost up, but Professor Vladeck, in the moments I have left, I would yield to you for any kind of response.
Well, just that, I mean, Senator, I think it's revealing that, I, as the minority witness today, am not here defending in all contexts universal injunctions. I've written before that I think that there are too many of them. I've written before that they raise at least some of the prudential concerns that Professor Bray has raised. And I just want to endorse your suggestion that holistic reform to make litigation against the government less manipulable is something we should all be able to support, but that holistic reform has to be about more than just closing off this one avenue today, when there have been other developments that have closed off the other avenues historically that have made Senator Hawley's examples become so much more relevant today.
Thank you, Mr. Vladeck. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It occurs to me that, and I don't want to retread some of the same tire tracks here, but broadly speaking, really what we're talking about is a separation of powers issue. I mean, this is ultimately, when you distill it, this is one way it plays out. As one of the witnesses had remarked, the founders never envisioned this sort of scenario. They certainly never envisioned the scenario. And the abuse that we're seeing here recently sort of puts an exclamation point on it. But I want to use one example of, and it's not a nationwide injunction, but just take Judge Boasberg's ruling here in our nation's capital. When I think the Supreme Court was very clear in Justice Jackson's famous concurrence in Youngstown Steel that the high watermark of presidential power is when you have congressional authorization, when you're actually performing Article II duties as Commander-in-Chief. And the Alien Enemies Act clearly grants that. It's silent. The text of the statute silent on judicial review, and of course this is pre-Marbury, so they certainly would have never intended that anyway. Yet we've got a judge, and there's other issues at play. Habeas, you've got due process that's sort of at play, but you have a judge that feels compelled to make this sort of decision, and inherently it's Article II power and or a political question that's not justiciable. I mean, you could go through a number of different questions. Could the court, a few of them here, could a judge have stopped Andrew Jackson from firing on the British at the Battle of New Orleans because we'd already signed the treaty again? Of course, the answer to that is no. Could a judge stop FDR from responding to the Japanese bombing of Pearl Harbor because they hadn't formally declared war until 2 hours later? These are questions, these are core Article II powers. So when we talk about the separation of powers, I think we don't teach civics anymore, but if we did, you would learn that the Article III branch, its power is not unlimited either. It's in fact limited. And Congress gets to limit Article III power, which is sort of, I think, one of the reasons we're here today. And I think we've seen, Senator Hawley had the graph of when we've seen this acceleration. And I think the chairman's bill, I'm a co-sponsor of it. I think the time is now. And maybe there is this sort of mutually assured destruction that Senator Schiff is talking about. Maybe these are the conditions by which you actually can get something like this done. But I do want to raise one other question. And Mr. Panaccio, I offer this to you. I mean, it's an open secret. The appellate bar and the politically sensitive litigators know that this randomly assigning district court judge thinks something's wrong here. Something's happening. It is statistically impossible for Judge Boasberg to get the cases he's getting. It's statistically impossible. When I was Attorney General in Missouri, we saw this in the 8th Circuit. The one Democrat appointed judge ended up on the panels. It's statistically impossible for that to have happened in that period of time. So I wanted to ask you, what are some reforms that we might consider to ensure that this is truly random? Because if one of the remedies is that you actually have a randomly selected district court judge, then they ought to be a randomly selected district court judge. Do we have like a lottery? Do we have a big wheel? What are some ideas? Because I think there's enough suspicion right now that it's affecting the credibility of the court.
Thank you, Senator. I'm not an expert on the wheels across the country. My general understanding as a litigator is that most courts employ a wheel. How that wheel is weighted can change from district to district depending on the judges. So, for example, in one of my home courts, the Northern District of Florida, there is a public order that tells you exactly how the wheel will work. 35% of the civil cases to this judge, 60% to this judge, 5% to that judge. My own view is that the more transparency courts have, the better, so that at least the public can know this is how the wheel is working. Even if you don't see the wheel operate, you at least know this is the weighting of the wheel, and that can be based on how many active judges you have, how many senior judges you have, how many judges you have in the district, and the geography of the district.
Well, I would just suggest that I think that in addition to what we're talking about here today, there probably ought to be more reforms contemplated, because this, I think, you don't need to be some soothsayer or the oracle at Delphi to understand that there's something amiss here. Thank you. Madam
Thank you,
Chair.
Senator Schmidt. Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks very much. Thanks you all for being here. The first thing I'd like to do is put into the record a partial list that my office pulled together of nationwide injunctions against the Biden administration that my Republican colleagues celebrated and rejoiced in. So this is a bit of a, what side are you on? Who's in power right now type of debate we're having. The second thing that I'd like to do is to point out that the discomfort to fury, that's kind of the general range, about decisions against the Trump administration may actually have a lot to do with the unprecedented lawlessness and lawbreaking of the Trump administration rather than a weird cabal of judges trying to intrude. And it rolls into something that's very important to the court right now, which is threats to judges and to their families, which I think there's significant evidence to show has been orchestrated and is systematized. It obviously starts at the top with people like Trump and Musk making threats about impeachment and whipping up. In the case of Musk, he has curated a whole armada of characters, to put it nicely, on X, who, when he targets an individual, barrage that individual with abuse and threats. The idea that Musk does not know that he has this curated armada of, let's just say, not entirely all there individuals who are willing to go and harass and threaten when he's identified a target seems unlikely, seems like he knows, seems like it's deliberate. And in that regard, I'd like to put into the record a letter that I wrote to Judge Bredar, who is the new head of the Judicial Security and Independence Task Force. For the first time, the judiciary's felt it has to put together a task force to deal with the campaign of threats that begins at the top with Trump and Musk and then works its way down to where individual judges are not only critiqued, that's fair game, but they're threatened. They're threatened with impeachment to the point where the Chief Justice has had to stand up and say, no, no, no. If you disagree with the decision, that's an appealable issue, not an impeachable issue. So I ask that both be put into the record, both my letter regarding what they have to do. Here's my concern.
Without objection.
I don't know that the Marshal Service is actually going to provide the protection that the judges need. We had a very good response to the Rhode Island judge who was subject to these threats. The court is very impressed and pleased with what the Marshal Service did in that instance. But it gets a little bit different when you start going after, seems always to be female family members. When you start going after spouses, wives and daughters and things like that, You know, if you go after a judge's daughter who lives in a different location, how does the Marshal Service respond to safety issues related to the daughter who lives in a different city, who's not even in the district for the marshals? What do you do about that? And do the marshals have any authority to do any investigative work to see what can be done to understand the threat posture that these judges are facing and who's behind it? And when is it deliberate, or are they constrained only to provide protection, but not look into what the threat is? I think those are really important questions, and I hope that this judicial group will take a good hard look at that, and that's what my letter requests. The last thing I'd suggest is, this ain't that easy. If you are a district judge and you decide that a rule is unconstitutional or an action is unconstitutional, and that action plays out across multiple states, that, as the law of that case and as the law on that subject, ought to be applicable in other districts. And the idea that every time some action is deemed unconstitutional, you've got to file it 93 times to hit every single district before it can apply. I mean, I think we get into some very significant practicality issues as we mount this little crusade that runs exactly counter to where my Republican colleagues were when the shoe was on the other foot.
Thank you, Senator Whitehouse. Senator Cruz.
It's long been said that hypocrisy is the tribute that vice pays to virtue. I have to admit, I'm enjoying listening to my Democrat colleagues suddenly discover the virtues of the rule of law after 4 years where they brazenly supported the most lawless Department of Justice and the most politically weaponized Department of Justice our nation has ever seen. We just heard the senator from Rhode Island talk about the imperative of protecting judges. And yet not a single Democrat senator cared about the violent protesters that showed up outside Supreme Court justices' homes, including, I might note, female justices like Justice Amy Coney Barrett, threatening their family. And Joe Biden's attorney general didn't do a damn thing and refused to enforce the law to protect those judges. Why? Because he agreed with the violent protesters and he wanted to intimidate and threaten those judges. Professor Bray, under our Constitution, who should decide elections, the voters or unelected judges?
The voters are the ones who should vote in the election according to the laws, and the laws sometimes have to be applied by the judges if there are cases.
And under our Constitution, who is charged with making policy decisions? Elected representatives elected by the people or unelected federal judges?
I think the question of policy, Senator, is a little broader than the particular case. So the laws should be enacted by Congress. That's where the fountain of law.
Policy decisions are the elected branches.
Right.
Law is the province of the court. Policy is the province of the elected branches. These are not complicated. Professor Bray, let me ask you this. Do the federal courts have power to issue remedies for people who are not parties to a case?
That's a question I agree is not complicated. They do not have that power.
Is the phrase nationwide injunction or universal injunction found anywhere in the Constitution?
It is not.
First chart. In the first 150 years of our republic, how many nationwide injunctions were issued?
My view is that there were not any until 1963.
0. Now fast forward. How many nationwide injunctions were issued in the entire 20th century?
It's a small number. I would think it would be a dozen, give or take. It's not large.
27, actually. Excluding Trump's first term, how many nationwide injunctions were issued in the last 20 years?
Far more than that.
32. From 2001 to 2024 against Biden, Obama, and Bush, 32. And how many nationwide injunctions have been issued in the last 2 months alone?
There have been quite a few.
37. Let that sink in. There have been more nationwide injunctions in the past 2 months against President Trump than in the entire 20th century. There have been more nationwide injunctions against President Trump in the last 2 months than both terms of George W. Bush, both terms of Barack Obama, and Joe Biden's term. We saw during the Biden presidency lawfare, indicting President Trump 4 times, using the machinery of justice to attack him, and that was an attack on democracy, because Democrats today hate democracy. Democrats today are angry at the voters for re-electing Donald Trump and electing a Republican Senate and a Republican House, and they engaged in lawfare to stop democracy from operating. Understand, this is the second phase of lawfare. Second chart. This is the second phase of lawfare. Now that their efforts to indict President Trump and stop the voters from re-electing him have failed, they're going and seeking out individual radical judges to try to shut down policies, and they are forum shopping like crazy. Give me any loon judge put on the bench by Obama or Biden who disagrees with a policy. We just saw a judge flagrantly ignore U.S. immigration law concerning TPS being revoked. U.S. law explicitly said there's no judicial review for that, but hey, they found a judge who says, you know what? We, the Democrat Party, we are the party of illegal aliens. We are the party of murderers and rapists and gang members, and the Democrat Party exists here to fight to keep murderers and rapists and gang members in your communities. There's a reason the Democrat Party is at 26% approval nationwide, because they put radical policies ahead of rule of law. Nationwide injunctions are an abuse of power. It is the judiciary acting as policy deciders, and it is incumbent on this committee and this body to rein in the abuse of power from these unelected radical judges who are trying to overturn the election because they disagree with what the voters decided.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. Senator Klobuchar.
Okay, that was a lot. Let me start with a few things. Number one, we love the democracy. And I believe what we should be having is a civil debate about how we can best, if Donald Trump wants to make changes to the government, we should be doing it in a legal way, not how he's doing it. And the only reason there's all these injunctions, Senator Cruz, is because he's violating the Constitution. Why would Trump appointed judges?
Why don't you file them in red districts?
Senator Cruz.
Why? What did you just say?
Why don't you file them in red districts?
Point
Why
of
are the
order.
Democrat attorney
Senator Cruz.
generals seeking out
Senator Cruz.
left-wing
my
blue
esteemed
single
colleague.
Quite patient with
One
Senator
second.
Cruz's activities
Yeah.
in this building.
Senator Whitehouse.
He's entitled to.
I'm just going to ask for a point of order. Madam Klobuchar, Senator Klobuchar.
Senator Moody, we have debates on this committee. They occur regularly.
Let's let her have her time, and then we'll get back to that. If you want to wait, we'll get back to you, Senator Cruz.
She's welcome to
Senator
answer the
Klobuchar,
question or
go
not.
ahead.
It's her choice.
Go
I'm
ahead.
so
And I would
excited
encourage you
be
to answer.
following Senator Cruz once again.
Excuse me?
But I will say
Excuse
this.
me, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
To be following him. He and I have a
I was
long-standing-
permitting you your time to continue. To be following him in order.
He and I
Excuse
have
me.
a
Go ahead, Senator
long-standing
Klobuchar.
debate during hearing.
Go ahead,
That's
Senator
what I'm
Klobuchar.
referring to.
Go ahead.
And I will take more than my time, since he's taken more than his time to yell at me.
Go ahead.
So what I
I've
will
marked the
say is
time.
that
I'm not yelling. I asked a question.
Senator Cruz, please, I'll give you time. Senator Klobuchar, I've got the time, and you're be allotted
I
time.
am making the strong case that the reason all these cases have been filed, and the reason that these judges who have been appointed by Ronald Reagan, yes, they still exist, and the Bushes and Donald Trump, judges appointed by Donald Trump, have been making these decisions is because this is not legal. Donald Trump himself has used his social media account, the White House account, to post an image of himself wearing a crown saying, "Long live the king." The issue is that we do not live in a kingdom, and Elon Musk is not his court jester. Ours is a nation of laws in which no one is above the law. That is why 39 different judges from vastly different backgrounds, appointed by 5 different presidents, have made clear that these are illegal actions. And these judges have rightly blocked these actions. And it is important that we not lose sight of the underlying cause of these injunctions. It is not that these judges are crooked or lunatics or evil. Those are words used by the president and his allies. It is because the administration is violating the Constitution. What happens when they use these kinds of words? You see more and more threats against judges. And that is what we're seeing. That is why federal judges and the U.S. Marshals, who are responsible for protecting them, are sounding the alarm about a spike in threats against judges. This is serious. And unlike what Senator Cruz said, I'm remembering when the threat was made, the horrific threats, and the man was in Justice Kavanaugh's on his neighborhood, on his street. On a bipartisan basis, we came together and got more funding for the judges and changed things so that they had more protection. So what he said was completely untrue in terms of Democrats and Republicans decrying violence. We didn't just decry the violence, we actually did something about it in response to a court that is run by Justice Roberts, who is a Republican appointee. So I think that kind of language actually makes the situation worse when it's not even true. But unfortunately, Senator Cruz left, so he did not hear my response to what was a lie. President Trump's attacks on these judges has made for some major risks for these judges. I would ask you, Mr. Panuccio, and not in a partisan way, just normal, as a partner in a law firm, have you ever taken to social media to personally attack a judge who ruled against you? That's all my question is.
Senator, thanks for the question. I think that attacking judges personally and not their reasoning, well, let me just give you a quote. I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind and you will pay the price.
I've asked
you want to know, you won't know what hit you if you go forward with those awful decisions. That was something that Senator Schumer said, and I thought it was awful, and it unleashed a wave of violent threats against Supreme Court justices. I do think that's problematic, that kind of language.
I have no doubt the language is a problem on the left or right. I was just asking you if you have ever personally attacked a judge after you disagreed with the ruling. I'm asking you.
I have
if you
not.
did it. Thank you. And you believe that the proper recourse is to appeal when you disagree with the ruling?
When I disagree with a ruling on behalf of a client, I appeal.
Thank you. That was all I wanted. I was not going to criticize you. I believed that you would not have done this. And so that is my point. When people do this, and right now we have not just a random person on social media doing it, we have the President of the United States doing it. And I would just ask you, Professor Vladeck, in your opinion, are the judges who ruled against the president radical and rogue judges?
No. And just if I might, even though he has also left the room, Senator Schmidt suggested it was statistically impossible that Chief Judge Boasberg has been assigned to multiple cases in the DC District Court. I think that rhetoric is highly inflammatory, in addition to being just mathematically incorrect. There are 31 different cases in the DC District Court alone in which DC district judges have ruled against the administration. There are 11 or 12 active district judges. The notion that one of those judges would have multiple of those cases is not statistically impossible, it's statistically certain.
And if the president does not want to have judge rule against him, isn't the answer that he just follows the law?
One would think, but I think we live in a bit of an upside down world at the moment.
Okay, so this hearing was titled in a very academic fashion, Universal Injunctions. And we can make it all academic if we want. Clearly we haven't with Senator Cruz's remarks. But I just want to make the point that this has a real consequence of these cases that are coming before these judges. This is outside of their decision, which is based on the law and the facts. Sometimes they've ruled with the president, sometimes they've ruled against the president. But just to get it so people understand, this isn't just some academic exercise about injunctions and if they're a good thing to have legally. Last month, a federal judge blocked the administration's plan to slash NIH funding for medical research. Could you talk about the impact if the judge had not been able to issue a nationwide injunction?
Sure. I mean, so Senator, briefly, because I know our time is limited, NIH hands out thousands and thousands and thousands of grants. If you required the recipients of each grant to litigate the rescission of each of those grants on a retail basis, you would have gaps in cancer research. You'd have gaps in all kinds of, work by the National Institutes of Health, because it's not possible that those thousands of the mass action by the government could be challenged on a retail basis in federal courts.
Thank you so much. And
Could I get a second round of
Senator
questions?
Klobuchar, oh, I allowed you to go way over your time in order to
Are
make
we
up, and I
having a
wrote it
second
down.
round?
No, ma'am. I just wanted to let you know that I did give you extra time and over what was taken up.
Okay, the
So thank you
practice of
so
it-
much. I
just-
appreciate it.
Okay, a lot of times when senators are still here and there is no one else here, they let them have a second round.
Absolutely. I'd just like one moment to ask about an issue that
Okay,
came
well, you
up
should, yes.
that is regarding TROs. And I just want to make sure that the committee as a whole has an understanding of TROs, how they are used, so that they can take this into account in the proposed legislation. TROs have been used historically by judges, and they haven't been immediately appealable. And it is in the proposed legislation that we change that practice through law and make sure that TROs are appealable. Do you think that would remedy some of what is happening today and some of the distrust that certain judges are making partisan rulings? Mr. Panuccio.
Thank you, Senator Moody. I do think that when a TRO, well, let me step back. TROs now are starting to look a lot like preliminary injunctions, and preliminary injunctions are immediately appealable. And so it really shouldn't matter what label the court puts on it, whether they call it an administrative stay, a TRO, or a preliminary injunction. If the court is enjoining preliminarily, before a party has proven, before a jury or a judge, entitlement to relief, if they're getting that injunction, it should be immediately appealable, no matter what the label is.
And that would make a significant change in court procedure as it's in comparison to how it's been applied historically.
It would. There is some very recent scholarship out about how exactly it came to be that TROs are not appealable. But given what's happening, yes, legislation to address it would probably be the most expeditious way.
So that seeks to expedite review of some of these cases where judges are issuing nationwide orders. And I want to go back to something that we've heard pretty much on both sides of the aisle today, questions pertaining to executive authority, Article 2 authority, and whether or not that should even be reviewable in some instances, especially as it relates to national security matters. Are there instances to alleviate partisan concerns? And I'm sure as a lawyer, it causes you great concern for the stability of this nation and our separation of powers, that there would be a suspicion of partisan agendas among our judges. That's concerning, correct?
We want our judges to be seen as nonpartisan and applying the rule of law only.
And would there be an instance where utilizing a 3-judge panel might alleviate those concerns?
Thank you, Senator. We have instances of that. There are numerous different kinds of cases where a 3-judge panel, the statutes require that a 3-judge panel is convened, and sometimes it is because the cases are of significant national importance or have some kind of, I don't want to say partisan, but important valence to them in terms of the policy. So we see this in redistricting cases, for example. There are 3-judge panels. So there is a place for 3-judge panels, I think. I will say that I personally don't believe that we should say if someone seeks a nationwide injunction or non-party relief, it goes to a 3-judge panel, because that would give the imprimatur of validity to non-party injunctions. And I don't think they're valid if 1 district judge does it, or 3 or 17. I don't think district courts have that power.
But certainly in some instances that might be indicative that the public may prefer a 3-judge panel for assurance of impartiality, that might be preferable.
Right. Or another way to put it is just to make sure that there is greater deliberation among intelligent judicial minds about major issues. So, for example, you could have, in substantive areas, you could say, look, if it's a case about the president's wartime powers, it's not going to go to a single district judge. It's going to go to 3 judges, because we'll get the benefit of 3 times the benefit of judicial reasoning.
And even if there were a 3-judge panel, the need for expeditious review would still be important if it is a matter of great national concern or interest.
I think expeditious appellate review of cases implicating policies of significant national concern is important.
Senator Brett.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Want to go ahead and jump in. I know that you've talked about a lot of the issues that I wanted to bring up, but Professor Bray and Mr. Paniccio, I'd like to turn to talking about the Administrative Procedures Act and vacature. And one of the provisions of the Judicial Relief Clarification Act, which I am proud to be a co-sponsor of, amends sections 705 and 706 of the APA to limit relief to the persons before the court. My question to the two of you is, can you discuss the emergence of the APA vacature and in the broader conversation surrounding universal injunctions and the importance of addressing that issue in any legislation that addresses the universal injunction problem that we have before us today?
Gladly, Senator. So the Administrative Procedure Act allows challenges and judicial review of agency action. And there is a vigorous debate among scholars about whether the Administrative Procedure Act should be understood as allowing a separate remedy of vacatur. I don't think there is such a remedy of vacatur. There's no traditional remedy called by that name. You won't find it in remedies case books or treatises or anything else. But there's a vigorous debate about that. What I don't think you can really debate is the interaction between vacatur and universal injunctions. So one of the things that we've seen, especially in the Biden administration, is litigants and courts were shifting from universal injunctions to vacatur, especially as appellate courts and some of the concurring opinions from the Supreme Court started to express more skepticism of universal injunctions. And that kind of switch is really important for a legislative solution. It means a legislative solution has to tackle the vacatur problem as well. Otherwise, you're just going to play whack-a-mole and you're going to stop universal injunctions, and all the same things will be done by courts against agencies, at least, under the APA.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Professor Bray is the expert on the history of this. I will just say that, as he has said, the issue of nationwide injunctions or vacatur is they're one and the same. At the end of the day, it's the court granting relief to parties not before it. There is the issue of the set-aside language in 706, and I think any legislation that's going to address the issue of non-party relief needs to take that on. To just take on injunctions would then, in most cases, allow courts just to say, well, I'm going to look over here to the APA and do the same thing.
Okay, thank you. Professor Bray, I want to get your response to some of the criticism we've heard for those that are opposed to curtailing universal injunctions. Let's start with the criticism that we shouldn't eliminate universal injunction because it could lead to inconsistency and an inconsistent application of the law around the country, or in some form of, as you have called it, disuniformity. As you've written about, it seems to me that the question is not about whether we have uniformity. It's more a question about at what level our legal system and our court system is such nationwide uniformity actually achieved. And so the process to get there and how we achieve that, I think, is kind of what is at question. What's your view on the question, and what's your response to the disuniformity criticism of limiting universal injunctions? And relatedly, is disuniformity an inherently bad thing?
So I think there's a lot of value to uniformity in the law. The question is how and when and who gets you there. And in our legal system, we get uniformity, but we get uniformity over time. And I think one of the striking things that you see for universal injunctions is they are proceeding on a premise that the first judge selected with highly intense forum shopping and in a time of high judicial polarization, that the first judge who takes the question is going to be right. But often universal injunctions get reversed or narrowed on appeal. And so there should be no presumption of the first judge to tackle the question is the one who should get us to uniformity. Instead, the right way to get to uniformity is through appellate precedent, which, as Justice Kagan said, is the normal process.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Senator Britt. Senator Klobuchar.
Yep, just two more questions here of you, Professor Vladeck. Federal judges, we were going through NIH and what that would mean if you had to have an individual case in every single grant in every single jurisdiction of the country, which is why we have this ability on the nationwide front. Let's look at something else. Federal judges blocked the administration's funding freeze that jeopardized everything from community health centers to childcare to infrastructure to support for law enforcement. Can you talk about the impact if those judges had not been able to issue a nationwide injunction, including on non-parties?
Sure. I mean, I think we would have seen, Senator, overnight, um, tons of entities that depend upon those federal funds to provide vital services to everyone, just having to close up shop and not being able to provide those services because they don't have the money. And so, Professor Bray is right that the question is uniformity at what point. I think part of what has not been fully explicated in our conversation this morning is that one of the justifications for uniformity earlier rather than later is irreparable harm. And is the notion that but for this kind of relief at this early juncture, Mr. Panuccio has been attacking TROs for most of this hearing. TROs are based on the idea that the harm the party is facing is so urgent that there's not time for the ordinary process. And I think we really haven't done a lot this morning to talk about how these policies are harming people in ways that create, to me, extraordinary justifications for these kinds of judicial interventions.
Okay. Last one. Judges have blocked the administration's plans to empower Elon Musk to rummage through American Social Security information. My words, probably not the words in the law. And get access to their bank accounts, tax returns. This is all the Doge related looking at things. If judges had not been able to issue a nationwide injunction, what would be the impact on the American people?
I mean, again, it's different story, different facts, same problem, right? Which is, you'd need retail litigation by, every American whose Social Security information has been compromised, or you would need to somehow overcome the insuperable barriers that the Supreme Court has created for class certification. And so, I don't mean to beat a dead horse, Senator, but it seems to me that those who are averse to nationwide injunctions, but not to the notion that the federal government should be acting within the confines of the law, should actually be supportive of reforms that would strengthen the nationwide class action as a procedurally proper and historically precedented device for restraining the executive when the lawlessness is on such a wide scale.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. Ranking member.
I want to ask a question of Mr. Panuccio, and I think you addressed this earlier, and I want to make sure there's clarity, at least in my mind, on your response. President Trump's executive orders attacking firms because they employed attorneys who were involved in litigation or represented clients that he did not approve of. I also understand that he's withdrawing security clearances for some members of those law firms, which of course would impact their client relationship and
I hope you thought this through. I hope you know exactly what you're doing.
What is the impact of those executive orders on the targeted firms?
Ranking Member Durbin, you would have to ask those law firms what the impact has been.
What message do you think these executive orders send to the legal community more broadly?
I think you'd have to ask the legal community more broadly.
I'm asking you. You're with a law firm, and it's not unreasonable to ask you. Has it come up in conversation in the last 2 weeks among your colleagues?
Well, it's not what I was invited here to testify about,
Well,
Senator. I think all of these law firms have the ability, if as with any party in this country, to seek individual relief in a court, as many of them are doing.
Yeah. So you kind of think just routine legal work.
Shut up.
Routine, challenging an executive order, whether it was in the Biden administration or this administration or the Bush administration, has become routine in this country, and the courts are open for those individuals to seek redress.
Professor Vladeck, do you have any thoughts on this subject?
I mean, I don't mean to repeat myself from before, Senator. I just think that, we should all be invested, and by we, I mean lawyers, law professors, members of Congress. The courts thrive when they are receiving the best possible arguments from the members of the bar. And, I think everyone's going to have their own views on who has weaponized what against whom. I think the notion that we should be getting to a place where the executive branch is openly threatening law firms in contexts in which those threats are designed to prevent lawsuits against the federal government jeopardizes the very accountability that separation of powers exists to protect.
Professor Bray?
I think you need a strong and independent bar to represent the interests of all the people in the United States.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ranking Member. And because we allowed them additional questioning, Senator Britt, would you like to have any additional questions?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Mr. Panuccio, as someone who worked at DOJ, what's your response to the argument of the universal injunctions are a good thing to help prevent having to relitigate the same issue in multiple jurisdictions?
Thank you, Senator. That's not how our multi-tiered hierarchical court system works. The whole point, the first ground for the Supreme Court to take jurisdiction over a case, the reason it will grant cert, as they say, number one reason they will say is if there is a circuit split. Well, how can we ever have a circuit split if we have a district court, which is lower than a circuit, issue a rule for the whole country?
Right.
The whole point is we have percolation. We have over 1,000 district judges in this country to apply their judicial reasoning. And Justice Ginsburg, it's in my written testimony, she had a very eloquent explanation of why percolation, why getting different decisions from different judicial minds is important. So it is not within our historical tradition to have one judge set a rule for the whole country and have that uniformity. That's not what our legal foundation is built upon.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Senator Britt. I want to thank the witnesses for your time this morning. I know this has been a long morning, but certainly a topic that is important to this entire country. All eyes and attention is on this right now. So we are so grateful. I think what we have learned today is there is a very keen interest to address making sure that our judiciary remains impartial and that it is making rulings only in terms of relief as to the parties before it, and that we are encouraging expeditious resolution of these extraordinarily important matters, especially as you have a president that is trying to deliver on promises made to the American people and restoring safety and justice to this nation. So with that, I thank you for your time. I thank you to everyone that has participated in the hearing today. Certainly, this is the people's house, and it's important that we have members of the public here with us as we are debating and addressing these important issues. Written questions may be submitted.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling Sci War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
Are you ready for the golden age? With recent headlines buzzing about Fort Knox, it's time to shine a light on gold. We've seen questions like, is there really gold in Fort Knox? And is the government secretly moving it? But the real question is, are we going back to the gold standard? In a world where economic stability is uncertain, gold remains a timeless asset. Fort Knox, the fortress of America's gold reserves, is under scrutiny, and this might be the moment gold proves its worth once again. Don't miss out on helping to secure our future. Gold isn't just an investment. It can help safeguard against inflation, currency devaluation, and economic turmoil. Whether it's for your retirement, a family heirloom, or just to have the peace of mind, this is the perfect time to buy gold. Visit badlandsgold.com to learn how you can add gold to your portfolio. That's badlandsgold.com.
Before we discuss today's hearing, I want to touch on a separate aviation matter. Last week, this committee held a hearing on the January 29th DCA mid-air collision. Brigadier General Matthew Brayman, the director of the Office of Army Aviation, appeared on behalf of the Army. At the hearing, both Ranking Member Cantwell and I requested an Army memo outlining its standard operating procedures for when Army helicopters could forego broadcasting their locations and altitudes while flying near DCA Airport. The Army had earlier refused to provide the memo to my staff, despite being allowed to do so by the independent crash investigator, the NTSB. Given the opportunity to be transparent, the Army again refused to commit to providing the memo, which is entitled, automatic dependent broadcast surveillance, or ADSB, out off operations in the national airspace. So Ranking Member Cantwell and I followed the hearing with a joint letter explicitly requesting the unredacted memo. Now for the third time. We made clear to the general that he had 24 hours to provide that memo, or there would be real consequences. It's now been 5 days since the hearing, and the Army has still not provided the memo. It begs the question, what doesn't the Army want Congress or the American people to know about why it was flying partially blind to the other aircraft and to the air traffic controllers near DCA? This is not acceptable. I fully expect that, should the Army continue to refuse to provide the internal memo, this committee will exercise its full authorities to compel its production. Events that have transpired since the January crash underscore the precarious situation in the nation's airspace. Just last Friday, after the hearing, 3 flights were cleared for takeoff at DCA, while a military flyover was approaching Arlington National Cemetery. The U.S. Air Force T-38 came within just half of a nautical mile of lateral separation and as close as 200 feet of vertical separation from a Delta aircraft departing DCA for Minneapolis. The Delta flight's TCAS sounded a resolution advisory, alerting the pilots to a traffic collision and directing them to continue upwards to avoid a collision. This is far too close, seconds away from yet another disaster. The air traffic center that controls airspace around DC notified DCA about the flyover. That should have led to halted traffic. This serious communication breakdown is just the latest in a string of missteps that signal that the air traffic organization is under extreme stress. It is my expectation that all federal actors, when involved in any incident in the national airspace, will be forthcoming when this committee conducts its oversight to ensure flying remains the safest mode of transportation. And I want to be explicit to the Army. Every one of us here supports a strong national defense, but the Army does not have at its option ignoring the United States Senate. And if there is another accident, if another Black Hawk helicopter strikes another passenger jet and murders 67 people, because the Army refused to change its policy of turning off ADSB out, and rather than act proactively to protect people's lives, the Army chose to protect its bureaucratic ass, those deaths will be on the Army's hands. None of us want that to happen. The responsible decision for the Army to make is to provide that memo to this committee today. And again, if the Army continues to stonewall, they will face a subpoena from this committee. That brings us to today's hearing. It is essential for members of this committee to hear directly from Boeing about its manufacturing challenges. I'm glad that CEO Kelly Ortberg is here today and here voluntarily. Mr. Ortberg, welcome, and thank you for testifying. For over a century, Boeing has been building aircraft in America. Beginning with the Boeing Model 1 seaplane in 1916, William Boeing built a company that became a household name. As the First World War broke out, the Boeing Airplane Company began building aircraft for the U.S. Navy. By 1919, Boeing's first aircraft designed for commercial purposes took flight. Throughout its storied history, Boeing aircraft have been synonymous with excellence, quality, and safety in flight. That was until October 2018, when a 737 MAX 8 aircraft operated by Lion Air crashed into the Java Sea, killing 189 people. 5 months later, Ethiopian Flight 302 would crash just after takeoff, killing 157 passengers and crew. 346 souls gone in an instant. Family members of those killed have since become tireless advocates for aviation safety. I welcome those family members who are in attendance today and convey my continued condolences for your loss and express my gratitude for your leadership. Thank you for turning your grief into advocacy. The MAX 8s were grounded soon after the second crash for more than 18 months in the US as Boeing worked with the FAA on a software fix to prevent the technological breakdown that contributed to both crashes. I was among the very first senators to publicly call for grounding the plane, just days after the second crash. When the MAX returned to the air in late 2020, many hoped the worst was behind Boeing. But then on January 5th, 2024, Alaska Airlines Flight 1282 departed Portland International Airport en route to Ontario, California. Approximately 10 minutes into the flight, the mid-cabin exit door plug, a section of the fuselage built to seal off unused emergency exits, fell off the plane, leading to rapid depressurization of the cabin. Oxygen masks dropped and belongings were sucked out of the gaping hole. The National Transportation Safety Board's review found that Boeing failed to include at least 3 of the 4 bolts needed to properly secure the door plug to the fuselage. Thankfully and miraculously, no lives were lost. But the incident produced fresh doubt about Boeing's ability to safely build planes. Repeated worries about production issues at Boeing and its subcontractors has led many to question the company's ability to design and manufacture safe aircraft. Efforts to cut corners in production or to move the next production phase before necessary parts arrive have led to unacceptable failures. Insufficient oversight of third-party suppliers and lack of sufficient internal auditing procedures created an unsustainable lack of safety culture at Boeing. Since the Alaska Airlines 1282 incident, Boeing says it is working hard to address those concerns, including by developing a plan under FAA oversight for renewed safety and quality in production processes. It recently adapted its Speak Up program to allow employees to confidently and anonymously submit a concern when something seems to be going wrong. While the culture will not change overnight, Boeing must continue its work with the FAA to bring safety and quality back fully to its production processes. The FAA has been evaluating key performance indicators, or KPIs, to track Boeing's progress on key metrics. From discussions with the FAA and Boeing, I am told the company is progressing well and is on track to simplify needlessly complex processes, identify points of weakness, reduce deficiencies, and ultimately improve safety. But these conversations alone will not be the proper reassurance. This committee today wants to hear what specific and concrete actions Boeing has taken to fix the problems. How is Boeing progressing in its KPIs? What changes has it implemented to ensure a strong safety culture? And how has Boeing adapted its quality management system? We want to hear these answers not just from the company's CEOs, but from the company's managers engineers, and machinists. I know the workers at Boeing desperately want their company to succeed too. So to those at Boeing facilities who are watching, consider my door open to hearing directly from you how you believe Boeing is turning a corner and fixing what went wrong. President Trump is taking great strides to bring back American manufacturing. I very much hope that Boeing is part of that renaissance. I want Boeing to remain a beacon of American excellence in manufacturing. Our country is better off economically, our aviation system is safer, and our nation is stronger when Boeing is stronger. I now turn to Ranking Member Cantwell for her opening statement. The committee will come to order. The committee will come to order, and you will be removed if you disrupt the proceedings again.
Mr. Chairman, first, before we begin on the point of today's hearing, I too want to join you in our request to asking the Department of Defense to give us information regarding the ADBS issue and the recent near collision, but obviously the tragic accident that happened with a CRJ and a Black Hawk helicopter. The fact that the military asked for an exemption, and in the granting of that exemption with the FAA, made it seem as if that was going to be a rare exemption used only infrequently, to later only find out that it had issued a statement to Congresswoman from the DC area, Eleanor Holmes Norton, that it was basically turning off ADBS 100% of the time. And I think that our FAA acting administrator shed some light on this, but certainly not enough. And I agree with you. We need to have the answers, information that has been presented to the National Transportation Safety Board. That information has to inform us as to this interaction between transportation corridors that are vital to protect for the public safety and what the Department of Defense is using the DC airspace for today, and what are those safeguards. So I will work with you to get the answers that we need from the Air Force. Thank you for holding this important hearing. Welcome, Mr. Ortberg. Thank you for being here. I also want to acknowledge the families that are here. As the chairman said, you have been playing a critical role in aviation safety. People like Nadia Milleron or Javier De Luis, who was an active member of the expert panel, have channeled their unimaginable grief into very positive, purposeful actions for the flying public. And I want to also acknowledge the brave whistleblowers who come forward at great personal risk to themselves to speak about the truth on quality and safety that are so important and so instrumental. I know, Mr. Ortberg, the families are very worried about the company's renegotiation of a plea agreement and the corporate monitoring, and maybe we'll have a chance to talk about that today. We're here today, though, Mr. Ortberg, to see if Boeing and your new leadership are making the fundamental changes that we would like to see to return the trust and the Boeing company to that iconic manufacturer. I think that for many decades, as the chairman mentioned, thank you for mentioning all of that history that includes much success in the state of Washington, the company was the pinnacle of manufacturing success. But we shouldn't forget that that success is also critical to our national security, to our economy. The company employs over 67,000 people in the state of Washington. I think the whole supply chain is well over 130,000 people and contributes $79 billion to the American economy. Boeing remains the largest exporter, and I can assure you, I believe in more exports. And I'd like to see a brighter future for Boeing, and recently met with the University of Washington and Mr. Ortberg and many parts of our aviation supply chain to understand how a tech hub could take us in a manufacturing production to a higher rate of production. This, I believe, is so important. I think that what we're trying to understand is getting rid of safety inspectors is no trade-off, when in reality, aviation innovation can help us with both quality and safety. However, the company must address these manufacturing quality issues. As the chairman mentioned, the two 737 MAX jet crashes killing 346 people, and the Alaska door plug that happened last year. We know the economic impacts of this. Obviously, the MAX, because of a shortcut in safety, cost $35 billion to the company. The door incident and the financial costs to that are just not even good business. But we owe it to the families today to make sure that we are implementing the changes that are necessary to make sure that we are the leaders in aviation safety. I believe that starts with a robust safety management system, and that is what our expert panel found, a requirement from our safety bill to listen to NASA and to other industry leaders about what would help us in our safety culture. And they basically said that these were the important elements of a mandatory safety management system. So today, Mr. Orberg, I'll be asking you about that. And I know that the reputation of the company in the past has been about instituting safety. But in 2020, when we passed the aviation safety bill, the law put the FAA back in charge of approving ODA unit members and restricting the FAA from delegating critical tasks relating to critical design features. And I will want to ask you about that today, and how, if the company had a safety management system, yet we still saw the problems of the door plug and other issues. So these issues about inspector staffing models, service difficulty reports, whistleblower retaliation are all issues I hope we address today at this hearing. This country needs a strong FAA to do its oversight job. The Boeing organizational design authorization that is expiring soon will need to be reauthorized. Will need to be pushed through by the FAA. The last Federal Aviation Administration Boeing Aviation Safety Oversight Office leader, Ian Whan, decided to give an extension for 3 years, hoping that Boeing would make and show progress on that oversight authority before issuing a longer ODA. So we would love to hear about that today, whether the standards laid out in Ian Whan's oversight are being met at the Boeing company. The FAA needs to continue to play that strong oversight role, and the FAA needs to keep pace with technology. If the FAA, and I think NASA could be playing a larger role here in helping on technology, but the Department of Transportation Inspector General identified 16 weaknesses in the FAA's oversight of Boeing's quality management, concluding that the FAA was, quote, not effective at identifying and resolving production issues. And this was despite conducting over 300 audits at Boeing in a 3-year period of time. And yet the FAA wasn't able to detect these critical manufacturing deficits. The issue of the verification optimization program that was to literally basically replace quality inspectors with mechanic self-inspection, I think was the wrong approach. And the airworthiness standards for both the MAX 7 and MAX 10, instead of the design fixes, there were many issues that the Inspector General found were shortcomings. So we as a nation want to be the leader in aviation. We have to be the leader in aviation safety. Mr. Ortberg, you need to channel Bill Boeing. You need to change the safety culture at Boeing, and we're glad you did that by starting your tenure in Seattle. That matters, and that oversight matters in helping us resume the leadership position in aviation. So I look forward to your testimony this morning, those critical steps that the company is taking to restore the safety culture and the manufacturing excellence so our country can again be the leader in aviation and aviation safety. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Cantwell. Joining us today now is Mr. Kelly Ortberg, the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Boeing Company. Mr. Ortberg joined Boeing in this role in August of 2024, bringing with him over 35 years of experience in the aerospace industry. Mr. Ortberg, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Cantwell, and members of the committee for inviting me to testify and your willingness to work with us as we make fundamental changes to our company to restore trust and return the Boeing Company to the American manufacturer it used to be. Since joining Boeing over 6 months ago, I've appreciated the opportunity to hear from many of you, and I'm committed to continue to work transparently with our regulators and with Congress. Last month, on March 10th, marked the 6th anniversary of the tragic loss of passengers and crew members on Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302. I know many victims' family members, as well as those from Lion Air Flight 610, are here today. And I want to extend my personal condolences for the painful loss of their loved ones on our aircraft and offer my pledge to make the necessary changes so this never happens again. Boeing made serious missteps in recent years, and it's unacceptable. In response, we've made sweeping changes to the people, processes, and overall structure of our company. While there's still work ahead, these profound changes are underpinned by deep commitment from all of us to the safety of our products and services. This commitment to aviation goes well beyond Boeing. We play a crucial role in the U.S. economy and the national security, as evidenced by the U.S. Air Force recent selection of Boeing to build the world's first 6th-generation fighter jet, the F-47. As the nation's largest exporter, Boeing has helped support nearly 1.8 million American jobs and contribute $84 billion annually to the U.S. economy. It all depends on us getting this right. I appreciate the opportunity today to provide the committee with an update on the actions we're taking to strengthen our commitment to safety-focused, quality-driven culture, the results we are seeing, and ongoing work we are doing, which is fundamental to our leadership in aerospace. For over a year, we've been working with the FAA on implementing recommendations from the AXA Section 103 Expert Review Panel, which this committee was instrumental in creating. Boeing is implementing a robust safety management system, a framework built on proven aviation industry best practices to proactively identify and manage safety risks that may impact our commercial and defense products. We submitted our plan to the FAA ahead of schedule, and we have a strategy to fully implement well ahead of the required deadline. Under the close oversight of the Department of Transportation and FAA leadership, we're implementing our safety and control and quality plans and directly addressing the findings from the FAA special audit with a focus on 4 major work areas, including reducing defects, enhancing employee training, simplifying processes and procedures, and elevating our safety and quality culture. Many aspects of this plan came from our employees, who generated over 26,000 improvement ideas, which we continue to evaluate and implement in support of strengthening our safety and quality. The impact of our efforts are already evident to our airline customers based on their feedback about the improved quality of our aircraft. Culture is perhaps the most predominant change we're making as a company. We're aligning our culture and our incentives with the values everyone expects from Boeing: safety, quality, and integrity. This starts with our leadership, including me, spending more time listening and learning from our employees, working to restore trust, and holding leadership accountable. I moved to Seattle because I believe our leadership needs to get closer to the people designing and building the aircraft. As part of Boeing's future, we took actions in recent months to improve our financial position and completed contract negotiations with our union production workforce in Washington and Oregon. We also expect to finalize the acquisition of Spirit AeroSystems later this year, which is key to delivering for our commercial and defense customers and will help improve our overall quality and performance. I have confidence in our plan because I believe in the dedication of more than 660,000 employees, 85% of whom are based in the U.S., and our nearly 10,000 suppliers across the country. No one is more committed to our company turnaround than our team. Working together, we're focused on connecting the world, protecting our freedoms, and supporting our economy. And in closing, I want to reiterate my thanks to Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Cantwell, and members of the committee, and I look forward to taking your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortberg. Let me start with just a simple question, which is, can travelers trust Boeing? 346 people died in the two 737 MAX 8 crashes. We are extremely fortunate that no one died in the door plug incident. Since 2018, Boeing's mistakes have caused many people to question whether Boeing is still capable of making safe aircraft. Mr. Ortberg, what can you say here to the millions who will board a Boeing plane this year, to the millions who will put their children on the plane? And I suspect every member of this panel fly Boeing planes every single week. What can you say to the flying public as to why they should trust that a Boeing plane is safe?
Senator, the Boeing aircraft, 737 MAX airplanes take off and land every 2 seconds of the day, safely take off and land every 2 seconds of the day. I'm not denying the horrible incidents that you've outlined. We need to take immediate action, and we are taking action to make sure those accidents never happen again. My family flies on those aircraft as well. And it's critically important that we rebuild trust. And the only way we're going to do that is by building high quality airplanes, having the metrics out of our quality system that show that we're making improvements. And I want everybody to know the entire Boeing team is absolutely committed to building the highest quality aircraft in the world. Air traffic is the safest mode of transportation, and we need to continue and continue to find and learn if there's incidences so that these don't turn into tragic accidents in the future.
As I mentioned, the NTSB's investigation of the Alaska Airlines door plug incident revealed that it was caused by manufacturing errors at Boeing. Mr. Ortberg, you joined Boeing more than 7 months after the door plug incident. What went wrong with the door plug? And what specifically has Boeing done to correct this safety lapse?
Senator, first of all, it's unacceptable that an aircraft left our factory without that door plug properly installed. And let me just make that perfectly clear. That can never happen again. One of the things, there's currently an NTSB investigation, as you're aware on that. We're not waiting for the NTSB to finish their investigation. We've taken immediate action. One of the first actions was to work with our airline customers and the FAA to go inspect all the aircraft out in the field. And we've done that and ensured that there are no other incidences of a door plug not being installed properly in the field. The second thing that we did is we found that the proper paperwork was not completed when the door plug was removed in our factory. We've gone through extensive retraining of our workforce to make sure they understand that violated our policy and that they have to complete the proper paperwork. We've eliminated or reduced the number of people who can actually do the modifications for the door plug so that in the future we have fewer people that are allowed to even touch and remove the door plugs. In addition, one of the contributing factors is we identified that the door plug needed to be removed in order to do some repairs on the aircraft that were a result of defects in the fuselage. Those defects come from our fuselage supplier from Spirit Aerosystems in Wichita. The airplane moved down our factory line too far after we identified those defects, which contributed to the risk the risk of the door plug not being properly installed. So we have made changes to our process, pushed all those defects back up to Spirit Aerosystems, so we're not bringing those into our factories. And so far, sir, we've seen a 56% reduction in defects coming out of Spirit, so that's going to help us significantly. We've also implemented a move-ready safety process, so the airplane cannot move down the production floor if equipment is not installed or rework has not been accomplished. If the aircraft has equipment not installed, we go through a safety risk assessment and look at the risk of moving the aircraft. And we've done that 800 times. And I can tell you, of the 800 times, 200 times we've not moved the aircraft. We've held the aircraft because moving it would incur risk to the production system. And we've also seen a 50% reduction in work that has traveled down the factory floor. We continue to work in improving those numbers. Those are one of the KPI indicators that we're using with the FAA. So we've made drastic changes to our internal process to ensure that this will never happen again.
Okay, final question. I'm sure you're aware that whistleblowers and others, including Ethiopian authorities, have suggested manufacturing errors, particularly with electrical wiring, contributed to the MAX crashes. Mr. Ortberg, is this an issue you've discussed with Boeing employees since joining the company? And if so, what is your opinion on whether there were also manufacturing defects that may have led to the sensor defect?
Senator Cruz, obviously that happened before I joined the Boeing company. My understanding was that the cause of the crash was the MCAS design, and those design change, the MCAS has been redesigned and design changes have been incorporated in all aircraft. I'm not aware of any electrical wiring issues associated with that, but I'd be glad to look into that and get back with you.
So just to be clear, your testimony is you have not had conversations with Boeing employees about whether there were electrical issues that also contributed to that crash?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, thank you. Ranking Member Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Orberg, thank you for the change in tone from the top at Boeing about the safety culture and the focus that you outlined in your testimony, those 4 principles. I wanted to drill down on the safety management system. It has been a voluntary compliance, but our law, well, really actually in the implementation of the 2015 settlement agreement, it was required to implement a safety management system. And then since we've passed legislation for a mandatory safety management system, you mentioned the expert panel. I think they were very critical of the SMS structure that existed at Boeing under that voluntary structure. So how is it that this is going to change? And will you commit today to a fully functioning safety management system that meets the FAA standards?
Senator, you're right. We've been operating under a voluntary SMS for approximately the last 4 years. And I think the Alaska door accident was a cathartic moment for all of us to step back and look at what happened and how could this happen within the safety management system. We had the expert panel. We also brought in outside consultants. The FAA did a comprehensive audit of our systems, and we found significant gaps in many of the processes that we use to implement our safety management system. Those gaps are all a part of our safety and quality plan that we're working with the FAA to improve the overall performance. I'm absolutely committed to a mandatory safety management system. I appreciate your your leadership there. And we're working to get that done. Actually, I'd like to have that in place by October of this year. We've submitted our draft to the FAA, and we're absolutely committed to moving to a mandatory SMS.
Thank you. Thank you for that commitment. The expert panel couldn't have been more specific about this particular recommendation. And I think the industry writ large also thinks it's the gold standard. So certainly appreciate that. Now, when it comes to the ODA FAA oversight and the delegation of authority, this is not, I think the person in charge of this at Boeing has recently been let go or put on leave. So you can tell me how you plan to bolster this position within the company. But when you look at the issues like the MAX anti-icing system issue and the 737 rudder actuator, and these are issues that have been, the subject of, much investigation. In one instance, my colleague who's not here yet, she and I joined a letter asking, for this issue to be addressed and not delayed. So I think the committee is getting a big sense that the NTSB makes recommendations, the FAA kind of ignores them, and then it takes a long time for them to be addressed. And what we're trying to understand is in the ODA process, what structure and oversight, before we hear from the FAA on this point, what do you think about these incidents not being addressed in the oversight process? Like the anti-icing system and the rudder issue.
Senator, we've taken a look at the IG report, which has several recommendations, a series of recommendations to the FAA. Many of those recommendations require support from the Boeing company to provide information and data. So I can assure you they'll get full support to ensure that they have access to all the information they need. Now, on a higher level, the ODA, as you know, is a delegation that the FAA provides to us to do some work that a typical FAA inspector would do. I think the ODA is an important element of the success of the aerospace industry. The people that are our ODAs in our organization operate independently. They operate on behalf of the FAA. They have direct line of communication with the FAA, and we've made, as a part of the feedback, we've made changes to our ODA organization structure to ensure that they're not feeling pressure from management to do things that are not proper. And I think that's been effective. We put an ombudsman in place for the ODAs, so they have someone to go to if they see something that they don't like, or they're feeling any kind of pressure, they can go to the ombudsman. I think that's helping. And we also survey them to continue to ask them, do they feel undue pressure from management or undue oversight from management to do their jobs?
I see that my time is expiring now. I just want to get in this point. You're committing to fix those flaws that I just mentioned. And we can come back to this maybe in a second round, but what are you doing to fix the design and manufacturing defects so that they're not submitted to begin with to the FAA? And so I think as we have to think about our oversight of FAA and the role they play, we're trying to understand what isn't working in this process, that both at the manufacturing level, we have these defects, and then yet they get, checked off on a list. Oh yeah, that's in compliance. And so I don't know if you have a quick answer to that, but.
Senator, we're working, I mentioned the fuselage improvements where we've got over 1,000 applications where we're working with our supply chain to improve the number of defects. I think a main component of that is we have to get to root cause. We can't just fix the defects. We have to get to root cause and make sure the defects go away. So we've enhanced our focus on root cause analysis and ensuring that we're understanding where these defects are being generated and that we're stopping the defect generation so that we're not dealing with them. That's the fundamental improvement that I think we'll see.
And then making sure that the attention is focused not by a business person who's saying we have to go fast.
Yeah, look, I want to be clear. I've not provided financial guidance to Wall Street for the performance of the company. I've not provided guidance on how many aircraft we're going to deliver. I've gone and gotten financial coverage so that we can allow our production system to heal. I'm not pressuring the team to go fast. I'm pressuring the team to do it right.
Thank you.
That's the most important thing we can do at this point.
I agree. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank the family members who are here today representing and advocating for their loved ones who lost their lives on Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302 and Lion Air Flight 610. And I want to offer you all my condolences. This committee has a responsibility to work with the airline industry and FAA to ensure tragedies like these do not happen again. Mr. Ortberg, I appreciated the opportunity to connect with you earlier this week and to discuss your ongoing efforts to enact much needed reforms at Boeing. In our prior conversation, we discussed some of the more challenging aspects of implementing Boeing's safety and quality plan. Specifically, you acknowledged the company's culture as being the most difficult. While I can appreciate the difficulty in reforming longstanding cultural challenges to a corporation as large as yours, and while I agree that it needs to be addressed, that is a long-term change, and it does not necessarily produce immediate results. So in the interim, as you look to instill confidence with the flying public, what challenges and success has Boeing had in enacting that safety and quality plan and meeting the 6 key performance indicators that are outlined in that plan?
Yes, so as you mentioned, Senator, the safety and quality plan has a series of tasks to improve our safety and quality, but we also have metrics that we're using to actually measure are those tasks actually generating the results that we want. Those 6 metrics have control limits with them. What's acceptable, what's unacceptable. We monitor those on a regular basis. These are metrics that we share with the FAA. It's on a digital dashboard. They can look at it at any time, and they do. And we look at both trends. How are those metrics performing day on, day on, day on? And what does the trend look like? But also, what does the absolute number look like? So far, and it's early, admittedly early in our production recovery system, so far we're seeing the results that we expect. The key metrics are trending in the right direction. They're not all exactly where we want them to be, and we didn't expect that. So we continue to measure that. We do that actually across our fleet of aircraft, not just on the 737 MAX program. Those metrics will be kind of the basis that we'll use for determining, are we able to go to a higher production rate? And if those metrics are not showing production stability, then we won't request moving to a higher production rate. We monitor them regularly, and we talk with the FAA monthly about how are we doing with the key performance indicators.
And I appreciate the focus on safety. We have to have that. But in our call, I also brought up to you the concern with the production rate, with the timeliness of it. You told me that Boeing's currently delivering planes 2 years behind schedule, about 2 years behind schedule. My concern with those delays are the potential for negative consequences for both national security and for commercial operations. How, when you're looking ahead at production rates, how long do you think, and I know it's early in your tenure, but Boeing should be able to deliver planes in a timely fashion while also meeting the high safety and quality assurance expectations from the FAA, from your customers, and from this committee? but this committee expects. So what steps do you see Boeing taking to reduce the production delays while still adhering to the plans? So
Well,
are those the metrics, the 6 steps, the metrics that you're seeing? And when do you anticipate in a good setting, when do you anticipate to be able to offer some confidence to the public on that?
So Senator, just to be very clear, we won't ramp up production if the performance isn't indicating a stable production system. We'll continue to work on getting to a stable system. So I have not provided a date as to when we're going to get up to a 38 a month rate. I suspect it'll be sometime this year. I'm hopeful that that's where the production rates or the production stability allows us to go. I will tell you, I've talked to almost all of our airline customers, and they know they're frustrated with us because we're late, as you point out, on aircraft delivery, but they also know that we've got to do this right. And I can tell you, I've got 100% support from them to do it right. I'm not going to push to get the aircraft and end up in having additional issues. Get it right. We'll be patient with you. And, the good news is that our customers have stuck with us, and I expect that they will. And once we get the production system stable, we'll move up in production rate. I don't think we'll ever get to where we recover to all those deliveries. I don't think we'll ever get to a rate where people have their airplanes all when they originally ordered them. But I think our customers understand that, and they're working with us.
And we want you to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Klobuchar.
Well, thank you much, Chairman. I just want to start by expressing my deepest sympathies and appreciation to those who are here today who lost loved ones. We just lost a Minnesotan, Wendy Jo Schaefer, in the tragic midair collision in Washington, D.C. And my thoughts are with all of you, and I hope we can make this better. As Chair Cruz noted in his opening statement, there was a recent close call unrelated to Boeing involving a Delta jet that was filled with Minnesotans, including a member of my staff, that came within 500 feet of a military plane. I actually talked to the DOD over the weekend, Mr. Chairman, and they have assured me this was going to be an immediate FAA investigation. From what I understand, this was not about the airline, and we have to figure out what went wrong here. So my questions of you, Mr. Ortberg, thank you for being here. In your testimony, you discussed the efforts to elevate Boeing's safety and quality culture and how you have engaged workers in the process, generating 26,000 improvement ideas from employees. Could you talk about how you have what work you've done on open communications, and how are you ensuring that employees continue to speak out on issues when they see them?
Thank you, Senator. The culture change and allowing people to speak up is critically important to me, and I think to the success of the long term of the Boeing company. We've made significant changes in our business processes to get people, as I mentioned, closer to the people building and designing the aircraft. We've initiated a culture change process within the company, which, again, I believe culture starts with the values and behaviors at the top, the leadership. We need to walk the talk, and people need to see that in the organization. We're putting those values and behaviors into our performance management system so that people are evaluated, and their annual performance is determined based on how they exhibit those values and behaviors. We're putting it in our training program so that we're training our leaders. We're also making leadership selection decisions based on how do these people exhibit the behaviors in the company.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead. You have one more thing.
My experience is that once people understand what behaviors are acceptable, they tend to align to them. It's when we have a leadership that maybe is not exhibiting the behaviors that are on the poster on the wall, but not exhibiting those. People are smart. They figure out how to understand what they're really being rewarded on. So we're really working to change that culture, and I think get to a culture where people feel free to speak about issues and communicate across their team so that we can get issues resolved quickly before they turn into bigger issues.
Thank you. We also have the issue of pipeline of workers, and Wall Street Journal did a report on this just last year. Senator Moran and I got included in the FAA reauthorization, our bill that created a new grant program to train aircraft manufacturing technical workers. Could you talk about what you've done to make sure that we're getting in more workers and what we should be doing better on that front?
Senator, we spend a lot of activity in early STEM education, supporting STEM-related activities to try to get more young students into STEM fields to support the work that we need. Our workforce is relatively stable right now, which is good. I think we came out of COVID and had significant workforce demand. We've been through that. Our focus right now is on training and ensuring the people that we've brought in are effective and efficient in what they're doing.
Thank you. Just one last question. Following the Alaska Airlines Flight 1282, the door blowout, can you walk through what the enhanced oversight, because since then you've been under this enhanced oversight, walk through it very quickly compared to the previous oversight, FAA oversight?
So there's additional formal inspections being done at Boeing. There's more formal inspections being done at Wichita. Every door, whether it's a door plug or an active door, is going through additional inspection to make sure there's no workmanship errors that would require rework at a later date in our production facility. And as I said, we're seeing very good improvement in the overall quality of the fuselages, and particularly around any door-related issues. We've added significant amount of inspection.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Moran.
Chairman, thank you. I'm told that with your consent, I get to make an opening statement, and I'm grateful for that because I want to follow up on the point that you were made in your earlier indication of a failure to hear a return from the Army. And just to highlight the issue and its broad magnitude and consequence, the NTSB report in regard to Flight 5342 originating in Wichita, Kansas, and having its fatal conclusion at Reagan National, now 63 days ago. NTSB's preliminary report indicates that within the files of the FAA, the indication is that there were 15,000 near misses between a helicopter and a commercial airplane at Reagan National between October 21 and December 24. 15,000 near misses. NTSB also found in the records of the FAA, it's possible for a helicopter on Route 4 to have as little as 75 feet of vertical separation from airplanes on approach to runway 33. That suggests to me there are significant challenges and potential tragedies that take place at Reagan on a consistent basis, known but not responded to over a long period of time. And one of those issues, because of the potential for those near misses and the fact that they are happening on such a frequency, with such a frequency, is the issue of ADSB out, for which the chairman and the ranking member are seeking information from the Army as to why, at potentially on all occasions, ADSB out is turned off. And so, Mr. Chairman, I am grateful for your efforts and your indications of how seriously you take this circumstance and your demand for information. In today's hearing, now to my opportunity to ask questions, this accident that occurred 63 days ago reminds me of the fragility of life. And it makes me even more compassionate and concerned for the victims of those who died in previous crashes. It's a wake-up call and an opportunity to reassess things that are really important in life. And we need to do everything, as we know we need to do, to make certain that those who fly know they are safe, because they are safe. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Ortberg, about a number of things related to Wichita and manufacturing there. But I want to highlight my view that before we talk about the economic and job opportunities that occur with your company, that the most important thing for a future of the aviation industry is the public knows they can fly safely, because they can. In the absence of that, there really is no future for the aviation, for the commercial aviation industry. And so safety undergirds everything that you need to do and that we need to do for a future for your company and a future for the aviation industry in our country. So I want to ask you specifically about some things in Wichita. You were kind enough, you were gracious enough on your third day on the job to visit Wichita. You've indicated in your testimony the role of Spirit Aerosystems to the Boeing company. And I don't know that you said this in your testimony. If you did, I'll repeat you, but otherwise, Boeing is in the process of acquiring Spirit Aerosystems. That is a hugely important company in Kansas, our largest private employer, employing about 12,000 people. And I want to use this opportunity because it will be rare for folks back in Kansas to have the opportunity to ask you about what the future of their jobs are and what the future of many businesses who rely upon work at Spirit. We have hundreds of small businesses who do work for Spirit. Who do work for Spirit, but also do work for Boeing. And so it's not just one company. It's not just Spiro Aerosystems. It's the whole system by which Kansas aerospace and aviation, the air capital of the world, operates. When I first had a conversation with Boeing officials about the potential acquisition of Spirit Aerosystems, one of the things that I think that was said to encourage me to be supportive, this is me putting my own motives into this sentence, but the point was made that it was indicated that without the acquisition of Spirit Aerosystems, the new generation of any aircraft developed by Boeing would not involve work in Wichita or work in Kansas. With the acquisition, the statement was made that the work could be more likely occur. So you're going to build a new aircraft one of these days, and what's the plan for where that work will take place?
Senator, we are an airplane company. We will do a new airplane. That's not in the near future, given the financial performance and the challenges that we have. Obviously, we're studying that, and we have to determine what the final design of that aircraft would be to determine where we're going to manufacture certain components. Let me just assure you that Spirit Aerosystems and the work we do in Kansas is critically important. We're spending a significant amount of our capital to acquire that company, and we're not going to do that and move work out of Kansas. The work that we're doing there is going to stay there. In fact, I'm very hopeful that once we get the acquisition closed, we'll find opportunities to do actually even more work. And again, it's critical that we ramp up our production, because as you know, all those fuselages are built by Spirit Aerosystems. So every time we can move to a higher production rate, it's going to create jobs and opportunities for us in Wichita.
What's the reason that the acquisition of Spirit makes sense, is necessary for the purposes of Boeing building a safer aircraft and having a process in place that works better than what we saw with the door plugs?
Senator, we really believe that being able to focus the organization and integrate it within our commercial production system as a one integrated organization will help us be more efficient and will help improve the overall quality and performance of the fuselages that we're getting from Spirit. Now, as you know, it's not just 737 fuselages. We also have defense related activity. And I'm also excited about the opportunities to couple that with our defense business to grow the work that we're doing there. There's great people in Wichita. You and I had an opportunity to go meet with them. There's a great development of the workforce going on for future employees in Wichita. It's a great opportunity for us to exploit that workforce and build more products in Wichita.
Mr. Ortberg, you surprised me by bringing up the topic of defense work. I was going to forego that this morning because on every occasion you and I have had that conversation because I insisted on it. You voluntarily brought it up, and I'm appreciative that it causes me to then ask this question. First of all, congratulations to Boeing on its successful Air Force contract with the F-47 in GAD. What can I expect in regard to work in Kansas that would help fulfill that contract?
Senator, I can't answer that right now. I'm headed to, after this hearing, I'm headed to St. Louis to talk with my team. There's clear security classifications that I need to understand exactly what that answer is. I'll get back with you on that if you will.
I look forward to having that conversation again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, thank you, Mr. Ortberg, for meeting with me a couple of weeks ago on a January earnings call. And this is to touch on some of the questions you've been asked, but I think it's important to clarify. On a January earnings call, you told investors that you wanted to get through the production cap of 38 jets per month and ultimately reach a production of 42 per month by sometime this year. When I asked you about this, and as I've listened to you answer some of my colleagues here this morning, I am encouraged when you told me that this was not an expectation that you were setting for Wall Street, and that your priority was to ensure production quality, not a particular increase in the production rate. Can you assure this committee that you have not set a 737 MAX production goal for this year, and that neither Boeing's directors nor its other senior management are under pressure to reach a particular production rate by the end of this year?
Senator, we have an internal plan. We have to have an internal plan to allocate our financial resources. So we have an internal plan that has an assumption on the number of aircraft, but we have not committed that plan externally. Normally, airplane manufacturers put out a number of aircraft that they will deliver, and then they march to that throughout the year. We are not doing that. We're not putting out either the financial component or the number of aircraft we'll produce. I have said what I've said here today, which is I do hope that we move from 38, move above 38 per month this year, sometime later this year. When that happens is when these KPIs indicate we're ready to do that. And obviously we have to have the FAA oversight, and the FAA essentially makes a decision as to whether they approve our ability to move beyond that rate.
In light of that internal plan, can you assure this committee that neither you yourself nor any other board member or senior manager at Boeing has a financial incentive tied to an increase in production rate?
We have, Senator, we have a incentive plan that's based on the overall performance of the company. If we produce higher airplanes, that will result in higher performance. So it's indirectly, but we don't have a specific number tied to that, and nor have I communicated a specific number to the employees in the company. So employees are not marching to a particular airplane production rate.
But if the production rate increases, there is financial incentives for yourself and other board members and senior managers.
Our annual incentive plan has sales, profit, the normal financial measures, and obviously the more airplanes we deliver, the higher those numbers would be.
Okay, I want to go to the delegation of inspection authority, a discussion that has already happened today. In October, the DOT's Inspector General found FAA's oversight of Boeing production was not effective. The FAA's oversight was so bad that the IG issued 6 separate recommendations to the FAA to fix its process. There were many terrible findings in the report, but one of the most shocking was that shortly before the door plug blowout, individuals within the FAA wanted to delegate airplane airworthiness inspection authority back to Boeing. Even worse, these individuals at FAA wanted to do this without any criteria, by which to assess whether Boeing could be trusted to properly carry out these inspections. It isn't just unacceptable, it's a total dereliction of duty on the part of the FAA. Prior to the 737 MAX crashes and production problems with the 787, FAA allowed Boeing to self-inspect their aircraft to ensure they conform to the FAA-approved type design. However, in the wake of the MAX crashes, we learned that Boeing had abused this authority. Boeing had knowingly and repeatedly produced 737 MAX aircraft with non-functioning angle of attack disagree alerts in blatant violation of the plane's approved type design. And I believe strongly that FAA must not delegate inspection authority back to Boeing until, at a minimum, FAA fixes its own ineffective oversight of Boeing's productions. Mr. Ortberg, will you commit to not seeking and not accepting delegation of airworthiness inspection authority from the FAA until the FAA has implemented all 16 recommendations from the October Inspector General report?
Senator Duckworth, what I can commit to is that we are working transparently with the FAA and will support by providing them whatever information they need from the Boeing company to address the IG report. Those recommendations were specific to the FAA, so I'd have to defer to them in terms of their plans relative to implementing those recommendations.
That's not what I'm asking you. It is up to the FAA to determine if delegation is permissible, but it will be up to Boeing to decide whether to accept that delegation of that responsibility. You're trying to restore Boeing's reputation. I don't see how it would help that effort for Boeing to return to inspecting its own airplanes for federal compliance while the FAA's oversight process is still broken. That would just look like Boeing is taking advantage of a hobbled regulator. Will you commit to not seeking and not accepting redelegation until FAA fixes its oversight by implementing all of the IG inspectors' recommendations?
Senator, again, we have to work very closely with the FAA. They're our regulator. They provide the oversight and direction. And so I can't commit to that.
Why not? If they came to you right now and say, we want to give you inspection authority back today, would you accept it?
Only if that made sense relative to performing the tasks and the overall safety of the aircraft. We would not sacrifice safety of the aircraft by asking for delegation.
I'm asking you to commit to not accepting it until the process has been fixed. So you would accept it back?
Senator, delegation is a very important part of our business process and how we interact with the FAA. So we have to continue to go forward with delegation. We are committed to make improvements where improvements of needs have been identified.
But you have a track record of abusing that self-inspecting authority. And you've already said that you and senior managers and board members would make more money if you can put more aircraft out. I think that it is not appropriate this time for you to accept that delegation of authority should it be offered to you by the FAA before the FAA has met all 16 of the IG's recommendations on how to fix the inspection system.
Thank you. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ortberg, thank you for being with us today. I think that listening to this today, it made me think of Secretary Duffy's remarks that it was time for you all to have some tough love. And I agree with that. And I appreciate the conversation around how dedicated you are to addressing a comprehensive safety plan. That is important. And I want to talk with you about what you're doing to improve your company's culture and that work culture. This is a very important part of any business. It appears that your company work culture has been frayed. So very quickly, what are you personally doing to change this work culture at Boeing?
Senator, the first thing I'm doing is leading by example and getting our people closer to the people doing the design and the production of the airplane. So, tomorrow I'll be in St. Louis with the people that are manufacturing military airplanes on the floor. Next week I'll be in Everett, Washington with our wide-body team, talking to union members about the difficulties that they're having in manufacturing the aircraft and what we need to do to help them be successful. So that's the first step in changing the culture, is getting people to recognize that leadership's role is to help the organization be successful, not to make themselves successful. So we've got a lot of activity underway to do that. We've made
How are your employees responding to that?
very positively. Very positively. We just did an all-employee survey, which is a means that I'm going to use to measure the culture change. And we have that survey structured so I can look at any place in the organization.
Okay, then let me do this. I want to ask you about whistleblowers,
Okay.
because we've heard from some of the Boeing whistleblowers, and I know you're familiar with their names, but you don't have a good record of protecting and supporting whistleblowers. And some of the stories around these whistleblowers has been very upsetting to people like me who have worked through my public service to protect whistleblowers. I think that they're essential. So talk to me about what you're doing to change that policy to support and not to ostracize or isolate whistleblowers.
Senator, the company has an anti-retaliation policy. It's unacceptable for anybody to retaliate against, whether it's a whistleblower or anybody bringing up a quality issue. And I've made that perfectly clear in all of our all-employee meetings, all-employee sessions. In fact, I've told employees if they have an issue, send me a note. I'll address it. And some have sent me a note. I've met with the whistleblower, one of the whistleblowers. My door is open to discuss with any of the whistleblowers what they're seeing and make sure that there is no retaliation in the organization. But this is a part of the culture change within the company is we need.
Oh, not to interrupt, but I want to ask you, are you stepping back to some of those whistleblowers who have experienced a less than positive relationship? Are you righting those wrongs?
Senator, in many cases, the whistleblowers that I'm aware of, those activities happened a long time ago. Some of those are still with the company, and I've met with one of the whistleblowers with the company. So I know that in the past, all the retaliation claims have been thoroughly investigated, and if there's retaliation, there's been corrective action taken.
Okay, let me move on. COMAC. I think we're all concerned about COMAC and the Chinese Communist Party. And the CEO of Ryanair recently said they were open to buying planes from COMAC. We're all concerned about competition that would come from China and the Chinese Communist Party. So what steps are you taking to innovate and to make certain that you are competing and out-competing our foreign competitors?
Senator, COMAC is a competitor. We also have a much bigger competitor in Europe that we compete with on a regular basis in all of our markets. We have to stay competitive. We have to invest in the future of our company. We're investing in new versions of the MAX aircraft. We're investing in the new largest wide-body airplane, dual-engine airplane in the history with our 777X program. And all those airplane investments are about staying ahead of the competition and making sure that we can compete in a global market.
Thank you.
Senator Lujan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this hearing as well. Mr. Hornberg, thank you for being here today. I'm going to follow up with something Senator Blackburn asked. What specific steps has Boeing taken to strengthen whistleblower protections and ensure employees feel safe reporting potential safety issues?
So we have a speak up system, which is an anonymous ability to speak up about something that's going on. We have a chief compliance officer who's independent from the organization, reviews those speak ups. And I have a monthly meeting with that chief compliance officer to make sure that if people are bringing things up anonymously, that their anonymity is retained. Look, our policy, as I said, we have a clear anti-retaliation policy, and if we see any retaliation, then we address that immediately with disciplinary action up to and including dismissal.
Appreciate that. Representatives from Boeing's Machinists Union, SPEEA, the Society of Professional Engineering Employees in Aerospace, have emphasized the importance of employees feeling empowered to speak openly about those safety concerns. Mr. Ornberg, will you commit to having union representatives directly involved in Boeing safety discussions and decision-making processes going forward?
Yeah, Senator, we've made actually some new changes in that regard. As a part of our recent IAM negotiation, we set up to where the IAM, the union actually has an annual meeting with our safety committee of our board so that they can actually go completely around the management and talk directly to our board of directors about any safety issues that they see. I also have a regular meeting with the union leadership on all sorts of issues, including any safety-related issues. And of course, this speak-up system I talked about is certainly open to all of our union members as well as non-union employees.
So it sounds like that's something you will commit to and you already have.
Yeah, we're doing that. And I certainly want to have an environment where if there's a safety, I don't care who it is in the organization, if there's a safety-related issue, that's communicated and acted upon immediately. And that's the environment we're trying to make.
I appreciate that. Later today, President Trump plans to announce reciprocal tariffs against a number of countries. Few details are known beyond this. If the Trump administration moves forward with proposed tariffs, what impact would this have on Boeing's operations, particularly your suppliers and workforce in states like New Mexico?
Well, Senator, a little bit of the answer to that is it depends on what the tariffs are, and I obviously don't know that, so I'll be watching this afternoon as that's announced. That's important to us. But I will say that 80% of the airplanes we deliver, the commercial airplanes we deliver, are outside of the United States. So free trade is very important to us. And 80% of the content of those airplanes, it comes out of the United States. So we really are the ideal kind of an export company where we're outselling internationally. It's creating U.S. jobs, long-term, high-value U.S. jobs. So it's important that we continue to have access to that market and that we don't get in a situation where certain markets become closed to us.
Appreciate that. Where does Boeing see the most significant growth opportunities over the next decade, and how will Boeing ensure that its safety and quality management practices keep pace with your ambitions?
We have nearly $500 billion in current backlog. That's airplanes that have been ordered. Our biggest opportunity in the next 5 years is to deliver high quality, get our safety quality plan in place. We do have a couple new variants that, as I talked about, that we need to get through certification and into the market. But I'm confident that the Boeing company can thrive if we get our safety and quality plan done right, and we will.
I appreciate that, sir. I'm not going to ask you who named the F-47. I'll leave that to someone else. Okay. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Lujan. We'll begin a second round of questions, and I recognize the ranking member, Senator Cantwell.
Thank you so much. That's a trivia question for, oh, he was a test pilot from your state. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Well, okay. Well, we want to return to, if it ain't Boeing, we ain't going. That's where we want to go. That's where we want to go. This questions on ODA and compliance. I just want to point out that in the 2020 Act that we passed in the aftermath of the MAX crashes, we mandated that you cannot delegate certification tasks related to critical functions. So we basically have said you can't delegate. And so I understand my colleague's question, and it's an important one, but in reality, we decided as a committee, we're not allowing the delegation of critical functions anymore because the MCAS system was a critical change and it was something the FAA missed. In addition to the company missing it, the FAA didn't understand. And we don't think that we believe in redundancy in a lot of different areas and redundancy in this case of the FAA doing its job and understanding what's being proposed. So those critical features can't be delegated. And so the FAA has to do its job. And so I think in the next time we get, we have a nominee now for an FAA administrator. These will be very relevant questions for them on their strategy, but we will be asking them how they're going to have the workforce, the technological expertise, and all of that to stay at pace and then to make an ODA system work. But we're not allowing them to take critical safety features. We're not allowing them to delegate that. So anyway, that'll be an interesting point. Now, I do think the question I have on the compliance administrator, you guys have a Boeing problem-solving method. I know that the person who was in charge of that has just been recently either laid off or changed. What are you doing to make sure that that position, why the change? What are you doing to make sure that who you have in this job is standing up for these root cause analysis issues that you mentioned?
Senator, we'll go through a elaborate interview process and ensure that we select the best talent to do that job. That's critical. A critical component of that job is to be able to provide that overall independence, and we recognize that, and we'll fill it with the appropriate person after we get through the interview process.
And do you think that you're in alignment with SPIA and machinists on what the feedback process is in the company? I asked the former FAA administrator whether he believed that the FAA should have oversight into those issues being brought up. So you've mentioned speak up a couple of times,
Yeah,
and I'm
right.
just not familiar where you are in your conversations with SPIA and machinists, whether they are satisfied, what we have to do to make sure that they feel like they have a voice without intimidation.
Yeah, I think we're making progress, Senator, in that area. We do a survey to make sure we understand what is the current situation. We've seen 3 times the number of speak ups in the last year over the prior year. So that gives you an indication that people are feeling comfortable to use the system. We still have culture work to do. I think that there probably are people in the organization who say, I'm not sure I feel comfortable about utilizing the system. And we continue to work on that to make sure that everybody feels comfortable utilizing it. But we are seeing improvements. We also have improved the system so it's easier to use. And I think that's helping as well.
Well, I think going back to the expert panel report, they were saying that the processes on SMS are not, I'm quoting now, structured in a way that ensure all employees understand their role, and the procedures and training are complex in a constant state of change, creating employee confusion, especially among different work sites and employee groups. So I think this getting this employee input, and then what would you say about the FAA having some insight into that? Listen, this committee is, we're having a very big discussion with both FAA and NTSB on trend reports. The NTSB is identifying a lot of trends, and we're saying, well, why FAA aren't you paying attention to the trend reports? In fact, we also mandated, a requirement that they publish a trend report every year so that we can see what the NTSB thinks are those trend reports. So are you committed to the FAA having some insight into that process, whatever it becomes, where the machinists and SPIA members can speak up and the FAA can have some insight into that?
Yes, Senator, we're absolutely committed to that. And I've talked to the FAA. I've talked to Chairman Hamandi from the NTSB to make sure they know that we'll be transparent and provide them the information to allow them to do that. I think Chair Hamandi has publicly said she believes the next accident is lying in the data, and that we need to do a better job of analyzing the data. We've stepped up our in-service data collection process for our airplanes in service. So we can do just that, start doing more data analytics on what we're seeing, identify trends before they become incidences. And I think what she says is absolutely right. We need to be transparent. The industry needs to be transparent.
Thank you for that.
On this data.
I see my time has expired to go to the next round, but that is a change. What you just said is a big change, is it not? The in-service data analytics.
Yeah, Senator, this is a massive change that we've been making in the company. We've talked a lot about manufacturing changes, how we build the airplane, how we design the airplane, but it's also super important that we pay attention to how the airplane is being operated, how it's being maintained. And we have the ability to collect a lot of that information from our customers and look for trends, use artificial intelligence algorithms to help us sort through that data and find trends and then go address those trends. And those trends could result in changes to the airplane or changes to the training or changes to the maintenance processes, whatever the corrective action, it's important that we do that.
Well, I actually believe that you could do a better job at analyzing that information faster and getting that to your engineers that give them data to think about things. And so I think that's a very, very important change. And I also just, as my colleague was asking about trade, I'm not going to ask you about that, but I would just point out that the world demand for airplanes is 40,000 planes over, I think, the next 10 years. So the race is on.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate you getting the safety right. Thank you.
Senator Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. I first want to offer my deepest condolences to the families of the victims of the Boeing crashes who are here today. Thank you for being here. And we're going to remember your family members every day that we're working on these issues. Your courage in fighting for a safer aviation system is inspiring, and it is going to make our committee accountable to you to make sure that we do the work that you want to see put in place for every family that flies in our country and around the globe. So I'm very grateful for your incredible work on these issues, and thank you for being here. Mr. Ortberg, thank you for being here today and your work over the past several months to improve Boeing's safety culture and improve lines of communication with workers. I want to discuss that safety culture and the importance of labor representation in key engineering decisions. So I want to get straight to the point. Mr. Ortberg, does Boeing currently have a single representative of workers on its board of directors?
No, sir.
Do you agree that it's a problem that the engineers and aerospace professionals responsible for designing and manufacturing the planes are excluded from boardroom decision-making?
Senator, as I mentioned, we have a process where we do have the union membership come and meet with our Aerospace Safety Committee of our Board of Directors on an annual basis to discuss with the board any issues that they see, whether they're safety related or any other related issues. They also have access to me and the management of the organization.
Yeah, well, again, I think that all of the communication should be much more frequent and direct, and that's why the board of directors is such a focal point, because obviously you and the other executives have to deal with the board of directors on an ongoing basis. In Boeing's 2025 proxy statement, it identifies 7 directors with expertise in safety. So let's take a closer look at those directors with supposed safety expertise. One board member with, quote, safety expertise was, up until her retirement yesterday, the CEO of Duke Energy, and was previously a senior partner at Arthur Andersen, the accounting firm indicted following the Enron scandal. And another board member with, quote, safety expertise is the CEO of a biopharma company who previously served on the board of directors of Norfolk Southern and spent nearly 2 decades at Morgan Stanley. Mr. Ortberg, in your view, do those board members have, quote, safety expertise?
Senator, those board members provide a very, very good input on safety. Now, the safety is not aerospace safety, I granted, but for us to be able to learn on how pharma treats safety is very interesting to have board members who can provide different perspectives on how they treat safety in their different industries. Clearly, the energy industry, how they treat safety is very important to their business. And so we view having a diverse set of inputs into that helps us think through and benchmark what are other people doing in this area to see if there's better ways for us to do it.
In my opinion, using that as the criteria, Duke Energy or Biopharma, makes every person in America a safety expert. They could bring the perspective of their industry into your boardroom. And I just think that that's absolutely not accurate. That there has to be a particular expertise about the aerodynamics that are at the heart of your industry. And that's a very, very specialized kind of safety knowledge. So there's no way that these board members should qualify as safety experts any more than any other industry should. And I recognize that Boeing has added a couple of individuals with real expertise and experience flying planes and overseeing important organizations over the past few years. But Boeing's board still includes numerous financial professionals and no representatives from its workforce. Financial engineering and real engineering, never the twain shall meet, just two different concepts altogether. So let me address this from a different perspective. The FAA has delegated authority to Boeing to conduct certain safety and compliance oversight on its design and manufacturing processes. In return for that delegation, the public should be confident that Boeing is prioritizing safety at all levels of the organization. But without representation of workers on its board of directors, Boeing is still flying blind, because you don't have the workers there on the board giving the insights that the board should hear about whatever safety defects are potentially going to rise. And again, the board should not be shielded from hearing this directly. So Mr. Ortberg, do you agree that companies like Boeing that have been delegated, you've been delegated the oversight authority by the FAA, you're given essentially a take-home exam that you shouldn't include representatives of the workers on the board of directors to make sure that you're hearing their voices on an ongoing basis?
Senator, at every board meeting, we have an aerospace safety committee meeting that goes through all safety-related issues. That input comes from anywhere in the company, including our labor workforce. So I do believe that the message is coming through. I think the message is analyzed, and the board takes it very, very seriously.
Well, from my perspective, that's not enough. That the board members themselves should be hearing from a worker with expertise in safety issues. So they're hearing it directly in every board meeting, what the concern is that workers may have. And I think it's a fair trade, to be honest with you. Boeing receives some authority to self-regulate while creating structures on its board to ensure that it is prioritizing safety and not profits. And that's why today I am introducing the Safety Starts at the Top Act, which will require major aerospace manufacturers that have been delegated regulatory oversight from the FAA to include multiple labor representatives and safety experts on their board of directors. Safety must start at the top, and the top is Boeing's board of directors. Safety must be in the room. Expertise must be in the room, and I'm looking forward to working with my colleagues to ensure that kind of representation is on the board. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence.
Senator Markey, thank you. Senator Rosen.
Well, Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I want to thank the chair and ranking member for holding this really important hearing today. And last year, this committee held a hearing to discuss the findings and recommendations issued by the Organization Designation Authorization, ODA, the expert review panel. In that hearing, I asked a question about how the ODA report found that input from Boeing's pilots were neither consistently nor directly delivered to the highest levels of decision makers in the organization. I believe it's essential to make sure that pilots have a seat, not just in the cockpit, but at the table, so that we ensure their expertise guides and enhances airline safety. It's why I'm glad to see that in the summary of its new safety and quality plan, Boeing has committed to elevating human factors and strengthening the role of pilots in the design process. So, Mr. Ortberg, how has the role of pilots in the Boeing design process changed since the ODA review? What are you doing differently now? And what will Boeing ensure, and how will you, ensure that there's meaningful and consistent input from pilots integrated and prioritized into the design process?
Senator, first of all, I agree with the premise of your discussion. We really do need to have very strong input from the pilots in both the design and the operation of the aircraft. And we've changed our organization. We've added a human factors chief engineer, which is a pilot who spends time understanding the interaction between the pilot and the aircraft in all the design aspects of the airplane, but also the operational aspects, looking at our manuals, looking at our fault trees to make sure that from a pilot perspective, how will that interaction with the aircraft happen? And I think this is an area that will help improve our overall safety going forward.
Thank you. I do agree, because at the end of the day, the pilot, that crew, that emergency might happen. It happens like this, and there has to be that way that integration works. So thank you. I want to talk also a little bit about retaliation and its impact on safety, because the ODA expert panel report we reviewed last year found instances where Boeing supervisors worked on annual assessments, on self-audits or investigative processes, which could present conflicts of interest. It could erode independence or even compromise Boeing's commitment to a non-retaliatory and impartial environment for its workforce. Throughout the report, those folks interviewed gave examples of the consequences of raising concerns about potential interference and retaliation from managers and supervisors. It's not acceptable. Not acceptable. So again, do you have confidence that Boeing is now taking the necessary steps to implement systems that provide workers with multiple channels for raising concerns? Because this is really important that they're addressed without fear of retaliation, as well as creating a culture of encouraging and incentivizing safety at every level. And it's just so important that each piece of the puzzle, if somebody has a concern, that they are able to raise it without fear of retaliation. I can't stress this enough, because as you know, lives are on the line when people sit on your planes.
Yes, Senator, first of all, I agree with what you said. I think it's absolutely critical that we have an environment. We did take the feedback from the report, and we've changed our organization structure to address that specific issue. So we provided more independence for the ODAs, and they don't have a situation where someone's providing a performance review that could apply pressure to them. So I think we've sincerely addressed the concerns that were outlined in the report. And as I said before, we've added an ombudsman as well to the ODA, and that gives them someone to go talk to if they see something or if they're concerned about bringing up an issue. And we think that's having a good effect as well. So I believe we are addressing those issues, but we'll continue to monitor it. And if we have to make more changes, we'll do that, because I absolutely agree with you. People need to be free to make the right decisions without any kind of over pressure from management.
Thank you. I have one, just one question is very brief. If you could be brief about it. You talk about you're rebuilding your human factors expertise. Not everything can be done by AI and artificial intelligence or machines and all of that. We still need to be engaged. So how is the process of rebuilding this capability, the human factors, going at Boeing?
We just stood up this organization, and it's an organization that's filled with pilots. We've also developed what we call e-cabs, which are actually cockpits that they can go fly. They fly designs. We have potential design implementation. They go fly those to look and understand what the pilot implication is early in the design phase so that they can drive human factors related requirements into the design, and we don't have to deal with it later on after the design is done. So I do think we're making really good changes to get more of that upfront in the design and development process. And we're filling this with world-class people who are very expert at flying aircraft.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blunt Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And really appreciate the convening of this hearing. On behalf of the families who are before us, as a senator who represents individuals who perished in the most recent flight in Washington, D.C., this hearing about aviation safety is critical to all Americans and in our ability to have confidence in flying. And so, Mr. Ortberg, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me prior to the hearing as well. I want to focus my questions on workforce. And I served in the state of Delaware as head of state personnel. And so I understand the challenges and the importance of hiring, firing, retention, culture, as you've talked about. The fact that we have an aging population in this country and that really impacts retirements and our workforce planning and succession planning. Boeing's workforce, its engineers, its machinists, safety inspectors are the backbone of the company's ability to manufacture safe and reliable aircraft. However, recent safety concerns and production delays, coupled with over 4,000 layoffs in November and December of 2024, suggests that Boeing's workforce may not be adequately supported, trained, or staffed to meet the company's own quality and safety commitments. And from my understanding, if I were to order an airplane today, it could take more than a decade for it to be delivered, which suggests major challenges in the production pipeline, challenges that might stem from workforce shortages or training gaps. Can you talk to me a little bit about workforce planning? Describe how current or projected workforce shortages are affecting the company's ability to maintain its safety and production standards.
Senator, one great thing we have is that our mission is awesome and people want to work for the Boeing company. So we really don't have a challenge attracting people who want to work for the Boeing company. I think where our challenge is more making sure that we can train them. The kids of today are more digital than mechanical. And so that means a different set of training curriculum for when we bring them into the company. Our retention's quite high for all the challenges we've had. That's actually good. So, my focus right now on our employees is engagement, better communication, and helping train them to do their jobs more effectively. And I think if we continue to do that, our mission will remain awesome. We'll be able to recruit who we need to make the company successful.
So just to be clear, there are no areas where you're seeing workforce shortages or challenges. As state personnel director, we were challenged with, again, people leaving, that talent, that brain drain. You don't see that in any area, particularly in safety positions?
I saw that much more 5 or so years ago than what I see today. I mean, I'm sure there's a pocket within the company where we need some additional resources. But in the main, I don't see any major resource gaps for us to execute our plans.
If it would be helpful as a follow-up, if you could go back and just share with us if there are any particular areas, especially since I'm also on the committee that works on labor. And so looking at education and labor and making sure that there is a real pipeline is really important to us. The FAA and the NTSB rely on Boeing to maintain strict internal safety reviews. However, every company has employees that make difficult workforce decisions, such as retiring and seeking other employment. So again, just ensuring that your new hires are even trained. Can you talk a little bit about how you're adequately training new hires to prepare them to uphold your safety commitments?
Senator, this has been a big part of our safety and quality plan with the FAA is additional training. We've added an additional 550 hours of curriculum to our training because we found some gaps in what we were training. On average, we've increased the training program by about 20 hours from, say, around 120 hours to 140 hours. So we are increasing the training. We're also adding competency evaluations for our employees before they get onto an airplane and start doing work to make sure they're competent in the work that they have to do. If they don't pass the competency, they go back through additional training to make sure that they are trained to do the actual work that they're doing. We've also kind of changed how we're training. We found that in a lot of cases we were training people in a lab and it didn't replicate the actual environment that they once they go out and build the airplane. So we've brought actual airplane parts, tried to replicate much more of the actual work they're going to eventually do in their training program.
I would just close with, as I shared with you, we have some of my constituents that work at Ridley Park. They take great pride in their work. They've been fortunate to have good leadership, union leadership as well, that have advocated for fair wages and safe working conditions. And I would love to follow up on your relationship with labor unions and particularly with increased automation and global competition, just the concrete steps that you've taken to protect and sustain union jobs for the long term.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ortberg, great to have you here today. I appreciated the phone call we had just days ago and want to learn more in coming days, weeks, and months as it relates to your new strategy for improvement. But you've done a good job answering questions today. There is, as we discussed, there's been a public loss of trust due to systemic issues that have put lives at risk at your company. I get the sense from our conversation and also your answers to questions today that you realize this, you're committed to changing this, and we are here to the extent we can be constructive in that effort, either critically or supportively in making sure you succeed. Relatedly, AI, automation, and data analytics, I keep hearing have the potential to revolutionize production, not just in the aerospace industry, but also seemingly every other facet of life and certainly manufacturing. I'd like to understand what concrete steps Boeing is taking to ensure that these tools of the digital economy aren't just in place, but are going to make a measurable difference in preventing defects, predicting failures, restoring public confidence in your aircraft. Has Boeing integrated AI or automation to detect defects before planes are delivered to customers? And if so, how effective has it been so far?
Senator, we use generally large language models. We're using those large language models right now to enhance our assembly instructions and our documentation to make sure that it's clear, it's more concise, and that will help with the overall safety and quality of the aircraft. I know we're doing data analytics as well using AI algorithms. I'm not an expert on that, so I can't give you too much details, but certainly can look into that and get back with you. But I assure you our team is looking at how to utilize AI to do the data analytics to find trends and predict trends and improve the overall performance of the aircraft.
That's great. I know it'll be important to your customers, to the broader public, and to your employees moving forward. You have 8,000 direct and indirect jobs that your company supports just in the state of Indiana alone. I want to thank you for that. Almost, $500 million of economic impact on our state. In light of these new tools like AI and automation, can you speak to steps that Boeing is taking to ensure that the employees are adequately trained and prepared for this future of aerospace, which we all anticipate bringing more safety to the operations and things we manufacture as well?
Yeah, so within our engineering organization in the company sits expertise in AI, and we have our own internal AI algorithms, so we're not using external algorithms and data. And we have a training program where we train new engineers on how to utilize these AI tools in their everyday tasks. So, it's almost like, how do you design a circuit card? You have to have training. And people have these tools, and they're available to our engineers, and they utilize them on a day in, day out basis.
If there are things that we can be doing here at the federal level of government to change existing workforce training programs, to better prepare even our young people for these jobs of tomorrow, which increasingly seem here today. So the changes in the technology and therefore the workforce skill needs are changing so quickly, but we want to keep up the best we can. So please don't hesitate to work with members of this committee on optimizing those programs or replacing them if necessary. How is Boeing leveraging data analytics to track patterns and maintenance issues to prevent future failures? Is that something you could speak to?
Yeah, we have a program we call our cost program, which is a program with our airline customers where they report data to us, and we have a large base of airline customers. Not everyone reports, but most of them do. And that allows us to analyze events, look for trends, follow up on safety issues with the airlines. It's been very effective. I mentioned earlier, we're stepping up our efforts in those analytics to look for more trends using AI tools to sort through the data to see if there are trends or things that we can't see with the human eye, and ensure that we're identifying those before they turn into an incident.
Thank you, sir. Chairman?
Thank you. I will now call on myself. Thank you, Senator. Good to see you, Mr. Ortberg, and really enjoyed our visit. And we had certainly something to celebrate when we were able to talk about that. We can talk a little bit more about that. But I did, one of the things I found fascinating about our conversation as relates to this hearing, probably more specifically, is the culture shift, right? That the transition from different divisions and maybe some different silos to sort of more of a team-oriented spirit. Could you just talk a little bit more about what that looks like practically as you guys have made some internal decisions about that?
Yeah, so culture is very important, and I think in some cases we're too isolated. Our people stay in their swim lanes or their organizational lanes, and everything we do is team-based in the Boeing company, large teams. And so to be most effective, we need people working across the organizational boundaries and feeling comfortable to do that. And so we're off on a big effort to change the culture of the company. And that starts with values and behaviors and how we reward people and how we evaluate people and how we select people. And we're implementing those. This is going to be a big year for us in the overall culture change. I'll tell you one thing that that excites me is that the employees of the company are the ones who really want to see the company culture change. They recognize that we need to be better in how we work together. So I think we've got the case for change really nailed. We're just going to have to go do the hard work of making sure we walk the talk and get the right people in the right positions.
And you guys obviously you work with a lot of vendors and suppliers across the country. So in light of this hearing, what are some of the things that you're doing to ensure the highest quality and safety and all of those sorts of things?
Yeah, so as a part of our safety and quality plan, that also includes our supply chain. And one of the major efforts is reducing the number of defects we're bringing into our factory from our supply chain, and reducing the number of notice of escapes that we get. This is where a vendor would call us up and say, hey, I sent you something, but now I found something wrong with it. It's escaped their factory. And major activities to reduce those. One is stronger first article inspection, and doing first article inspection when we actually move a product even within a company. So if it moves from one location to another, or one factory to another, reevaluating the first article to make sure that something didn't happen in that transition. We have 1,000 activities underway, or 1,000 vendor engagements underway right now to improve their overall performance and safety and the quality of the deliveries from our supply chain. And we are seeing better performance. I mentioned earlier the fuselages that we get from Spirit Aerosystems. We've seen a 56% reduction in the number of defects that we're having to do repair on in our factory facilities. And we got more work to do there, but I do think the getting to root cause and getting these defects out of our supply chain is just as important as getting them out of our Boeing production system.
Well, switching gears just a little bit to something that obviously hits home. I also serve on the Armed Services Committee, and the Next Generation Air Defense or our dominance, the program was whether or not the administration was going to move forward was sort of paused in the previous administration. And then the selection of what that next gen fighter was going to look like. We got some clarity about 10 days ago, and I couldn't be more thrilled. Of course, St. Louis is the sort of the hub of the operations on the military side, and we're building the F-47. There's thousands of jobs. I know everyone is very excited about that, not just for our country, but in Missouri. Could you just talk a little bit about that program and how you see that playing into this architecture of our national defense?
Well, first of all, this contract award is very, very, very important to the Boeing company. In fact, I'm going to St. Louis tonight to go congratulate the team on this very, very large win, and we're honored to be given this opportunity. Our fighter business in St. Louis is historically legacy fighters, the F-15, F-18. As you know, the F-18 is reaching towards the end of its life. So this is an important program for us to continue our fighter franchise in St. Louis, and will create jobs and opportunities for a long time coming. So we're very pleased to have that.
It's generational. We're happy about that as well, and look forward to working with you on that and so many other issues. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Schmidt. Mr. Ortberg, the FAA has played an integral role in solidifying a safe approach to production adjustments at Boeing following the Alaska Airlines Flight 1282 incident. As Boeing continues to monitor its KPIs and begins to increase production as appropriate, it will likely grow more autonomous in its internal oversight. As Boeing regains autonomy and eventually increases production caps, how will Boeing guarantee safety without enhanced FAA oversight?
Senator, I'm not aware of increased autonomy that will come as we increase production rates. We're going to continue to provide transparency to the FAA on all the key performance indicators. We will go through a series of production increases. So the first one, cap, is at 38, but we will go through the same process for every subsequent rate increase. And if the KPIs aren't showing that we're meeting the performance, then we won't move forward with a rate increase. So I think this is a good practice. I think what we have in place It's data-driven. It's not subjective. We've agreed with our regulator on what things we need to be measuring. If we find we need to adjust that, we'll do that. But I think getting to a data-driven a process, I think helps them also have insight and prioritize where they should focus. If our key indicators in one area are not good, that allows them to say, okay, we need to put more oversight in that particular area because there's instability in the production system. So again, I think the system we have in place, the plan we have in place, will be effective not just in the near term, but for the long term.
Since you've become the chief executive officer at Boeing, there have been significant changes on the board and in the leadership. As the leadership changes, this affects the culture at Boeing. What personnel changes have been made at Boeing, and how have these impacted the safety culture at the company?
Well, in my opening remarks, Senator, I made the comment we've made massive organizational and people changes. And if you go back to the door plug time frame, just to kind of time frame the changes, we've got a new chairman of our board, we've got a new CEO, we've got a new head of our Boeing commercial airplanes, we have new people in many of the program management roles. And so we are changing. As we're changing the culture, we're also changing people to make sure they're focused on safety and quality as the foundation of the company. And so far, I'd say the results are showing good results. We'll continue to have to refine either promoting different people or bringing some additional people from the outside to help us on our journey. But I think the progress we've made so far looks like we're getting the results we want.
Ranking Member Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask a couple of follow-ups on the just broader subjects. But one, is the company concerned about a corporate monitor in the DOJ discussions of the settlement with the families of the victims? Are you concerned about that? Do you have a problem with that?
No, Senator, as I'm sure you're very aware, we had an agreement with the DOJ. We reached an agreement which did include a corporate monitor. That agreement was not accepted by the courts. And so we're in the process right now of going back with the DOJ and coming up with an alternate agreement. And look, I want this resolved as fast as anybody. We're still in those discussions, and hopefully we'll have new agreement here soon.
Do you have a problem with the corporate monitor?
Senator, I don't want to prejudge what the outcome of those discussions is going to be. I don't personally have a problem, no.
Okay. On the, I mentioned in my statement, thermoplastics. Do you see this thermoplastics as a really game-changing manufacturing technology focus? Is it really what people are saying? Is it really something that we as a nation have to get focused on? By that, I mean our skilling of a workforce, test bedding technology, being ready for the next big aviation change.
Yes, Senator, first of all, I appreciate your leadership in this particular area, and the hub work that you've done in Washington is very helpful for
Well,
the
the
Boeing
supply
company.
chain has done it. We just lifted that up a little bit.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think thermoplastics offer a huge advantage for the future, and probably more to streamline the production of aircraft. And so I think it is one of those major important technology areas we should be investing in. And I think it's going to find its way into many applications in the future aircraft environment.
But do you see it as something that if we neglect, that we could fall behind in as a nation juxtaposed to other countries? And I mentioned earlier the demand for 40,000 planes worldwide. I mean, that's an unbelievable. If the nation is about 2 million, I think we've come up with this number, 2 million impacted workers in aviation in general. But if you think about what 40,000 plane represents, it's a huge demand increase. But if getting a big part of that means doing the right investments in innovation, and we've always looked at this and said, like, get the safety right, focus on the innovation. Don't cut the safety person who's just doing this inspection on these critical parts. Go get the innovation right. So is it really that big of an innovation sea change, I guess, is the question, juxtaposed to that demand? Or could we wake up in 5 years and find ourselves way behind?
Senator, I think in general, we are a little behind. I think Europe has invested probably more than we have in general in this particular area. I don't think we're behind in a way that we can't recover. I do think it's an area that we need to continue to have overall focus, not just as the Boeing company, but in terms of new technology evolution within the country. And I think thermoplastics is an area that can differentiate in a lot of different product applications. So I support your efforts for sure.
Yeah. Well, and I'm just, again, on the workforce side, this is a big opportunity for a lot of jobs in the United States, is it not? I mean,
Yeah.
aren't you continuing to grow?
Yeah,
And
I think so.
wouldn't-
I think what you'll see is thermoplastics will replace typical metal applications. And as you know, how to do that's a totally different manufacturing process. So we'll have to learn how to do that. We'll have to train a whole different kind of application, a different workforce to utilize thermoplastics. And so, I think we're on that journey, but we've got a lot of work to do.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Ortberg. Thank you for your testimony here today. Senators will have until the close of business on Wednesday, April 9th to submit questions for the record. The witness will have until the close of business Wednesday, April 23rd to respond to those questions. This concludes today's hearing. The committee stands adjourned.
Thank you.
Leading this here, we'll take you live to Capitol Hill, where Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is testifying this morning on the administration's infrastructure priorities. He's appearing before the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee. Live coverage on C-SPAN 3.
My vision for this legislation is simple but important. We want to improve the movement of people and goods. Our roads and bridges are what connect us to the people and places that matter most in our lives. They help American businesses, large and small, create jobs and economic opportunities and enable that competitiveness in the global marketplace. They connect everything around us from point A to point B. Every state has transportation needs and stands to benefit from the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill. My home state of West Virginia is pursuing important projects like the Coalfields Expressway. I'm specifically mentioning these in front of the Secretary because he will be hearing from me on this one. These two, Corridor H, also to better link our communities to essential services and economic opportunity. This legislation provides the funding and establishes the policies and programs that enable the improvement of surface transportation network that we all so rely on. Since the enactment of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the EPW committee has reviewed and conducted oversight of the existing policies and programs. We've learned a lot about what is working and what isn't. That effort has provided me with 3 key principles for the next bill. By focusing on these principles, I'm confident that we can work towards bipartisan legislation as we have in the past that will deliver results for the American people. Principle 1, improving the safety and reliability of America's surface transportation network with impactful investments. In recent years, we've seen an increase in the number and scope of federal transportation programs. These programs have often had duplicative purposes and project availability and eligibility. This leads to an expensive and time-intensive process to get funding out the door that disrupts the focus of federal funding and lessens the impact that the legislation can make. As we craft the next Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill, we must make investments that instead optimize the impact of federal funding and give the state partners the confidence that they can invest over the longer period of time. We should focus on eliminating duplicative programs that invite regulatory overreach and increase funding for the highway formula programs that our states rely on and have a proven track record of success. Principle 2, reforming and modernizing federal programs and policies to increase efficiency. We all know that as currently structured, federal requirements can add red tape that increase costs and time and slow down the completion of projects. We all want to deliver transportation benefits faster and save money for American taxpayers. To achieve this goal, we need to take a serious look at the federal requirements to determine how to make meaningful improvements to our planning and procurement procedures, our environmental review processes for projects, and discretionary grants and loan requirements. By reforming and modernizing these requirements, we can create certainty for the partners who make these projects happen and ensure that the public receives benefits of these needed investments quickly. Principle 3, addressing the variety of surface transportation needs across all states. Obviously, different states have different needs. I wouldn't expect West Virginia, with our mountainous peaks and valleys, to prioritize the same transportation projects in other states and other parts of our country. By avoiding top-down mandates from Washington and giving states flexibility to address their individual improvements, I think that's what we need to be looking at. The bill can support our common goals while ensuring that federal regulations, programs, and policies recognize the different needs of our states. It will take collaboration from my Senate colleagues, our stakeholders, and the Trump administration in order to complete the bill before the IIJA expires in September of 2026. We must be pragmatic and work in a bipartisan way, as we have in the past, to develop a Senate bill that sets us up for a productive conversation on this reauthorization effort with our colleagues in the House. I'm grateful to Secretary Sean Duffy, who is here today to share the Trump administration's priorities for this legislation, and I look forward to learning more about those priorities. The Department of Transportation's technical assistance and support will be critical parts of this process. This is an excellent opportunity ahead of us to make a pivotal impact in our surface transportation network. Each of it knows how important that network is and the role that it plays in keeping our country's economy and people on the move. I'm excited to get to work and continue the EPW's bipartisan tradition of developing this legislation, and I want to thank our witness and the members for participating today in this hearing. I will now turn to my ranking member Whitehouse for his statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, Secretary Duffy. It's good to have you here. A strong bipartisan commitment to infrastructure got us the historic Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Last week, I attended the unveiling of the American Society of Civil Engineers 2025 Infrastructure Report Card. We are not A students yet, but the report card shows progress, thanks to both the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, which are delivering real results across the country. At the start of the Biden administration, our infrastructure was crumbling from decades of neglect. 46,000 bridges were in poor condition. More than 170,000 miles of major roads were in poor condition. We had unreliable and insufficient transit systems. The bipartisan infrastructure law began turning this around with long overdue investments in roads, bridges, transit, ports, drinking water, wastewater, and other systems that are the backbone of our nation's economy. We see this progress in Rhode Island's bridges. We've gone from 27% structurally deficient in 2016 to 12% in 2025. Like I said, not A students, but progress. And the bipartisan infrastructure law brought nearly 100 projects closer to completion in Rhode Island alone. As we think about the future of transportation and other infrastructure projects, it's incumbent on us to address a big obstacle: unreasonable delays. China builds high-speed rail, airports, and ports at warp speed while we tread water. Even France, long lampooned for embodying bureaucracy, builds subway and rail projects faster and at less cost than we do. Delays take many forms. There's permitting, and I'm thrilled to work with Chairman Capito on permitting reform. There's bureaucracy, and as I've mentioned many times before, we have to manage this interagency process monster better. To be clear, I and many of my colleagues rode the Biden administration hard about delays of infrastructure and other projects. This is actually very often a legislative versus executive separation of powers issue in which the executive branch hides behind interagency process all sorts of delay, irresponsibility, non-accountability, and bad execution. We should take our oversight responsibility seriously no matter who is in the White House. The most recent spate of delays affecting infrastructure projects is the Trump freeze of infra, mega, bridge investment, and protect funding. Thousands of projects are backed up so they can be screened for DEI or other mega heresies by rattled and shrunken agencies. I want to start by thanking Chair Capito and her staff for helping unstick previously awarded funding for Rhode Island's essential Washington Bridge. Madam Chair, thank you. Secretary Duffy, I also want to thank you for your team's work delivering the funding for a number of discretionary grants in the past week, including those Washington Bridge funds. It's a crucial project, as you know, not just for Rhode Island, but for the region. It's where you turn to head out towards the Cape. It's a key hub. I hope that we can rapidly deliver previously awarded funding for the array of I-95 bridges that need the work and for the Mount Hope Bridge, which I want to show, because setting aside how important it is as a piece of transit infrastructure, it's also gorgeous. I mean, it's one of the most beautiful bridges in the country. It's 100 years old. We can extend its life. We need to get this done. As I said in our call, Secretary, and as the chair knows, I'm eager to work on bipartisan permitting reform. And the scoping conversation with our colleagues at the Energy Committee has already begun. I'm eager to do a robust bipartisan water resources bill and a robust bipartisan highway reauthorization. These three bills could be big and they could be transformational. But I can't do any of that while the Trump administration blockades authorized and appropriated funds for approved projects, particularly if it blockades selectively. And I can't do that if the Trump administration violates its duty to see that bipartisan laws we pass are executed faithfully, not with favoritism. So, Mr. Secretary, the door is open in this committee to big bipartisan things for our infrastructure, and I encourage you to walk through that open door. If I may just revert to one other topic for a moment. I addressed last week the mischief and the nonsense that has surrounded the Green Infrastructure Fund. And we've seen Senator Sullivan's a former attorney general. I'm a former attorney general. I'm a former U.S. attorney. When you're firing career staff who disagree with you, when you're proceeding with only political signatures without any career staff who will sign, when you're getting shot down in one court and told there's no evidence for what you're saying in another court, and you're still sending FBI agents around to harass employees, and particularly when you're making derogatory accusations of fraud and criminality, which Administrator Zeldin has done. First, it's a violation of DOJ process. Second, as a matter of law, it's defamatory per se, and it appears from the rejection by the career staff, the rejection by the magistrate judge, and the finding of no evidence by the federal judge that this was a knowingly defamatory set of statements made by the EPA administrator and that acting U.S. attorney. We're going to continue to drill down into that piece of misconduct, and I will simply ask for the moment that the article today, EPA hunt for shady deals and gold bars comes up empty, be made a matter of record for this
Without objection.
hearing. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. All right. So this morning, we are really honored to be joined by U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. Secretary Duffy was approved to be Secretary of Transportation with 77 affirmative votes by the Senate and was sworn into his office on January 28th of this year. Prior to his service in the cabinet, as many of us who served in the House know, he was not just a successful district attorney, but he was a member of the House of Representatives with several of us, where I had the actual privilege of serving with him on the Financial Services Committee. So, Mr. Secretary, thank you again for being here. You're recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Capito, Ranking Member Whitehouse, members of the committee. I appreciate you all inviting me to the committee today. And maybe if I could just first talk about the bipartisanship of this committee. Per Senator Whitehouse's comments, I think that Senator Capito has talked probably more about your projects than her own projects in West Virginia as evidence that you all work together in a bipartisan fashion. And I appreciate that because I think infrastructure is bipartisan.
Shelley, I'm going to call you after this hearing.
But I do think it's one of the unique spaces in our government where we all work together because our roads and bridges, our airplanes, our airports, the safety of our cars is a bipartisan American issue, not a red or blue issue. But my aim over the course of this hearing is to provide you a sense of the administration's priorities as we work together on surface transportation reauthorization and embark on what I hope will be the golden age of transportation. I took office just over 2 months ago, and in my first full day on the job, we experienced a sobering reminder of why the department's top priority is and must always be safety. While I know today's hearing is about surface transportation, I want to start by highlighting some of the steps we're taking in the immediate aftermath of the mid-air collision on the approach to DCA, because they underscore how we're going to approach our overall mission as we move forward. The Department of Transportation has been refocused on our mission of safety. Following the mid-air collision, we swiftly restricted helicopter traffic in the vicinity of DCA and initiated a review of our air traffic control workforce, our policies, and procedures. At the end of February, less than a month after the fatal accident, I announced my plan to streamline the hiring process for air traffic controllers and increasing pay for new students who attend the academy. In March, following the NTSB's recommendations, I announced that the FAA will permanently restrict non-essential helicopter operations around Ronald Reagan Airport and eliminate mixed helicopter and fixed wing traffic. We will continue to push for a state-of-the-art air traffic control system. I think America deserves it, America needs it, and it's going to be a process that's going to take all of us working together. And I look forward to sharing with you what I've seen with regard to our antiquated system. And I think when we have those conversations, I think the Congress, Senate, and House together, Republican and Democrat, are going to work with us because our air traffic control system, it's using World War II era technology. Equipment like floppy disks are commonplace in our towers. With your help, we can propel America's aviation system into the modern era. We will do this by embracing the most advanced 21st century technology that makes our system safer, more affordable, and more efficient for all Americans. So whether taking road, rail, sea, or air, cutting unnecessary red tape, as you've mentioned, Senator Capito, and building big, beautiful infrastructure that Americans are paying for with their hard-earned dollars, that's a top priority. Let's do it efficiently. Let's cut the red tape. We can still protect the environment, but let's move these projects faster. Lawmakers on all sides of the aisle can agree that infrastructure projects are taking way too long to complete. But the recent reconstruction of Interstate 40, the critical Appalachian artery between North Carolina and Tennessee that was washed away by Hurricane Helene, demonstrates what's possible when everyone is working together. To expedite rebuilding, we found creative ways to source materials closer to the job site, saving taxpayers both time and money. It is this kind of innovation and problem solving that moves projects faster and more efficiently. There is so much more that we can all do together. I look forward to working with the Congress on surface transportation reauthorization through the process. I appreciate you, Senator, starting these hearings early as we're just beginning the conversation. I think in Congress, sometimes we start late, but to go through regular order, I think would be a real benefit for the American people. We need to make sure our transportation infrastructure is built with speed, ingenuity, and durability so that Americans can reap returns on their investments, not just for this generation, but for generations to come. I want to thank you all for having me, and I look forward to taking all of your questions. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate that. Yeah, you're still yielding back. Yeah, that's good. I do appreciate the beginning statements on the air traffic control system. And I know that you guys have diligently been working on that, but safety is safety, whether you're driving or whether you're flying, whether you're on a train, as you made that very, very clear. I would like to ask you about bridges. Senator Whitehouse mentioned that we still have a ways to go before our bridge infrastructure is where it needs to be for the future. In my state, obviously, we have a lot of rivers and mountains. We got a ton of bridges, and we need your partnership to make sure that we're going to have the ability to fix. And we're on the process right now of some major projects, fixing some of our bridges or maintaining them. What can you say about bridges in terms of what you've seen since you've been there on improving our nation's bridges, and what more would we need to do to address the issues with bridge safety and bridge maintenance?
Well, not far from where I grew up in Wisconsin, the I-35 or 35W, I believe it was, bridge in Minnesota collapsed. Bridge I've gone over many times, the Francis Scott Key Bridge that collapsed. We see that people lose their lives when our bridges aren't safe. And so I know it's a top priority for this committee and for the department as well. We'll make sure that the grants that have been awarded, we're expeditiously moving through those grants and making sure we have funding for that which was awarded. But beyond that, I think we have to take a look at the list of priorities, and the oldest and maybe most dangerous bridges have to be funded first, and those projects have to get underway.
Thank you. For the past couple of years, I voted for the IIJA, and I'm glad that I did, but I have raised concerns about the implementation in the IIJA's competitive grant programs and the time it takes. And we're going to see this as a repeating theme, I think, at the time that it takes to get that funding out the door. Can you please commit to a timely execution of project grant agreement?
Are you ready for the golden age? With recent headlines buzzing about Fort Knox, it's time to shine a light on gold. We've seen questions like, is there really gold in Fort Knox? And is the government secretly moving it? But the real question is, are we going back to the gold standard? In a world where economic stability is uncertain, gold remains a timeless asset. Fort Knox, the fortress of America's gold reserves, is under scrutiny, and this might be the moment gold proves its worth once again. Don't miss out on helping to secure our future. Gold isn't just an investment. It can help safeguard against inflation, currency devaluation, and economic turmoil. Whether it's for your retirement, a family heirloom, or just to have the peace of mind, this is the perfect time to buy gold. Visit badlandsgold.com to learn how you can add gold to your portfolio. That's badlandsgold.com.
For the past couple of years, I voted for the IIJA, and I'm glad that I did, but I have raised concerns about the implementation in the IIJA's competitive grant programs and the time it takes. And we're going to see this as a repeating theme, I think, at the time that it takes to get that funding out the door. Can you please commit to a timely execution of project grant agreements? We know that there are numerous projects that are still been promised and are not through the pipeline yet. Promised by the previous administration, which is fine, but they still didn't move them through the pipeline. Can you talk about that and how you think that you can improve that process in your department?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Many of you have called me and said, where's my project? Where's the money? Can you speed this up? And I'll be happy to talk to Senator Whitehouse about questions that are going to come from him. On did we slow, did we pause, did we stop? There are 3,200 announced projects at the department that don't have signed grant agreements. 3,200. We are going to work through those projects. But if you say, where's my project? I'm not looking at 10 projects for grant agreements, 3,200. Some of them date back to 2022. So there's a lot of workload to get these projects complete, to get the grant agreements completed and the money out the door to your states. I would just note that, Senator, usually, historically, there was 47 to 107 projects announced between an election day and inauguration day. This last administration announced around 950 projects in that timeframe, almost 1,000% increase. And so everybody wants their projects, and I'm going to do my best to get those projects out the door. But it is a historic number that was announced, and it's easy, to blow the kazoo and send up the balloons when you announce a project. The hard work is actually doing the grant agreement, and I'm committed in a bipartisan effort to make sure we get those grant agreements signed and out the door. And especially as we come into the spring building season, that's a top priority for us. So, and by the way, the first project that we actually got through and done was Senator Whitehouse's. So he asked about bipartisanship. I am committed. Infrastructure is not partisan. We all use roads and bridges in blue and red states, and I'm committed to making sure we have a nonpartisan view as we move money.
I'm interested in the 3,200 projects that basically landed on your desk the day you got sworn in that were not completed. Could you just flesh out a little bit why they might not be? It might be that they're environmental review, their financing. Can you just kind of line out a little of those?
That's a good point. So some of them are the NEPA work had not been done yet. That's true. There's others that would expand capacity. And so if you're going to expand capacity from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, it's my understanding there was a set of ideas that they didn't want to expand the capacity. They would redo current capacity, but if it was an expanded capacity, those projects actually sat for a longer
So
period
they
of time.
sat at the back of the line.
Yeah. And so again, when the announcement goes, I'm going to work for all of you to get these projects out. But when I've got a lot of complaints, it is a lot of projects that we have to get done to make sure we can meet the commitments that were made in the last administration. And by the way, most of these projects are really good projects. I haven't found too many that I disagree with. It's good work for the most part.
Right. Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks. Again, thank you, Secretary, for being here, and thank you for your assistance with that bit of bridge construction support. I guess also thank you. There was a misbegotten effort at the Department of Transportation to require your office's approval every time any one of the 50 states wanted to change their state transportation plans. I think probably on a bipartisan basis, state transportation directors said, what? Why do you need to approve our state transportation plan? So you back that off, and thank you, because that would have been an unnecessary addition to the bureaucracy that bedevils infrastructure projects. But we still have the 3,200 projects. And my concern is that while some of them, a lot of what you describe as the problems on the way to final agreement would actually have been considered and resolved when the grant was awarded, right? You don't put a grant into a project where you don't know if it's 2 lanes or 4 lanes yet. You've got to figure that out first. So it strikes me that one of the reasons for the 3,200 case backlog that you've got is that you're trying to plow through these executive orders, many of which I believe are both illegal and nonsense, to examine each one of them to see if there are any MAGA hobgoblins and heresies in them, like strip out the word climate or strip out the word equity, that kind of stuff, which when you're fixing a bridge, if the word equity popped up, that's not all that interesting to me. Getting the bridge fixed is what's interesting to me. If the word climate popped up, that's not all that interesting to me. Getting the bridge fixed is what is interesting to me. And by the way, we just got a significant grant for the Newport Bridge, which is the key artery from the mainland to Aquidneck Island. A lot of traffic over it. The problem was that the cabling was rusting because there is a higher level of humidity So we had to install dehumidification equipment in the cabling between the cladding of the cable and the cable itself inside the cladding to both solve the problem of rust and reduce the rate of rusting. So that grant application would have the word climate in it because the increase in humidity can be tracked to climate change. So if you want to stop a project like that to scrub out the word climate, you're wasting an enormous amount of time. There actually is a climate-related reason for it. If you're dealing with coastal highways, we have roads all around Rhode Island, and I'm sure many of my coastal colleagues, and I wouldn't be surprised that West Virginia, because of river and rainstorm flooding, you have roads that need repair on a more rapid basis than ordinary. And so if the applicant asking for those funds had said, oh yeah, and this is going to continue to be a problem because of climate change, to have to go back and undo that seems like massively unnecessary bureaucracy. So could you give me your, I don't think you have a study on this, but could you give me your take from what you've seen so far as to how many of those 3,200 stuck projects are stuck because of the demand from the White House to have words they don't like equity and climate, scrubbed out to meet the, I guess, new anti-heretical requirements of these orders, and how much of it is actually like a substantive problem with the infrastructure itself?
So I appreciate the question, Senator. And again, these projects, many of them date back 3.5 years. And so to think that we can move through in 2 months 3,200 announced projects is it's impossible for us to do that so quickly. The problem is not that we're going through these grant NOFOs, right? Looking for the green and the social justice. But we are looking for it because it might not be interesting to you. I take your point, but if you're putting on additional requirements with regard to green or social justice, well, that drives up the cost of a project. That takes the project a longer time frame in which to complete. And I would just note that all of you on this committee and in this body, you considered, should we include green? Should we include social justice requirements in the IIJA? You debated it and you didn't put it in there. And this administration, the last administration, actually put the requirements that you considered but didn't include. They put it in the grant agreements. And so I'm actually complying with the will of the Congress by pulling it out.
Well,
because it's going to take longer,
let me just
cost
ask
more.
you to consider whether the delay of going through that heresy hunt is worth than whatever the added cost is from having those words included in the grant application.
I've been there for 2 months, and I don't believe following the will of the Congress is heresy. I think when I don't follow the will of Congress, I'm sure I will hear from you. So I have due respect for you, Senator, and for this body, and I'm following your will by pulling out the green and the social justice, which is not just language. It doesn't say green, 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 social justice, social justice. There's requirements in these poposals that I'm pointing out.
My time is up, so to be continued. Thank you very much for being here. We will continue this conversation, but I'm taking my colleagues' time right now.
And I appreciate your invitation to come to Rhode Island. I can't wait to go. I was there over the summer and it was beautiful.
You're going to love it.
Senator Kramer.
Well, first of all, I want to make sure that the minute and a half you went over really isn't my time. But and I think it was a worthwhile minute and a half, Senator. I wasn't going to get into any of this, but I can't resist asking, is humidity along the coast new to climate change, or was there humidity before that had to be considered? I think is a relevant question at the moment.
Listen, I'm not a climate scientist, but I have to imagine it existed for some time.
I think so, but I do marvel though at how green this steel 100-year-old steel bridge is. I've seen a lot of rusty ones, and that one is beautiful. The other thing I have to say, I think all of us on this side of the dais that worked through the current bill and worked closely with your predecessor, Secretary Buttigieg, like him a lot. I mean, I like him a lot. But I will tell you, he liked announcements a lot. He was very good at announcements. There were lots and lots of announcements. He showed up at a lot of the announcements, and we're grateful for all that. But your point that the announcement is not the grant, I think is an important one to continue to remind us of. Those of us who hate bureaucracy also recognize there is some legitimacy to going through the grant application and having signatures. And so I appreciate you raising that point.
Senator, the grant agreement announcing that you got a project is fun. It's a great process. You all celebrate and
Governors
cake
really
and
love
ice cream and you cut ribbon.
Yeah.
But truly the hard work is getting the grant agreement signed and the money out the door. That is the hard work. And again, so when I say there's 3,200, it's going to take us some time to work through that. But again, I want to can I make one? I know you all want the projects done. I want the projects done. What's great is the president loves infrastructure. He wants big, beautiful roads and bridges. So it's not just you putting pressure on me. It's the president who's going to say, why aren't you getting more money out the door? Get these projects done. And so it's everyone around agrees on infrastructure.
Well, and since we're on that point, Mr. Secretary, and welcome, and it is great to see you. And I was looking down the first several of us served with you in the House, I noticed, and now some of them, they're not even here yet. So welcome and congratulations. But along those same lines, remember, one of the things we did put in the current bill is the one federal decision, codifying the one federal decision rule of the first Trump administration. And yet I haven't seen a great application of that for the last 4 years in the permitting of a lot of these projects either. I don't know if you have a comment on that, but
It's a good point, and we have to we do have to streamline the process even further with one federal decision, taking the full meaning of the legislation and the language.
In the remaining half of this discussion, at least at this moment, I would point to the emphasis that Chairman Capito put on the formula funding and the history of formula funding. I often like to refer to the fact that you cannot reserve, 300 miles in the middle of the North American continent for gravel along Interstate 94, or Durham from North Dakota would never become pasta in New York. And I think it's, and while, and by the way, and I strongly support the chairman's emphasis on applying that formula to even more grant programs and discretionary grant programs to the degree that we can do that. I mean, I know the political realities of it as well, but I would just be interested in you coming from the middle of America in a pretty rural district. If you could just elaborate maybe a little bit on that commitment to formula funding in the next bill as well, helping people understand formula funding recognizes that the miles of road are just about as important as how many people are in any particular mile of that road.
And I think it's a good point. Many of us come North Dakota, West Virginia, Wisconsin. Senator Lummis knows rural as well.
Better than any of us.
It's a really important point. And again, making sure our urban centers are important, right? Making sure people move there, but we can't focus on urban centers and forget rural America, and making sure that again, a lot of products come from the places where we live. And they might move from roads to trains to ships, but making sure that there's a complete view of infrastructure is incredibly important. And I would share the view of this committee. I think that we have to have a holistic view of how we build out infrastructure.
Well, and great point. Some of us have our favorite types of transportation as well, but my durum, just so people know, 90% of the durum wheat grown in the United States is grown in North Dakota. And that's what becomes semolina flour, which becomes pasta. And so literally, but it doesn't all go on an interstate either. Some of it, a little bit goes by rail, a little bit gets on a boat every now and then. Anyway, I thank you for your understanding. I just know that'll be a point of emphasis for a lot of us. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Husted.
Thank you very much. I wanted to just talk about the concept of time is money in this process. I come from Ohio and have, only been in the Senate for 10 weeks, and I've viewed the federal government from afar, and things seem to take so much longer. I will give you an example. This is not directly related to the Department of Transportation, but broadband. Passed a bill in Congress 2021 about rural broadband. Still, nothing has been built. We passed a law in the state of Ohio to do rural broadband with state money. We built it in 2 years. All by basically saying, this is what we want. You bid on it, you deliver it, you do it in a time frame. And in preparation for this conversation this morning, I was looking, how long does it take to get a new exit on a highway? Well, 5 to 15 years, but if you look at it, it's usually towards 15 years. How long does it take to build a new bridge? 7 to 20 years, typically is more closer to 20 than it is 7. What is it that you're doing to institutionalize, to look at how we can deliver this faster, and how can we help you?
So first off, Senator, thank you for the question and welcome to the Senate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I think, congratulations.
There you go. So far, with these delightful preparation for this conversation this morning, I was looking, how long does it take to get a new exit on a highway? Well, 5 to 15 years, but if you look at it, it's usually towards 15 years. How long does it take to build a new bridge? 7 to 20 years, typically is more closer to 20 than it is 7. What is it that you're doing to institutionalize, to look at how we can deliver this faster, and how can we help you?
So first off, Senator, thank you for the question and welcome to the Senate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I think, congratulations.
There you go. So far, with these delightful colleagues, it's been wonderful.
Listen, you make an incredibly important point. And I think Senator Whitehouse made the point that in China, other places in the world, they build their infrastructure so much faster. And we have decades of laws and rules and regulations that make it really complicated to build. And so what we've done right now at the department is there's requirements that are put on funding that is sent in the bill that we have to actually do. But I've asked, let's take out all the other requirements that we're putting on from the department so we can build projects faster. I think we are going to work on NEPA reform in this administration. I know that all of the body bipartisan wants to work on regulation reform as well. Again, we can protect the environment and move projects faster. We're not doing it smartly. And so I think it's going to be a whole of government. We all, I think, are recognizing what sounded like a good idea at the beginning has now becoming a weight around our neck as we try to build infrastructure. And so I would look forward to working with you on what we're going to do at the department, what you all can do in the Senate. And if we do that, again, instead of taking 10, 20 years, we could take 3 to 5 years to build out these projects.
So I'm going to ask you about being intentional about it. Is there anybody's job inside the department to figure out how we're going to go faster?
So what's important for the department is to streamline the process for the states, right? To take off as much of the weight as possible so they can build faster and spend more time turning dirt and less time doing paperwork. And so we are at the department doing that part. But there's some requirements that the Congress has put on us that we include in these agreements that states have to comply with. But offering more flexibility to states who have, I think, a more vested interest in moving these projects faster, I think is a key part of this as well. And I think Texas has been a great example of, delegating authority to Texas and seeing them move more quickly on projects.
Well, we have the rules and regulations in place to protect people, to protect the environment, to make the process more accountable. It actually, the delays end up costing the taxpayers more, not less, because of inflation and other consequences of the delays. But as a competitive item for this nation, I just take 3 things that happened in the last 4 years: rural broadband, charging stations, the CHIPS Act, how long it takes the money to get out the door for the construction to go. Well, China is innovating. Nuclear power plant. You go through the list of how long it is taking us as a nation to literally get government money out the door, to build the things we say we need to compete and defend ourselves for our economic and national security takes longer and longer. And I would argue that these rules and regulations are at the expense of Americans, that their health, for example, if we know that there is a traffic issue, that's a safety issue, and we take years to get it accomplished, people are dying, people's lives. It's not good for the environment if you have to. All of these things add up. I just share that and urge you to help us.
I look forward to working with you. Time is money. We saw with the inflation over the last 4 years that these projects have become so much more expensive because they didn't move more quickly. And I would just, if I could take one moment and just,
Yes, go ahead.
the cost of a whole project, upwards of 40% of the cost is complying with the rules and regulations. We're not turning dirt, we're not building bridges. We're actually giving this to consultants, money to consultants, as we try to go through the regulatory process. And I think if the American people knew that, they'd be outraged. They want their bridge. Put the money in. By the way, if we streamline that process, it's not 40%, it's maybe 15%. That means we build more bridges, we build more roads, you get more projects, and Americans are happier, which is what we want. Happy America.
Yeah.
Less regulation.
Yeah. Every time you have a compliance officer, an attorney, that's one less construction worker or engineer you're employing.
100%.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm turning slowly to Senator Merkley because Senator Whitehouse wanted to make a quick comment.
I just wanted to jump in and remind you that my distaste for interagency process is something that can be remedied purely within the executive branch by adding transparency and accountability so that somebody's in charge when interagency process fails or derails or delays. So please keep considering that. And both the chairman and I are eager to give you a thumbs up and a blessing if you can clean up the swamp of interagency process.
I will, and you said I might hide behind, I'm not going to hide behind that. I'll join you in that effort.
Senator Merkley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. And I really appreciate the point you're making about time is money. And really the concerns that folks have back home in Oregon is that projects, instead of being expeditiously going forward, that they're being delayed. And so everything you're saying, as I walked in the hearing room, I'm like, yes, yes, yes. And I'm just basically asking, put that philosophy to work. Because I'll just take an example with one of the bridges over the Columbia River, the Hood River Bridge. It's absolutely sitting on the desk waiting for approval for the contract. Meanwhile, you've got the design team waiting, you've got trying to line up the construction side, trying to get it all lined up. You can't line those things up until the signature gets onto the page. And in this case, it's a signature on the infra grant. Can you take a look at that project and say, is there any reason to hold this up? I mean, everything you just expressed, that is exactly how people feel. Like this project will be so much more expensive month by month if it can't go expeditiously forward.
Is this the one between Oregon and Washington?
Well, it's one of
I-5?
two, actually. The Hood River is in the middle of the Columbia Gorge, so it's the smaller project. It has a $200 million infra. It is not the interstate crossing, which is another really important project.
So I will take a look at the smaller project, and I would love to talk to you about the I-5 because I think I saw the bridge needs to be redone. There's some simple things we could do to move that thing more quickly and get through the regulatory hurdles with the Coast Guard and others. And I'd love to have a conversation about that. But I think that would be a top priority for us to move that project.
As you travel the country, you can remind people that the only kind of drawbridge left in the interstate system across the country is over the Columbia River. And if America can't figure out how to put a bridge that lets ship traffic go under it across the Columbia, then who are we really?
Music to my ears.
Thank you. Well, so that Hood River project is one. A second project is the Pacific Coast Intermodal Port Project. And this is where there's a deep water port on the Oregon coast that is perfect to establish more ability to move freight. And we have many things going on in the freight world, but we really saw before how overloaded the Tacoma and the ports in California Southern, but this is right in the middle of all that. has a railroad line that serves it, connects into the railroads going all across the country and the railroads going up the Columbia Gorge. And so it's a perfect place to add port capacity. And they too are hoping to see the philosophy you've been expressing applied so they can go forward with the design work for that port.
Is this the Coos Bay?
This is Coos Bay,
Yes,
yes.
I've had internal conversations with the administration. It's on my radar, and I'll continue to look at it and work with others in the administration about this project and how it could move forward in a very productive way. I think it's an important area and an important project.
You know, I've often heard folks talking about how when there's a project with national significance, it really needs to go to the top of the pile. This is one with not just regional, but national significance. To be able to get our products out fast and cheaply out of the U.S., to be able to get products in fast and cheaply. We don't want them going through Canada's adding port capacity. We want to have stuff imported to Canada and then ship it down into the United States. I mean, this is a huge opportunity for us to do something of national significance.
I hear you, and I've heard others talk about this same topic, Senator, so I would be happy to partner on
Thank
this
you.
one as
I
well.
really
think through
appreciate
how it could look and how we could do it.
And we have, since we have a lot of projects, obviously, lined up as every state does. Another one is the Safe Streets and Roads for All program. There's a whole series of grants. These are largely related to bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure and helping students get to school safely. I did notice a whole bunch of orange shirts with the word bike on it. And the thing that we appreciate about expanding our bike capacity in Oregon is it reduces the congestion on our roads. So not only is it folks who are choosing a cheaper way to get and a healthier way to get to work, but it's a way for everyone else sitting in their car to get to work faster. So everyone appreciates it. And so I wanted to encourage that those set of Safe Streets and Roads grants, they're minor grants. They just need kind of your auto pen to go to work.
Again, the Congress was clear, and I'm going to abide by the will of the Congress. I'm not going to hold up any projects. And again, bikes are healthy. Bikes oftentimes, many places move people faster.
You know, in the
Invest
years
the
I
roads.
was working here in DC in the 80s, I biked everywhere. I always beat my friends in cars. By the time they could figure out a parking space, I'd already been on location 15 minutes. Anyway, thank you so much.
And now people are riding scooters. So scooter or bike.
It's a little story.
Senator Lummis.
Thanks, Madam Chairman, for beginning the dialogue between the Department of Transportation and this Committee on Surface Transportation now. We got a lot of big challenges, and Mr. Secretary, honestly, I got to say, since hours after you were sworn in, you've been drinking out of a fire hose. You have had crisis after crisis, challenge after challenge, and you have handled it magnificently. And I want to thank you for the way that you're continuing to work through these projects while you continue to communicate with the American people. I want to thank you specifically for looking at the Rock Springs, Wyoming Airport grants. Like everyone else, we're all hopeful that some of these grants that were signed, sealed, and not quite delivered are moving forward. So bless you for that. Couple subjects with regard to surface transportation. EV mandates just really don't work for Wyoming. Because of our climate, because of our cold weather, electric vehicles just don't go as far as they can elsewhere. And because of that, there aren't very many. When there are electric vehicles, they're just not contributing to maintaining our roads and bridges because you have to be using a liquid fuel that pays a gas or diesel tax in order to maintain our roads. So we're all going to have to work together to find out a way that electric vehicles can help contribute to the maintenance of our nation's roads and bridges. But I have one little sliver of it that I want to talk to you about. The EV mandates and the NEVI charger program and its related discretionary program budgeted $7.5 billion with really disappointing results. And it's leading to the suspension in February that occurred so it could be evaluated. So I want to look at that program and ask you to look at it with me. Because the NEVI program just buckled under piles of regulation and rigid technical requirements, private capital was left on the sideline to address the EV charging issue. And so Wyoming and other states have millions of dollars sitting idle in accounts for chargers that they just can't build. And that's money that's not creating this joyful, happy America where we have great highways and great bridges. So I introduced this bill called the Highway Funding Flexibility Act that would authorize states to redirect unused EV charger funds to roads and bridges. And then highway safety priorities like truck parking and wildlife crossings could also be eligible. It would empower states like Wyoming to devote money to real highway needs with potentially billions nationwide for addressing infrastructure priorities. So I'd like your help exploring this and maybe other ways to make sure that money that has been appropriated could be put to use on big durable projects that connect our country. Some of the projects that my colleagues have raised. So how do you recommend we go about having a dialogue about things like that?
So first, Senator, I live in a place in Wisconsin that's cold and rural as well, and the EVs do not work that well in my part of the country also. But just in regard to the NEVI program, just to be clear, the guidance, I think, from the last administration wasn't working. I believe there's been over 3 years, 66 chargers built with the $5 billion out of the $7.5 billion that was directed toward the EV chargers, and again, very burdensome regulation. And so we're redoing the guidance to, listen, you can have a debate about whether we should have charging stations or not. You guys all passed a bill with charging stations, but I think if you pass a bill saying we should build out American infrastructure with charging stations, we should build charging stations. We shouldn't pay people to not have charging stations. We have 66 of them. And so I look at the guidance, I'm going to make the guidance work. Whether I agree with it or not, you told me to do it, and so let's do it well. But there's still money there, and that's a role for the Congress to say, hey, do we want to take this money and use it for something else? That'll be your all's decision as you go forward this next year. But I'm going to do what you've directed, and 66 is a shameful number. Yeah. And again, it goes back to the senator from Ohio's point. There's way too many rules and regulations.
Yeah.
And then people can't comply, and then you don't get the build. So I would be happy to work with you, though, on kind of what we're thinking, and happy to work with you on what you're thinking. But I do also believe that EV should pay part of the cost of roads and bridges that they use. And how you do that is a question that we'll have to grapple with.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. If we get a second round, I'll ask you about truck parking. There again, there's a Department of Labor rule that says you can only drive a certain number of hours and then you absolutely have to stop. And there's no place for them to park. And so that's an issue for another round. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Senator. It's a safety issue. We have to address it.
Thank you. Senator Padilla?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Duffy, thank you for being here, and appreciated our productive, constructive dialogue by phone yesterday on some of the California transportation priorities that we've been discussing for a while. And I appreciate, Madam Chair, the opportunity to shed light on the bipartisan infrastructure law. It has meant more than $54 billion of investment in a number of projects throughout the state of California that not only help keep up with our transit needs, help keep modern and efficient some of the nation's busiest ports, and of course our extensive highway system. We're doing so to meet some deferred maintenance needs in some respects, but also making necessary improvements to accommodate both a growing population and a growing economy. So a lot of these projects have been a long time in coming, and we're finally glad to see the activity happening. But as we talked about yesterday, it's also critical that the administration supports some key events that are drivers of goods movement, people movement, and are a catalyst for modernization. Specifically referring to the LA 28 Olympics to be hosted in Los Angeles, the most populous region in the country already. But add to that the anticipated 15 million ticket holders coming to events in 2028. So to make it successful and to lay the foundation for economic growth well beyond the Olympics, we're looking to partner with the Department of Transportation in a big way. 2028 seems like a long ways away, but it's actually just around the corner from a planning and preparation standpoint, and we need funding for those preparations now. And I think it'd be helpful to have a designated line item in the president's budget to help us prepare not only for LA 28, by the way, but also to lay the foundation for the 2034 Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City. So long an intro to ask you what you might be able to provide in terms of an update on your work to support the Olympics in 2028, including any work with the OMB to develop funding proposals for the Olympics.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Senator. And again, it is the Olympics that are going to be hosted in LA, but in America. And so there's a task force in this administration that we are part of, that I have designated someone to as we think through what should the administration be looking at. What are the needs of the greater LA area? As we, to your point, we're going to see a lot of people come into our country. We're going to move them. We have to house them. And again, that's a thoughtful process that we are engaging in right now. And I would agree with you. 3 years is right around the corner. There's not a lot of time. We have to move quickly.
Move them, house them, and help maintain safe and secure events around the Olympics. Question on a different topic. The Infrastructure and Jobs Act provided $8 billion in advance appropriations for the FTA's Capital Investment Grants Program, one of the items that we talked about yesterday, which helps fund large transit capital projects. Projects make their way through the pipeline after already rigorous review on their merit and their feasibility. And there's a number of critical projects in California making their way through the pipeline as we speak. But as you can imagine, there's some constituents, there's some transit agencies back home, some municipalities that are a little nervous about the reliability of that funding, given some of the changes and whiplash that we're experiencing here in Washington. As your team executes the program, can you assure us that the review process and just the awarding of funds going forward will continue to simply be based on merit?
Yes, Senator. I think you might be also referring to the California high-speed rail project, which we are going to
one of a number, yes.
And per our conversation yesterday, our people have been in touch with the California Rail Authority, I believe is who that is. And but I do believe, as a philosophy, if we commit to rail, if we commit to infrastructure, we should actually build the infrastructure we commit to. And I know that this project you've laid out, there's distinct differences for the LA to San Francisco portion of this high-speed rail. But when we give timelines and projections of cost that we can't meet, and it's 33 billion now, it's going to be like 133 billion. There was timeframes that were set by, it should be done by 2020. Now there's no time frame in which it's going to be completed. That's not your fault, Senator, but we have to actually deliver on projects for the people. And we don't have high-speed rail in America. If we want to have high-speed rail and you want to dedicate money to it, let's actually show America what high-speed rail looks like, because we built it. We didn't just spend money on a project, we built a project.
I respect that, Mr. Secretary, but to be clear, that's one of a number of projects I was making reference to. There's transit projects, including rail lines in and around San Diego, second largest city in California, still another one of the largest cities in America, in and around Los Angeles, second largest city in America, but the anchor for the most populous county in America. around the San Francisco Bay Area. So areas of significant economic contribution to the nation and our federal coffers that can continue to grow with the proper infrastructure investment. So wanted to keep those moving along. Look, my time is up. I may submit some questions for the record, but appreciate your attention and partnership.
Senator Sullivan.
I want to keep them safe too, Senator. I want when people ride the rail, I want them to be safe when they move.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, great to see you. I just want to really thank you. I think you're doing a great job. You've been very responsive. That press conference we had with our congressional delegation over at the Department of Transportation after the plane crash in Alaska was really meaningful to my constituents. So thank you. Keep up the fantastic work. I want to build on what we call the FOSI initiative, the Federal Aviation Safety Initiative in Alaska, where I know you're committed to that. I gave our big shout out to you in my annual speech to our Alaska legislature last week. One thing to follow up on when you're talking about ATC, the Anchorage Center for the FAA on the air traffic controllers, these men and women do a great job. I'd love for you when you come to Alaska to see them, but I agree, it's like Post-it notes, floppy disks. I mean, it is so antiquated, and they just don't do aviation control for Alaska. Anyone who's flying from the lower 48 to Asia, Japan, Korea, they fly over Alaska. The ATC in Alaska essentially takes them, controls them, hands them off all the way in Tokyo. So they're protecting the whole country. So can you commit to me to help with technical upgrades? I just met with a bunch of our ATC leadership, and boy, oh boy, they're great, but they really, they're World War II era technology.
So I would look forward to, I worked out what will be a proposal for the Senate and the House. I've shared it with the president. We're trying to just pressure test the cost on this before I send it to all of you. But we need to, this is an American effort.
Yeah.
And time has killed, you guys have spent a lot of money on trying to upgrade air traffic control. And there's a lot of highfalutin ideas out there. We're at the basics.
Yeah.
Let's build the basics of this system that gets rid of World War II and brings us into the 21st century. And Alaska is a key part of it. And we talked about hotspots around the country. You mentioned the Anchorage.
Yep.
That's been a focus of the FAA and using AI technology to see if we're missing something that's not visible to the human eye with regard to issues in your airspace. So
right. And thank you. And then but again, when you're looking at ATC tech software upgrade, boy, oh boy, Anchorage Center needs it. And it's not just for Anchorage. Like I said, they take care of everybody flying to Asia.
I want to do the whole country. Everybody needs it. So we a whole American build out. American jobs, tens of thousands of jobs. It'll be great.
Couldn't agree more. Bridges, I'm so glad to see the chairman and my good friend, the ranking member, talking about big, beautiful bridges. I just, that is a beautiful bridge, Senator Whitehouse. By the way, the one thing though that my good friend from Rhode Island didn't mention on permitting delays, he mentioned reforms, bureaucracy, the freezes, far left, radical, environmental, frivolous lawsuits. My state lives with that. That's what we deal with every darn day. And if there isn't litigation reform, these groups who want to kill roads, bridges, ports in Alaska, they get a free hand. These groups are allowed to sue like 6-7 years after records of decision. It's ridiculous. So we need permitting reform that limits the radical far left environmental groups from crushing every project, particularly in my state. I can't wait to work with Senator Whitehouse on those ideas too.
Representing the radical far left.
Well, you kind of do, but we're still good friends. Anyways, I did have an amendment a couple of years ago that I'd love for you to take a look at on bridges that said if it's an existing bridge and you're going to rebuild it in the same space or do maintenance on it, why in the heck do you need to do a NEPA? So my bill, which every Republican supported, I can't remember her name, California Senator, she went on the floor screaming, the Sullivan Amendment will kill children. I'm like, what? I mean, so we want an exclusion from NEPA if all you're doing is building in the same footprint for a bridge. It's common sense. And Would you agree with something like that, Mr. Secretary?
100%.
Okay, I'm going to reattack that, and Sheldon Whitehouse going to be my co-sponsor.
I do like working with Senator Sullivan.
Okay, that's what I mean. Mr. Secretary, I have a list of frozen build grants that I'm going to just have you for the record. Not many. You guys have done a good one. You just unfroze the FHWA one in Whittier, Alaska. But if you and I can work on that. And then finally, we'll submit that for the record. Two final quick questions. We are trying to do a lot. You just sent me a letter. I really appreciate that yesterday on the building out of the Port of Alaska, Port of Anchorage, we call it. We're getting federal dollars, MIRAD and others, so thank you. But once again, the permitting is, I wrote you about NEPA, but there's a NOAA, beluga whale thing. I mean, we need to get everybody together on the permitting side for the Port of Anchorage and follow through on the President's Day 1 executive order on unleashing Alaska's economy and resources, which we're very happy President Trump did that. Can I get your commitment to work with us on that kind of, because it's not just you guys, and your letter was much appreciated, but it's other agencies. And I think we just all need to get together and say, hey, this is a really needed port. We're finally getting federal dollars to it, but we got to get the permitting right. If it's 6-7 years on permits, that's just wasted money, wasted time.
I would welcome the opportunity to work with you, Senator, and I look forward to seeing you in August.
Great. And then finally, I'll submit it for the record. We have an idea on the tribal transportation program that can help our tribes get more infrastructure dollars. As you know, a lot of our tribes, not just in Alaska, but in the lower 48, they really suffer from lack of infrastructure. And there's some ideas to help that program be more efficient, get some more funding to our tribes throughout America, and would welcome to work with you on that.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Ms. Secretary. You're doing a great job.
Take us to Senator Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for being here. I want to raise concern about a number of projects in California that are still waiting for an answer. In the mega program, $283 million for the Port of Long Beach rail construction project, $166 million for Contra Costa's Innovate 680 program, $53 million for a multimode facility in Madera. In the infra bill, $105 million for Redwood City, SR 84 and US 101, $98 million for Caltrans, SR 99, Tulare improvements. In the rural surface transportation program, $41 million for the city of Tracy, Corral Hollow Road project, $35 million for Yuba County, Plumas Lake Boulevard. In FHWA, $102 million for Caltrans I-5, $56 million for SJV Air Pollution Control District, $55 million for California Energy Commission. In reconnecting communities, $26 million for the Housing Authority in LA, $11 million for the City of Goleta Multipurpose Path. In the RAISE program, $25 million for BART, $23 million for the Palmdale Grade Separation Project. This is a partial list, and these projects really haven't received word, so they're unclear of the status of the projects. And the delays might end up killing the projects. The delays will certainly end up costing more to do these projects as material costs go up and other costs increase. And I'm raising the concern because we don't know whether these are changes in policy that are affecting grants that have already been approved, or whether this is a lack of personnel to administer the grants. And I'm further concerned with layoffs that might further delay getting this money out the door to do these vital infrastructure projects. So would ask for your comments generally on when you think these cities and counties will hear from you and your department, but also whether you're mindful of the fact that delay has a cost, a real dollars and cents cost.
I appreciate the question, Senator. I would maybe to give the whole number, there's been 200 awards announced for California to the tune of $1.74 billion. There's a lot of money that announcements have been made over the course of the last 3 years. where you don't have grant agreements on those announcements. I don't know that you were here for this, but there's 3,200 announcements that were made by the last administration where there's no grant agreements. That's unheard of. So I'm going to work through those announcements and get grant agreements so we can build those projects that you're talking about. And just if I can quickly, I don't want the Republicans to get annoyed at me, but Senator Whitehouse got a bridge, and in California, we're going to announce is it Madera 14 Expressway? That one has been completed. We're almost ready to sign that, as well as the Otay Mesa, $150 million. That's at the border crossing. I believe that one's ready to go as well. So I've got 3 Republican or Democrat announcements. I don't have anything for you Republicans yet, but we're just going through the projects.
Well, we're a very bipartisan committee.
You are.
And I know I speak for my Republican colleagues when I say they're delighted with money coming to my state.
We'll see how that goes.
Not quite as delighted as if it was going to their state, but well, Mr. Secretary, I appreciate it. Anything you can do to accelerate the approval process, and can you speak to how the cuts in personnel may be impacting the timeliness of approvals in this area?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. So that hasn't impacted how we're able to move through the grant agreement process. We still have more employees in the department than we did when Joe Biden took office, but it's the sheer volume that I was left with. And just to maybe remake this point, in between Obama and Donald Trump, there was 47 projects announced between Election Day and inauguration. Between Trump and Biden, there was 107 projects announced between Election Day and Inauguration Day. And in this last term, there was about 950 projects announced. So there's been a massive number of announcements, historic. But then that means our department has to do the work of, the work is doing the grant agreements. The announcements are fun, but grant agreements are the work, and I'm going to get through that, but it's going to take me some time, and I'd ask for some patience from the committee just because the workload is so significant.
Well, and Mr. Secretary, if there's any further information you need and you're having any delay on our end, please have your staff reach out to mine. And we want to make sure that we get you all the information necessary to move these projects forward.
I appreciate that, Senator.
Thank you. Yield back.
Particularly if the delay is substantively based and not a heresy hunt. Senator Curtis.
Thank you. As we were talking about bridges, I saw one big, beautiful bridge from the senator from California's state over to my state, skipping the state in between.
Quite a bridge.
Secretary Duffy, so delighted to have you here in this capacity. I associate myself with my colleagues who have complimented your fast and early start. Thank you for jumping right in and the work you do. And I'll be careful because I don't know your travel schedule, but hypothetically, if you found yourself in Utah in the next short time, we would be very excited. And we have a project we would love to show you, our front runner. I think you're familiar with that. We've got the Olympics coming also in Utah a few years later than California. 80% of our population is serviced by this one rail because of the geography of our state. And that 80% is expected to double in those short times. So we'd love to have your support on that project and love to personally show you that as well, given the opportunity.
Yeah, Senator, I'd love to work with you. And if I could just take a moment, I want to extend my condolences to the state of Utah. You lost a lioness of a legislator and a friend of mine, and I know a friend to the great state of Utah, Mia Love, who served in our body in the House. She lost her battle with cancer. She has a wonderful family, and I know she loved Utah, and she served your state well. And our hearts are broken that we lost her.
And on behalf of the state, thank you for your friendship with her too. I know she thought very highly of you. Also want to bring up, Utah is unique in the sense of our regional planning MPOs. They actually like each other and get along. At the time I was serving as mayor, I was told we had the only statewide MPO project in the country where all the MPOs agreed across the entire state. And that synergy is just really important. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on MPOs, particularly in the reauthorization bill, how you see the role of MPOs?
Listen, if it's working well in Utah, and as we go through the reauthorization, I'm sure you'll be a champion. And I'll take your lead. And what do we learn from the successes, and how do we improve on the successes in this new bill?
Excellent. Good. We've had a lot of conversation today about bureaucracy and regulations. And going back to my mayor days, whenever we built a project, we knew the rule of thumb was if we took $1 of federal money, it increased the cost of our project by 30%. And keeping the same standards, right? All the same NEPA requirements, and yet it was led by the state and not the federal government. So one of my questions for you is, what role can we transition traditionally done by the federal government to the states? Utah loves to be the lead on these projects, and would love to get your thoughts on that and how we can deal with that.
I think it's a great point. We have been trying to designate more authority to states because they move projects faster than have happened when going through the federal government. But to the larger point, I think there is a philosophy about what we have to do with the permits and the environmental reviews. And I do believe there's an understanding in Democrat and Republican that what's been created today is not what was anticipated when bills were passed. And that's why I think there's bipartisan support to do reform in this space so we can move projects faster and more cheaply. And again, we don't have to sacrifice an environmental review, but I think it was Senator Sullivan who mentioned the litigation and the complication and the cost is real. And I'll do my part. I know the administration wants to do their part, but the Congress has to do their part as well to streamline this process, and we can move.
Given any opportunity, Utah would love to serve as the lead agency in environmental projects, and would love to talk to you about that and how that might help us streamline.
I would love that. Good.
Recreational trails program. I'm just going to read a stat here. Off-highway vehicles users like four-wheelers, ATVs, and off-road motorcycles contribute $281 million annually to the Highway Trust Fund and only receive $84 million back out of it. And would love to have that discussion with you too. That's a big deal in Utah, returning some of those back to the trails programs.
I would welcome that discussion. And again, I know it's big in Utah, but northern Wisconsin also big deal. A lot of people come to ride through our beautiful forests.
Sounds like something I need to do. I'll get out. You get out to Utah, and I'll get out to Wisconsin. Thank you.
I recommend July or August.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Secretary. I yield my time.
Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Secretary Duffy for being here today. And it's great to have the opportunity to speak to you on the phone yesterday. I want to start by discussing the review of the competitive grant awards, as we discussed on the phone, and the guidance issued by the Department of Transportation on March 11th outlined the process of reviewing projects for grant awards that are not yet finalized. So this has caused significant disruption for a number of our projects in Arizona, including the replacement of the 22nd Street Bridge in Tucson. I was on the phone with the mayor of Tucson yesterday about this, Regina Romero. And this 22nd Street Bridge project replaces an outdated bridge for cars that are going over Union Pacific's main Southern Transcon rail line in Tucson. Needs to be replaced. There are cars, or there are certain size trucks and emergency vehicles that can't go over this bridge. Not allowed. There's also a project in Arizona called, it's the widening of US Highway 93, which is one of the deadliest roadways in Arizona and part of what we call the future Interstate 11 between Phoenix and Las Vegas. Phoenix and Las Vegas are perhaps the two closest cities in the country, major cities that are not connected by an interstate highway. There's also the replacement of 4 bridges on Interstate 40 in northern Arizona that were not built to current standards. And then a reconfiguration of a 3-way interchange in the West Valley, that's outside of Phoenix, that also has an at-grade railway crossing and is one of the most congested intersections in the state. There's also a project that widens US Highway 95 to address a decades-long problem of traffic and unsafe roadway conditions between the city of Yuma and the Army's Yuma Proving Grounds in southern Arizona. And then there's more than a dozen more. I could go on. I'm not going to do that. I've sent you and your staff a full list of these priority projects. And I'll note all of these projects were announced before Election Day, not after. None of them were selected for political reasons. They were selected because they're important to my state and they meet the purposes of these congressionally authorized grant programs. They repair bridges, they reduce congestion, they improve safety. And based on your testimony and our prior conversations, I'm pretty sure we agree those are the exact types of projects that should receive funding. And yet, for no fault of their own, these grant recipients in Arizona have had to wait several months now, not able to move forward on reviews or grant agreements and forced to delay their construction schedules. I just had a bunch of my constituents in the office today talking about and asking why have these things stopped? So Secretary Duffy, what updates can you give about when the internal review of grants that was laid out on March 11th will be completed?
So, Senator, again, I agree. Many of the projects, good projects. I think in total, there's 44 awards that you received for $561 million in the state of Arizona, and they were awarded before Election Day. I would note many of these go back 2 and 3 years.
Yes,
these projects, and so I love that you're saying that I can clean up 2 or 3 years of announcements in 2 months. That's a little bit challenging, but I am committing to you, like I did on the phone. I'm going to work through these projects.
Explain to me what do you mean by clean up? What is required to clean them up? This was money appropriated by Congress, by Democrats and Republicans, grants that were awarded, and now things seem to have come to a halt on many of these projects.
So for obligated money, when there's an obligation, a grant agreement is signed or there was an earmark from Congress, all that money is still going out. There's been no pause, there's been no hold, there's been none, money's going per the law on those grant agreements. The unobligated money is the money where there's been an award. Someone did a big announcement, hey, you get your project for the 22nd Street, Tucson Bridge or Road. And then it takes time to do the grant agreement. That's the actual work part of the process. So the announcement is easy. The grant agreement is the work. There's 3,200 of those projects that we have sitting at the department where the fun part was done with the announcement. We have to do the work of doing the grant agreement with the states. And we're going to work through that quickly, as quickly as possible, but it is a historically large number. And so I take your point, but you alone have 44 projects that were announced that don't have grant agreements on them. And a lot of you all have these projects and you're all, I think, rightfully annoyed that the money is not coming, but many of them are years old. And again, if you're annoyed or concerned, I think the focus shouldn't be on me. It should be elsewhere because we've been there 2 months. Someone else was there for 4 years. And I'll work on those with you.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Senator Also Brooks.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Secretary Duffy, good to see you again.
You as well, Senator.
And enjoyed the conversation yesterday. During our discussion, we talked about our time as county executives. And so the federal transportation programs really are so integral to the success of our states. Projects like road maintenance, bridge repairs, safety projects. And so I am looking forward to working with you and working with this committee to craft bipartisan surface transportation reauthorization bill. But I'm also wanting to ask you just about 3 questions. One is regarding construction costs for infrastructure that we know, particularly highway construction, have increased significantly. And the Federal Highway Administration's National Highway Construction Cost Index, which measures the rate of inflation in labor and material costs, increased, we know, 59% since 2021, 36% between 22 and in the first half of 23. And these costs continue to rise. And so we know that that this will impact how much infrastructure we can build with allocated funds. So the question is, how will the administration plan to ensure that transportation funding keeps pace with inflation so that projects in states like Maryland aren't delayed and are not downsized?
Yeah, Senator, I think that's a great question, and I appreciated our conversation yesterday, two former prosecutors, and I appreciate the good work you've done in all the roles you've had in your public service. But you're right. We have to do our work in the department to get these projects out the door, get grant agreements signed, and get new notice of funding opportunities done as well. So again, we can have a massive infrastructure build in this country. And the sooner we do it, I think, to your point, the more cost effective it'll be, because we get we get today's costs when we do projects, not tomorrow's costs if they're delayed. I think also an important part of it is not just the work that we have to do. I do believe that the Congress has to do its work on permitting reform, because that is taking a very long time and it's not the work that you've done or the department's done. It's that the process to go through to begin these projects takes so long. And if they're delayed 5, 6, 10 years, the cost of completion is significant. And also part of that, we can reduce the cost of the consultants and the permitting, which means more money will be there for the road or the bridge or whatever, the rail that we're working on.
Okay, and also just, I know there's been a lot of conversation today about bridges. Maryland happens to also be very concerned about a bridge, in particular the Francis Scott Key Bridge that collapsed after being hit by a vessel in 2024. And the collapse highlighted some vulnerabilities that we have in our nation's bridge infrastructure, and particularly around bridges that were not designed to withstand these modern vessel strikes. And so in response to the tragedy in Maryland, the National Transportation Safety Board conducted an investigation and issued a preliminary report, which highlighted other high-risk bridges that are across the country. So the question is whether you will commit to expeditiously adopting the recommendations that the NTSB outlined in that preliminary report.
So I would note I've worked very closely with the NTSB, and their chair, Jennifer Hamady, has done an excellent job and has partnered with us very well. I want to take a look at the recommendations, and again, to implement recommendations on the number of bridges that she highlighted would indicate a significant amount of money that comes in this upcoming bill. Again, the resources have to be provided, and you all have to have the discussion if that's a priority for the Congress. But I'm happy to engage, and we should have a broader conversation together about what that priority list looks like. So again, the Francis Scott Key Bridge and the lives that were lost there, tragic, and we want to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Okay, and just the final question. I know we talked also about transit, and on average, the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, WMATA, carries over 800,000 passengers daily across rail and bus systems, very important to the DC area and metropolitan area, including Maryland. And so I want to ask you whether you will, the funding stream has been so important to us, and I know that the lack of predictable funding really does harm the safety of passengers. I know we talked a lot about safety on those transits. So as Secretary, will you work with Congress in supporting long-term predictable funding streams for transit systems like WMATA and MTA?
Yeah, I'm happy to have that conversation. I do think that, again, everyone driving in a car may be challenging if you're coming into in Washington, D.C. or to New York City. And so transit's an important part of it. But we should expect that if we want people to ride our trains should be safe. They should not be subject to violence on our subways or our trains. And I think that's local communities. And I think the mayor has been making good efforts in DC here, but we have to take steps to make sure people are safe. And also, I think we have to look at the cost. In New York, I believe it's the next most expensive place to build subways is London, and New York is 5 times more expensive than London. So we got to get our costs under control as well, because we don't have a unlimited amount of money. We don't have a money printing machine, though some people might think that the Congress is a money printing machine. It's not. And so let's use the money well and make investments that go further for the taxpayer and the American people and make sure that they're safe. And I would work with you on that and figure out how we make those goals a reality.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blunt, Rochester.
Thank you, Chairwoman Capito and Ranking Member Whitehouse. It's good to see you, Secretary Duffy. I want to, first of all, thank you for your responsiveness. When I've called or text, you've been very responsive, and I appreciated our conversation as well in preparation for today's hearing. I'm running back and forth between two committees, so I apologize, but the other committee was also focused on safety. Commerce Committee, we were talking about aviation safety. And so today, we all know how important safety is. And again, just want to thank you for taking the time. I want to focus for me on a couple of projects. You've probably heard a theme here from many of us that are important to Delaware. And I know when we talked, one of our conversations a few months ago was about the announcement of funding freezes, and you were very responsive at the time. And I shared with you recently that in Delaware, we have the Cape May Lewis Ferry system, which received a $20 million grant to replace an aging vessel with a hybrid ferry that is now on hold. This new hybrid ferry's engine would reduce fuel consumption by 35%. That's transformational. Over the past 60 years, the Cape May Lewis Ferry has been a stable provider for travel and tourism. The service transports approximately 775,000 passengers and 275,000 vehicles a year. Without modernizing without this funding for the modernization, this vessel, we would just be at risk. And so, Secretary Duffy, I wanted to talk to you about the certainty of these funds. Can I tell my constituents that this funding for the project is still confirmed?
Yes. So Senator, just yes. But when you say the money was, we froze money, we did not freeze any money at the department. There's obligated projects that money continued to go out on. These are, and by the way, I appreciate you've been very kind in our.
No, that's what I mean. You were responsive to call me back and tell me the money isn't.
Yeah. So these are announced projects that we need to do. We needed grant agreements on, and that's going to take some work. But I don't see any issue with the announcements, and that we should be able to do grant agreements. And I have to, again, prioritize for everybody has projects to the tune of 3,200 of them. But I'm trying to get through them as quickly as possible. But you can tell your constituents, the Secretary doesn't see any issue with these grant agreements that were announced, and he's going to try to work through them as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just request that our team continue to follow up with each other after the hearing.
Absolutely.
I'd like to bring another project to your attention, and that is the City of Wilmington was awarded a $17 million raise grant to build the appropriate infrastructure for vehicles, pedestrians, and bicycles along the riverfront in support of a larger riverfront development project. While monthly land use discussions have continued with the Federal Highway Administration, the grant agreement discussions have not yet resumed. So Secretary Duffy, if you can clarify, you said this isn't on hold, but is one of the challenges because it's multimodal transportation?
No, I appreciate the question, Senator. And this is one of the issues that this project is for the Wilmington Raise Grant. It was announced in 2021, but this is an old one.
Right.
And I've been there for 2 months, so I will commit to working with you and your team and our team to make sure we get the grant agreement written and get the project going. But the 2 months I've been there, I'm not the holdup. It's 3 years in the making to get us here. And I think it's fair to you to go, well, I don't care about the past 3 years. I care about what you're going to do for me today. And I'm going to work with you to deliver for you in this administration.
It's interesting. You're actually talking on my behalf, which you think I might be thinking. I'm just saying this is an important project to Delaware.
Yes.
I just want to confirm that it's part of a larger picture. It also includes flood mitigation and protection. And so just want to make sure that our teams can work together to make sure that the talks continue and that we get this implemented for Delaware. And you know, I see some folks in the audience who have the bikers, our bike rider shirts on, and I am also very much supportive of programs like the Safe Streets and Roads for All and the Neighborhood Access and Equity Program. These investments have helped, as I mentioned, safety. We think about the safety of cyclists as well as pedestrians. And so we hope that you will also focus on these grants and making sure that this money is not politicized. I know there was a memo that talked, an internal memo that talked about the different things that would be potentially, you know, on the chopping block. We hope that our cyclists, our pedestrians, as well as our those who are traveling are safe. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. I want to thank you. And Secretary Duffy, I want to thank you. We don't have any further questions, so I would really thank you. And your whole testimony was really, I think, goes back to your House roots, realizing that all politics is local for all of us.
Yes.
You did your homework before you came on all of our various projects. So we really appreciate that. And from what I've heard everywhere, the responsiveness has been amazing. So senators who wish to submit questions for the record have until 5 p.m. on Wednesday, April 16th to do so. The senators' responses to those questions are due back to the committee no later than close of business on Wednesday, April 30, and will be submitted for the record.
Let me just thank you, Chairman, for what I consider to be a refreshing outbreak of normal today. And thank you, Secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you,
all.
Mr. Secretary.
Very grateful.
This meeting's adjourned.
Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trustpilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/Badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination fee apply.
We're going to see the big golf tournament at Doral. I'm speaking tonight for charity, and then we'll be coming back here pretty quickly. But they're having a big event. A lot of charitable causes are involved, so we look forward to that. It's in Miami at Doral. The markets today are way down. The worst day here because of the tariff. So how's it going? I think it's going very well. It was an operation, like when a patient gets operated on, and it's a big thing. I said this would exactly be the way it is. We have $6 or $7 trillion coming into our country, and we've never seen anything like it. The markets are going to boom. The stock is going to boom. The country is going to boom. And the rest of the world wants to see, is there any way they can make a deal? They've taken advantage of us for many, many years. For many years, we've been at the wrong side of the ball. And I'll tell you what, I think it's going to be unbelievable. The thing that people have to talk about, we're up almost to $7 trillion of investment coming into our country. And you'll see how it's going to turn out. Our country's going to boom.
I hear every day about the products you all wish MyPillow carried. Well, guess what? We probably do. Slippers, bathrobes, pet beds, blankets, mattresses, sleepwear, loungewear, duvets, comforters, pot holders, aprons, oven mitts, and so much more. And they're all on sale. For example, get our best-selling standard MyPillows for only $14.98. Body pillows, $29.98. 6-piece bath towels or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color, and so much more. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And I've never done this before. When you spend $100 or more, you're going to get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
Dear Lord, thanks for this wonderful day. Thanks for bringing us together. Thanks for the leadership of our ranking member and our chairman today as we do the people's business. Lord, we thank you for the safe travels of our witnesses to come here and testify, give us their experience. And we pray for all of our staff who work so hard behind the scenes to help us all become successful. We are one United States of America, and we shall never forget that. In your name we pray. Amen. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, good morning to everyone, and I now call the Committee on Small Business to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. I now recognize myself for my opening statement. Welcome to today's hearing, Fueling America's Future, How Investment Empowers Small Business Growth. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. Many of you have traveled a long way to share your experience and perspectives, and we deeply value your time and your voice. When small business succeed, America succeeds. Small businesses excel when they have access to the capital needed for growth on terms that support them. Today's hearing will focus on the essential role of private capital and public-private partnerships in small business investment. Given the tightening of bank lending standards and the persistence of high interest rates from the Biden's disastrous economic policies, creating investment opportunities for small businesses is more valuable today than ever before. Thankfully, under the leadership of President Donald Trump, Main Street America is more hopeful than ever. President Trump is bringing back American manufacturing, cutting regulatory red tape, revitalizing small business, and supporting American investment. By prioritizing economic growth over the political agendas, we are unleashing capital back into the hands of job creators and innovators and filling a new era of prosperity that strengthens Main Street and empowers small business owners. Renewed optimism in America's next golden age is inspiring greater investment in small business, which drives entrepreneurship and American innovation. These private investment will fuel business growth, creating opportunities for strategic guidance, mentorship, and industry connections. In addition to private investment, small business can also seek out public-private partnerships. The SBA's Small Business Investment Companies Program, known as the SBIC program, demonstrates how the government partnering with private investors and following the private sector to make investment decisions stimulates innovation, strengthens domestic supply chains, and enhances national security. SBICs are privately owned companies that are licensed and regulated by the SBA. SBICs raise private capital to invest in small businesses through debt and equity. The SBA doesn't invest directly in SBICs, but supplements private capital with government-backed funds to strengthen support for small business. My friend and colleague, Congressman Dan Muser, from the great state of Pennsylvania, introduced a bipartisan bill, the Investing in All of America Act of 2025, to expand access to capital through SBICs for small business in manufacturing, critical technology industries, and rural areas. I look forward to working across the aisle with the Senate to move this bill forward. When investors support business growth and businesses generate returns for investors, and the business itself creates a cycle of success that strengthens America's economy and propels Main Street toward economic success. With that, I will yield to our distinguished and my friend ranking member from New York, Ms. Velasquez, for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very important and timely hearing, and I want to thank all the witnesses for being here this morning. Today is Liberation Day, the day President Trump said he plans to roll out a set of tariffs that he promises will free the United States from foreign goods. In anticipation of today, our public markets slipped again yesterday in another volatile day of trading. The uncertainty surrounding the president's tariff policies has put our public markets on a roller coaster ride. On Monday, the S&P 500 touched a 6-month low, For the first quarter, the index lost 4.6%, while the NASDAQ composite dropped 10%. That marked the worst quarterly performance for both benchmarks since 2022. The Dow has dropped 1.3% during the first 3 months of the year. With confidence in our public markets never shakier, it is vital that our private markets step up and facilitate financing to our nation's small businesses. Traditionally, small businesses have been more reliant on bank financing to their credit needs than large businesses. But as we will explore today, in recent years, small employers have increasingly relied on private forms of investment and credit to meet their financing needs. The SBIC program is a responsible and effective method for small businesses and startups to partner with private equity investors. Currently, the SBA partners with more than 300 privately owned and managed SBICs to provide financing to small businesses with private capital the SBIC has raised through an SBA guarantee debenture. As of 2024, the SBIC program has made more than 194,000 investments and deployed more than $130 billion of capital to small businesses. Under the Biden-Harris administration, the SBA created 2 new types of SBIC, the accrual and reinvestor SBIC, and made important updates to the program. I look forward to discussing how these changes have streamlined and modernized the program. More broadly, private funds like private equity, private credit, and venture funds have become a critical source of financing for small firms, particularly those that need retooling or just on the cusp of growth. For example, the private equity industry invested in 18,000 businesses in 2022, 40% of which had fewer than 50 employees. Likewise, private credit funds facilitated loans to 3,600 companies in 2022 and tend to serve small to middle market businesses with 150 employees or fewer. So, while there's no doubt that the role private funds play in the American economy is significant, these funds can also present serious risks for small businesses, their employees, and their community. It is important to note these funds have drawn significant criticism over the years for the strategies they at times choose to employ. Unlike conventional bank loans, the research, unfortunately, demonstrates that women and minority-owned and small businesses outside a certain geographic area have less access to private funds than their counterpart. For example, Black and Hispanic female entrepreneurs receive less than 1% of all venture capital investment in 2020. I look forward to exploring all these issues and more to ensure our private markets are appropriately regulated, transparent, and working for the long-term benefit of our small businesses and their employees, especially at a time when federal agencies are losing critical staff and funding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Lady yields back, and I will now introduce our witnesses. Our first witness here with us today is Mr. Brett Palmer. Mr. Palmer has served as president of the Small Business Investor Alliance in Washington, D.C. since 2008. Prior to that, Mr. Palmer worked as the managing director of government relations at the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. Before joining the SBIA, Mr. Palmer also served as an assistant secretary for legislative affairs and deputy assistant secretary for trade legislation at the Department of Commerce. He served in several roles in the House, including as a policy aide to former Speaker Newt Gingrich. Mr. Palmer holds a Bachelor of Arts degree from Davidson College. I want to thank you for being here today and taking time to let us hear your conversation with us. Our next witness here with us today is Bill Baumel. Bill has served as the managing director of the Ohio Innovation Fund in Columbus, Ohio since 2016. He spent more than 20 years as a venture capitalist in Silicon Valley before bringing his experience back to Ohio. Outside of the Ohio Innovation Fund, Mr. Baumel serves as director at multiple companies, including Aware, Sterling, Ultracord, and others. In addition, Mr. Baumel is an investor and advisor at Immuta and Enable Injections, Trace 3D, and Script Drop, to name a few. He is also a member of the National Venture Capital Association. Mr. Baumel holds a Master of Business Administration from the University of Michigan and a Bachelor of Science in Accounting and Economics from Ohio State University. So who do you root for on Saturday? That's the question. So thanks for joining us today. We look forward to our conversation, okay? And I now recognize the ranking member from New York, Ms. Velasquez, to briefly introduce our last witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to introduce and welcome Mr. Anthony Cimino to the committee. Mr. Cimino is Vice President and Head of Policy at Carta, a private markets infrastructure company that provides equity management and valuation services for more than 45,000 companies and fund administration services for 6,500 fund and fund vehicles. Prior to Carta, Mr. Cimino worked on policy for trade associations, focused on driving capital to more people, more entrepreneurs, and more businesses. In addition, Mr. Cimino served as a senior staff for the Committee on Financial Services during the financial crisis and the committee's work on Dodd-Frank Act. Mr. Cimino has an MBA from Johns Hopkins and an undergraduate degree from UCLA. Mr. Cimino, thank you for joining us here this morning.
Lady yields back, and thank you to all of you again. We appreciate all of you being here today. So before I recognize the witnesses, I'd like to remind them that their oral testimony is restricted to 5 minutes in length. Now, if you see the light turn on in front of you, it means your 5 minutes is up and it's concluded, and you need to wrap it up quick. And if you don't, you're going to hear this, okay? And that means it's over, all right? And also one other thing I want to say, we have a lot of other hearings going on today, so you may see a lot of the committee, including the ranking member and myself, get up, leave, come back. Has nothing to do with your testimony. It's just that we got a lot going on today.
We have the mark.
We have a markup.
Financial service.
We do. And that's a long thing to do. Right? If you'll keep it short, we'll get through quicker.
We'll see.
Okay. And now I now recognize Mr. Brett Palmer for his 5-minute opening remarks.
Good morning, Chairman Williams and Ranking Member Velasquez and members of the committee. Thank you for holding this hearing. My name is Brett Palmer. I'm president of the Small Business Investor Alliance, and our mission is to maintain a robust, healthy, and competitive market for small business investing right here in the United States. SBIA was formed in 1958 to represent small business investment companies, America's original venture capital and private equity funds. Prior to SBICs, the only source of equity capital for new or growing businesses were corporations and the 3 F's of capital access: family, fools, and friends. President Eisenhower knew we could do better than the 3 F's. And for our small businesses, he created the SBICs to kickstart a new private capital market that is now the envy of the world. It's hard to believe it, but it's true. The federal government created what we now call the venture capital industry with the establishment of the SBICs. And for nearly 70 years, SBICs have been a critical part of getting institutional capital to small businesses that are often overlooked by the biggest financial firms or in the most concentrated population areas. SBICs are an American success story, an example of successful public policy that aligns the power of private markets with the public interest of job creation and economic growth. While some small businesses don't want to grow, that's fine. But some small businesses do. And that's what we want to do, is we want to help them grow. Because when they do grow, they need outside capital and they need outside experts to help them scale up, because sometimes it's called a valley of death from going from small to medium. The only way to be a successful SBIC is to find those smaller businesses and help them grow into bigger, better, more resilient businesses. Because SBICs are only able to make a profit by successfully growing the small businesses, they cannot cut their way to profitability. They have to grow it. There are icons of American industry, including Federal Express, Apple, Intel, Callaway Golf, and many others that have received SBIC capital when they were small and when they were young. These companies are recognized globally, but most small businesses backed by SBICs simply grow into robust middle-sized businesses. They never go public, but they succeed. The Library of Congress did a study a couple of years ago. When they looked at it, they found that SBIC investments that were debt-oriented grew small business employment by about 150 jobs per small business. And for equity investments into those small businesses, it was about 350 new jobs. Those are really big numbers for small businesses. And the study found that when they looked back, the SBICs created about 3 million new jobs across those small businesses. That's really powerful. And while some of these small businesses are high-tech world changers that I mentioned, most are doing the services or manufacturing the products that are invisible on the national stage, but they make our economy robust and they make their communities stronger. For example, Builders Buyers Group in Representative Skolton's district, they help independent home builders lower costs by helping them buy products at scale to compete with national builders and get better pricing. Since the SBIC investment, revenue and earnings have increased by more than 125%. Another is Advanced Industries in Representative Alford's districts. It's a small manufacturer of complex containers, some of which are used by DoD. Since their investment at the depth of pandemic, they've grown employment by over 16%, from Peachtree City to Oakland, to Mission, Kansas, to Hardinsburg, Kentucky, to Winona and Hayfield, Minnesota, to Odessa, Missouri, to Cornwall, Pennsylvania, and Appleton, Wisconsin. There's small businesses, particularly small manufacturers, that are able to grow. To put it in the simplest terms, SBIC funds are private investment vehicles that pool capital from institutional investors like pension funds and endowments, and then they use SBA leverage to invest in those small businesses. So the private capital leads and the SBA leverage follows and amplifies. It's 100% small business, 100% domestic, with a lot of investments in manufacturing and in low-income areas, all of which is done at zero subsidy to the taxpayer. Because access to capital is a key to growth for small businesses, and will always be a challenge to small businesses. Scale is real; it's a challenge for everyone. And traditionally, as the ranking member pointed out, banks help finance small businesses that have a stable revenue history and assets to borrow against. Unfortunately, a lot of newer businesses and smaller businesses, particularly low-income areas and rural areas are generally low-income areas, tend to have more difficulty accessing traditional sources of capital and credit because they don't have the balance sheet of big businesses and they're seen as too risky. This is where SBICs fill the gap by changing the balance sheets and being the first institutional capital deployed into many small businesses. Once the SBIC capital is invested into a small business, then the small business is able to access conventional bank capital. With SBICs, small businesses can access the capital markets in a similar way to big businesses. And the SBA is doing interesting things with DoD. There's a strategic partnership to license critical technology SBICs. These funds are designed to support critical national security industries and supply chains to compete with other countries around the world who are being very aggressive as far as what they're doing with their economies versus ours. And demand for SBIC capital is such that SBICs are looking at 400 to 500 individual small businesses before they invest in a single one. The demand for the capital is real and it's there. And there are about 100 new SBICs forming, representing about $20 billion new dollars in small business investment that's going to help fill this ongoing gap. This market has grown dramatically for private credit, private equity, venture and venture lending. And I thank the committee for having this hearing, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I now recognize Mr. Baumel for his 5-minute opening remarks.
Chairman Williams, Ranking Member Velasquez, and distinguished members of the U.S. Committee on Small Business. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss an issue vital to our country's prosperity, empowering America's entrepreneurship. I graduated from Ohio State in Michigan. My first venture capital startup investment was based in Bemidji, Minnesota, the first company to provide fiber-to-the-home systems that bundle voice, video, and data services in underserved rural areas. I continue to invest and partner with founders across a variety of sectors, from groundbreaking health technologies like the first continuous glucose monitor for diabetics to cutting-edge data security solutions used by global giants like Starbucks, Walmart, Chevron, Citigroup, General Motors, and the U.S. Air Force. Over the years, many of the startups I've worked with have gone public or been acquired by companies like NVIDIA, Intuit, Medtronic, Dell, and Oracle. I've worked 15 years in Silicon Valley and Boston and 15 years in the Midwest, partnering with hundreds of entrepreneurs to navigate the challenging journey of scaling a startup. Currently, I run the Ohio Innovation Fund, a venture capital firm founded in 2016, specializing in sectors like software, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and biotech. Our portfolio companies form partnerships with industry leaders like Sanofi, Roche Genentech, Eli Lilly, Samsung, Dell, ServiceNow, and Snowflake, with many of the Fortune 500 and leading medical institutions as clients or clinical trial partners. At Ohio Innovation Fund, we provide the real-world experience and market insights that startups need to succeed, offering guidance on business strategy, product development, financing, and team building. Many of the entrepreneurs we work with in the Midwest are first-time founders, relying on our expertise to realize their startup's full potential. For example, we partner with Sterling Ultra Cold, a company based in Appalachian, Ohio, manufacturing ultra-low temperature freezers for leading biopharma companies. Our support helped them scale to 100 million annual shipments, and many of the original investors' employees became millionaires. And now they are local angel investors, which is contributing to a cycle of wealth creation and reinvestment in Appalachia. eFuse, a leading esports software platform, was founded by a college intern we mentored. In only 5 years, eFuse has grown to tens of millions in revenue, partnering with companies like Epic Games and Activision, with influencers, investors such as Odell Beckham Jr. and Tim Tebow's Waterstone Impact Fund. Founder Matt Benson says, "Bill mentored me, offering both strategic guidance and invaluable access to his networking expertise. I'm living in proof of the impact OAF makes by empowering the next generation of innovators." OAF worked with Aware, a cybersecurity company, leading to an acquisition by Mimecast, which has established an AI hub in Columbus to provide enhanced and new innovative solutions to the combined 40,000 plus customers, creating jobs and expanding opportunities for our local community. Aware founder Jeff Schuman, head of AI strategy at Mimecast, says, "OAF's world-renowned go-to-market expertise and hands-on collaborative approach was like bringing a superhero onto our team, equipping us with unparalleled power and capability." Bank funding is not an option for most startups. So early-stage venture funding, partnering with public capital sources, such as those from the Small Business Administration, is essential. For Clarimedix's CEO, without venture support from OAF and public funding sources like Carbex and the National Institute of Health, the groundbreaking biotherapies would not have reached clinical trials. This partnership enabled them to advance collaboration with a major biopharma company. Beyond supporting startups, we're committed to helping seed the next generation of entrepreneurs. Each year, we engage with hundreds of students through internships, boot camps, and mentoring, helping them gain practical experience to connect with the startup world. Many go on to join top firms like Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, and Anduril, but many more stay in the Midwest VC ecosystem, including at Ohio Innovation Fund and our companies, contributing to the growth of the next wave of innovators. Our success stories highlight the transformative potential of entrepreneurship outside traditional hubs. It's critical to continue fostering innovation in areas like Ohio, where capital is limited and ecosystems are still developing. State resources also play a key role. For example, Sterling Ultra Cold partnered with Jobs Ohio to receive capital, help scale up those manufacturing operations to allow them to grow to $100 million in revenue over a couple of years. In conclusion, the success of entrepreneurs depends on the combined effort from venture capital, federal government support, and state resources. Together, we can provide the resources and guidance needed to create a high-growth business that will drive the economy forward. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to discussing how we can work together to improve capital access and empower entrepreneurs across the United States.
Thank you very much. And now we recognize Mr. Anthony Semino for his 5-minute opening remarks.
Chairman Williams, Ranking Member Velasquez, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on expanding investment in the role of the SBA. I'm proud to be here on behalf of CARTA, a company that serves as the infrastructure for private capital. CARTA provides equity management and valuation services for 50,000 private companies and their employees. We provide fund accounting, portfolio management, and investor reporting for approximately 7,000 funds. Our end-to-end platform connects private capital, ultimately supporting the development of this ecosystem. Startups and small businesses and the private capital that backs them are this nation's economic and innovation engine. This ecosystem has created 70% of net new jobs since 2019. It accounts for half of U.S. economic activity, and it spurs innovation. Over the past 50 years, the U.S. has started twice as many companies as the rest of the G7 combined. This is what has provided our nation its competitive edge and, importantly, led to more opportunities for more Americans. But to start and grow a business, to contribute to this economic dynamism, startups and small businesses need access to capital. It is a gating issue. And for many entrepreneurs, traditional financing is not available. Banks typically do not lend against an idea or an unproven product in an unproven market. That is where private capital steps in. Private capital provides entrepreneurs and small businesses with long-term, risk-forward capital to launch and build companies. The company gets a check and the investors get a stake in the business. But these investments are more than a check. These funds become strategic and operational partners, helping these companies succeed. In broad terms, venture capital helps turn a concept into a company, and private equity can help it grow and mature. And yes, the private capital ecosystem is growing, but it is still too concentrated. Capital is the lifeblood of small businesses, but these funds are flowing to specific regions and to select communities.
To illustrate this point, California companies attracted half of all venture investments last year. Even in New York, which attracted approximately 11% of venture funding, the bulk of that capital hit places like Manhattan, not necessarily places like Brooklyn. This disparity in access is even more stark when you examine it across the broader country. So our collective charge is to change this. We must not merely bolster this economic engine, but broaden it. Broaden it to more people, to more investors, to more companies, to more communities. And to do this, we need to expand the investor ecosystem into more regions. Regional capital can create regional economic hubs. This starts the flywheel. Emerging and regional managers tend to invest early, invest locally, and invest diversely. These investors back entrepreneurs in the region, and these entrepreneurs launch and build companies, which attract employees to the region. These employees earn income, develop skills, further broadening the ecosystem in which to invest and on which to build. It all starts with the investors that increase access to capital. And policy can help drive this to more places in the country. First, we should build on the success of the SBIC program. This program enables proven investment managers to tap more capital to invest in startups and small businesses, all while being a strong steward of taxpayer resources. The SBIC's recent enhancements to allow accrual debenture and reinvestor offerings will align more with venture-focused funds and put more money into the ecosystem. SBICs are making a difference, and we support ensuring the SBIC has the operational capacity to support this program and even more stakeholders to engage with it. Second, we should continue to improve the SBIC program. The Bipartisan Investing in All of America Act does just that. This legislation incentivizes capital deployment to overlooked and underserved rural areas and into the national security sector. Driving investment into these segments is in the national interest, both unlocking more economic growth and helping us maintain our global competitive edge. Third, we can do more to broaden employee ownership. Expanding ownership helps attract, retain, and align talent with the businesses, ultimately helping them thrive. And for employees, ownership enables them to participate in the profits they're helping build, as well as have access to an uncapped upside. And importantly, for the community, employee ownership makes it likely that these small businesses will continue to operate and create economic growth even after an entrepreneur retires. American ingenuity is not limited to certain areas and people. Unfortunately, capital, and consequently some of that opportunity, remains too concentrated. Policy can help change that, expanding access to capital to more small businesses and more communities. Carter looks forward to supporting this committee's effort. I thank the committee and the staff that worked tirelessly on these issues and look forward to answering any of your questions.
Thank you very much. And we will now move to member questions under the 5-minute rule. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Palmer, strengthening domestic manufacturing and investing in critical technologies are the key to enhancing economic competitiveness and national security. However, small businesses, especially those in rural communities, often struggle to access the funds needed to scale innovative manufacturing operations. President Trump and SBA Administrator Loeffler have taken immediate action to return manufacturing to America. Through SBA's Putting American Manufacturing First initiative, small businesses are put in the driver's seat of the resurgence. Infusing investments and other support to small business manufacturers will bring the golden age of America to us. Small business investment companies play a critical role in investing in areas and industries that are have fewer investment opportunities. So, Mr. Palmer, can you speak to how SBIC investments support the revitalization of American manufacturing and rural communities?
Sure. Manufacturing is important. It's important nationally. It's important to SBICs. It's important to our national security. It's important to our economy. Our manufacturing base has to constantly be reinvented. We have new manufacturers need to be created, but we also need to take the manufacturing base that we have and take it to the next level with new technologies, new efficiencies, new markets. And that's done commonly through SBICs. SBICs invest in old metal benders and reinvent them and take them to the next level. SBIC investments fail very rarely. They overwhelmingly succeed. And that manufacturing is a key part of that. The Department of Defense partnership with the SBA is a really good idea. It's long overdue. I'm surprised we didn't come up with this 30 years ago. But they're working, the DoD is collaborating very closely with the SBA to make sure that the small businesses that are doing these industries that are important to our manufacturing, into our global competitiveness, not just from a government contracting perspective, but just industries we want here and not in China, for example, that they can access that capital. And that's what the SBICs are doing with DoD.
Your SBICs have been engaging with the Department of Defense Office of Strategic Capital to attract private investment into technologies critical to national security. So can you tell us a little bit about how SBIC investments help boost America's national security?
Sure. The best, just like in, sports, the best defense is a good offense, just keep, keeps putting points on the board on the other team. We've got to constantly be putting points on the board economically to our country, being a dynamic economy that's not rigid, that's constantly reinventing itself. And that's what the SBICs are doing. And they're doing it in areas that are, related to the computer industry, related to the manufacturing of metals that could use in defense industries, that you could use in avionics for satellites and communications. It's all integrated, and it's also all used by civilians too. We have to have both. They're not a separated economy, and that's what the SBICs are connecting.
One more quick follow-up. What steps can Congress take to enhance SBIC's ability to invest in America's small businesses?
Well, I think the Investing in All of America Act by Congressman Muser and Skolton is really critical because it creates an incentive, not a financial incentive, but a investment incentive to invest in areas that have sometimes been forgotten or passed over. And particularly for industries like manufacturing, it has a piece in there. So I think that would be the best thing this committee could do.
Okay, Mr. Baum, on the time I've got remaining, just over 2 months, the Trump administration has already helped push $2 trillion into private investment in the United States. And these investments are important to help businesses grow as we enter the golden age of America. So last Congress, we heard from small businesses about the barriers they face when looking to attract investors, particularly in rural communities again. So, Mr. Obama, you choose to create your investment fund in Ohio rather than California. And how has that decision helped to find investment opportunities that may have been overlooked, and what can be done to better connect the types of businesses you invest in with the investors throughout America? Microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you. There's just as much talent in Ohio, Pennsylvania, all the different states in the Midwest as there is in Massachusetts, Boston, or in Silicon Valley. The main thing is empowering, enabling them, and bringing the expertise, and that's what Ohio Innovation Fund brings. And so we've done that, particularly in rural areas. I mentioned Sterling Ultra Cold before. That's an advanced manufacturing company. Advanced manufacturing was kind of a necessary thing to do in the past, a lot of times outsourced. Manufacturing is now a strategic advantage. And to ranking member Velasquez's comment, that also by doing that in rural areas, we actually partner with community colleges, we partner with local universities, and train the next generation of advanced manufacturing personnel, to go in those areas. But the opportunities, whether that be in biotech, cybersecurity, data science, and all the different areas, are just as strong in Ohio as anywhere else. Money and expertise.
My time is up, and I would say don't forget Texas.
Sorry about that, sir.
Okay, thank you. I now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cimino, can you explain why the SBIC program remains an important source of investment financing for so many small businesses and startups? And can you explain how this program fulfills the statutory mission of SBA?
Yeah, thank you for the question. When we look at most entrepreneurs, in many cases, they couldn't even access traditional financing. So unless they were independently wealthy, many of them would only be able to build those ideas at incumbent companies. So private capital itself is so critical to unlocking more people to become entrepreneurs and build small businesses, ultimately driving much of this economic growth. So the first part is the availability of that loan. The next piece is working with these fund managers in ways that can get customizable arrangements, whether that's equity or debt, that more aligns with the business, and then becoming strategic partners. Where SBICs come in is, in many cases, broadening that reach. Because as I mentioned, 50% of the capital went to California on the venture side. When you look at the SBIC program, only 10% of the capital went to California. That means 90% of that is going into the areas of the country that the traditional funders weren't. And this is exactly what SBIC is doing. It's taking that professional manager and giving more access to capital for more entrepreneurs.
Thank you. Mr. Palmer, I heard you mentioning the investment that have been made through the SBICs in places like Kentucky, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Minnesota. I didn't hear even New York or Brooklyn.
As a New
Was
Yorker,
that a slip?
no, no. As a native New Yorker, I apologize
Okay.
to my New York brethren. I know New York is a huge area for SBICs. It's all over the place. I was mentioning that just because when people think of investment, they think of New York.
Yeah.
They think of Chicago. They think of San Francisco. They don't necessarily think of Maryland or Minnesota. And so I was trying to just be
I was just
inclusive, but
teasing you.
I apologize.
Mr. Palmer, reinvestor SBICs are an often overlooked SBIC type that is based on a fund of funds model that uses the accrual, debenture, and 2 times tiers of leverage to reach more underserved community. Can you explain how the reinvestor SBIC works and why it can help investment capital reach more rural and underserved communities?
Sure. No, actually, I think it's a great question because I don't get asked it very, very much, and I think people should know about it. The reinvestor model is basically a development league for new venture capital and new private equity funds to serve underserved industries like manufacturing, underserved markets like rural or low income, or other underserved in different varieties, whatever way you want to make it. Basically, it takes a SBIC, and it's a fund of funds, which is not a common term outside of finance, but that the SBIC then invests in non-levered SBIC funds that are around the country that are investing in different types of businesses. So it uses the portfolio effect to distribute risk, but develops a whole next generation of investors, whether it be venture, private equity, growth equity around the country. And it's a really market-driven development league.
Thank you. And Mr. Palmer, let me start with you on this question. With the announced plan by the SBA to cut more than 40% of the workforce, what consequences do you foresee happening to the SBIC program without the proper personnel in place to manage it, especially when the SBIC requires technical understanding about market strategy, time horizons, deal flows, and the utilization of leverage to properly manage and oversee?
Sure. The SBIC program is about $50 billion, and it's managed on about $11 million of salary. That's about 100 times more efficient than generally the private sector runs on when they're managing private equity funds. It's a really specialized skill set that's needed. It's a taxpayer protection, particularly on the licensing side, to know what you're getting into. But so far, we haven't seen any negative impacts on the SBIC side of the house yet. Again, it's early days. But it's important to maintain that section. One of the things we'd like to see is the fees that the SBICs pay stay inside the SBIC program so that we can maintain the staff that we have and even bring in other expertise.
Mr. Simenon, would you care to comment?
Yeah, I think it's really critical that we double down on the programs that are working. This is a public-private partnership that's driving capital to more entrepreneurs, and it's doing so while protecting taxpayers. That staffing to make sure that these funds are operating correctly gets at that point.
So that means that a chainsaw is not the proper tool to deal with reorganization.
We recommend this program maintain its support.
I yield back.
Lady yields back. I now recognize Congressman Stauber from the great state of Minnesota for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. You know, public-private partnerships like the SBIC program pair government-backed support with private sector investment. These programs not only strengthen small businesses, but they also help secure supply chains and advance national security. Mr. Palmer, I, for one, don't mind that you mention Minnesota before you do New York. I appreciate that. It's the Midwest. A couple of things I would tell you that you had mentioned something about the success rate when SBICs get involved. Can you kind of give me a percentage of the success rate or maybe the limited failure rate?
Well, the SBIC program runs at zero subsidy. The SBIC debenture program has run at zero subsidy for 27 years. That's a good long run. In the last 2 years, they haven't had to write off a dime of debentures there. It's been running at a surplus. We hope it continues that way. Even if the event that, look, sometimes businesses, things don't work out.
Yep.
In the unlikely event that happens, everything's covered by fees paid by the SBIC fund to protect the taxpayer. So the SBICs, on average, add about 150 new jobs for a debt offering of private credit and about 350 for equity. Those are really big numbers for small businesses. It's very unusual to have a strikeout in the SBIC world.
And so can you explain a little bit more the SBICs? They've been used to support manufacturers in underserved or rural communities like the one I represent. And what more can we do to the outreach? I love when you talk about 90% of the venture capitalists go to the coastal elites, but what about in the heartland? This is the SBICs come to the heartland. Are we doing a good job of that? And what can we do even better?
Well, Minnesota has a very large number of SBICs. And actually the chairwoman of my board in, I think, 3 years will be from Minnesota. And you actually excuse me if I butcher the name, is it Baudette?
Baudette.
You have a pharmaceutical manufacturer that's backed by an SBIC up there. I think the key is you have to have, geographic diversity matters because proximity matters, and also sizes. You have to allow for small SBICs as well as big SBICs because, you have different check sizes that are needed for different places. And so the program has grown from when I started in 2008 from about $2 billion in capital between private capital and SBA leverage to nearly $50 billion today. And it's done that at zero subsidy. That's continuing. I think that there's massive room for more growth in that. And I think the licensing is helpful. They just licensed their first fund in North Dakota. They've just given their first green light to a fund in Mississippi. They're forming funds in Kentucky. We have a number of them in Texas. Sorry, I left out Texas earlier, Mr. Chairman. But we can and should have more.
Take Minnesota over Texas. You can say that first. I'm okay. Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
Whatever you say.
So this is really good news. So this is, as a small business committee, this is where we need to invest more of, as the gentleman, Mr. Simone said, we need to invest where things are working and reduce the investment where they're not, the return on the investment is.
Yeah, this is working.
Mr. Bauma, what advantages have you seen in investing in businesses outside the traditional coastal hubs? And what more can be done to connect investors with small businesses in regions like your Central Ohio or my Northern Minnesota?
Yeah. As I mentioned, my first investment was in Bemidji, Minnesota, Optical Solutions.
Yeah.
Since then, both coasts, I said, in Ohio. In terms of, the Midwest, the work ethic is absolutely strong. The passion is very
Did you repeat that?
The work ethic is very, very strong.
Thank
There's
you.
a Midwest work
you.
ethic and a Texas work ethic.
Good one. He covered you. He covered you, Mr. Chair.
And there's a passion. Our founders not think about, in data science, what might be an interesting algorithm to write. They're running a real world problems. We have a person in the case, MD, PhD program that says these binders of clinical studies are crazy. And trying to find them and where they are and compliance sign-offs, someone forgot, and doing multi-trial sites. Well, let's automate all this and have a nice workflow. So the entrepreneurs are very passionate and they really believe in what they do. And the people don't switch. The grass isn't always greener. The people that join Midwestern startups stay and see it through. They have fortitude. They make it happen. I'm sure it's the same way in Texas. They make it happen. They're not looking for, this could be better, or this is a little bit more attractive. My options here, my options there. I will tell you, to your previous question, is we do get some people that are SBIC backed that co-invest with us, but not enough. And if in terms of doing that, though, if the regulation and compliance is reasonable, I think that will be key, because I can't hire. I mean, I'm operating under hundreds of thousands of dollars in fees, which isn't much to cover staff as 6 and everything else. I can't hire a whole compliance department, and I can't go through a whole ton of regulation. It has to be reasonable.
I like that, the reasonable regulations. Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. McGarvey from the great state of Kentucky for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate everybody being here today. I think we're at a fork in the road right now in our country, and we have a choice to make between tearing down or completely tearing apart these federal programs that have supported entrepreneurs and innovation for the last half century, or continuing to invest in these partnerships that have made the U.S. a leader in innovation because we want to stay a leader in innovation. Just this morning, there's an interesting, if angering and thought-provoking piece by Thomas Friedman in the New York Times about what is the future of American innovation. So I think it's really important we're talking about this today. And I think we can look at some of the successes we've had. With the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, commonly known as DARPA, housed in the Department of Defense. Not only did we gain a technological advantage on the battlefield, it enabled us to have things like GPS. It enabled us to have great technologies. The internet came out of DARPA that not only did we use for defense, but have applications in all of our lives, private and in the business community. The SBIC program, the Small Business Investment Company, this has been really successful. This has helped us bring Amazon, Apple, Intel, Whole Foods, so many more American success stories, driving business, driving innovation right here in this country. I think the question we have to ask ourselves is not whether we can afford to invest in and support programs like the SBIC. Can we afford not to? And Mr. Baumel, I appreciate what you said about startups and that they're not just for the coastal elites. Now, you guys neglected to mention a Kentucky work ethic when you talked about these things, but you also went to Ohio State and Michigan. So I don't know if you can be completely trusted, but I think you are 100% correct that we must remember the heartland and not just Silicon Valley and Wall Street when looking for the next investment opportunity to invest in that next unicorn, to invest in that next business, which is going to do incredible and great things in our country. So I'll start with you, Mr. Baumel. What growth opportunities does the middle part of the country present, and how can we encourage more investors to follow your path and to invest in small businesses and startups outside of Silicon Valley?
Going back to Silicon Valley, everything started with Fairchild Semiconductor. And from there, Intel spun out, Kleiner Perkins spun out, all these things spun out. Very early on in the Midwest, in Ohio, Kentucky, and other areas, there is a huge risk for entrepreneurs to start a business if there isn't reasonable access to capital. There's a huge risk for someone to leave Procter & Gamble or Nationwide Insurance and join a startup if that startup, 8% of the time might not work out. Where do I go next? Do I try and reapply to Nationwide? Programs that allow additional funding to come in and maybe incent people like myself. They call us boomerangs. That I was out in Silicon Valley. I've been in Boston. I've come back to do this in the heartland. We need to incent and more seasoned venture capitalists who are willing to set up shop and willing to mentor and willing to train, willing to hire. And I know, in Cincinnati, we have a number of companies, Enable Injections, that, is likely, it's not, that likely will be a unicorn type exit, providing, kind of on-body drug delivery, at home versus an IV in a clinic. Northern Kentucky, I know that a lady just set up a kind of biotech area there, and there's a lot of biotech activity happening right across, the Ohio River. But we need that capital. We need, there's myself and a few other people in Ohio. There's not much as far as experience. There's not much. So we need more, this type of program to say, okay, we want to incent, we want to enable, we want to be somewhat user friendly, and with the people that we're trying to incent and give capital to through the SBA programs to come and set up the venture fund and work with all of them, not make it a headache.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And this, Mr. Smino, sure.
Just on that, I agree with everything. And we've talked about this. That first check, distance really matters. Capital is mobile, but proximity matters. And there is actually a very significant body of research about how much distance matters. But it's also about building that flywheel, which I think you've done, because what we've also seen is that a startup with the same positioning in a generic town versus that in SF has a 277% chance more likelihood that that startup grows and has an exit. And the reason that is because of talent. And so you not only need that first check, you need those SBICs and those investors continuing to build that infrastructure around it. Otherwise, as soon as that startup or small business starts growing, they are encouraged to move back to where those infrastructures exist. So it is a comprehensive problem that needs to be solved. That first check is so critical, but then it's to your point, how do we keep more investment going there?
Thank you so much. And I think this partnership is so important to innovation, to growth in American business. And if we're not doing it, other places are. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Muser from the great state of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to our witnesses. Certainly a big fan of the SBIC, as we really all should be. We're very happy SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler and the Trump administration are going to be focused like a laser beam on fueling small business because small business has not had a good 4 years. That needs to change. In some cases, their sales are up, but their net income is way down. And that shows in the type of tax revenue that's coming in, because tax revenue comes from profitability, and small business tax revenue is way down. You can't argue with those numbers, but we're going to work on changing that. So the SBIC plays a big role here, and it's been very, very successful. The fact is that through no subsidies and cost to taxpayers, over $130 billion is being invested in public-private partnerships, basically. So there's a lot of private sector skin in the game, and this has created great opportunities. It's a great government program, which is hard to say, right? But it is. You know, and we're talking kind of joking about Minnesota versus New York and California and Texas, where things are booming. But the fact is that 75 to 80% of the SBIC current investments go towards urban areas. And that's primarily why, Mr. Palmer, you're well aware, and I think all of you are, that we have, that I'm introducing the Investing in All of America Act to expand beyond the cap level of 175 billion, to increase it by about 125 billion, strictly towards, or 175 million, strictly towards 125 billion wouldn't be bad too either. Towards rural investments. That's where it's designated. So it's on top of what's currently allocated, focused on manufacturing and critical technology sectors. So, Mr. Palmer, what do you think of that? How has the SBI programs been successful in their current operation, and how will the Investing in All America Act help enhance investments in Pennsylvania and in some of the more rural areas of our great nation?
I think if we get this legislation through and becomes law, I think you will see every SBIC, or nearly every SBIC, dedicate their business development teams to finding small businesses in those areas, because it is a meaningful cap that they have now and that they will continue to have. But it is, if you invest in manufacturing or if you invest in a rural area, and frankly, most new manufacturing is going to be in rural areas because of taxes, regulations, just where can you afford to buy the land to build a really big, building to put this stuff in. I think you'll see a meaningful pivot for a lot of those business development folks to get out of where they normally are and spread their deal sourcing and small business opportunity seeking to those areas, both industry wise as well as geographically.
Mr. Baumel, do you agree? Do you think we need to expand this great lending service where there's a 2-to-1 match from the SBA to the private lenders, SBIC regulated lenders?
Anything that brings more capital to partner with the expertise and incents the expertise to be in the heartland, the better. That is about what I think on that.
All right. Well, that sums it up. I like that. You agree, Mr.
Cimino, I do. We support the bill. And I would just say, coupling that with some of the recent refinements we've seen from the SBIC, a la like the fund of funds structures, it's going to do an even better job of finding additional avenues to drive investment into rural areas and broaden this ecosystem.
Great. Would you encourage everyone on this committee, perhaps throughout Congress, to be supportive of this all-important bill?
I think that's a great idea.
Right, great. Thank you. Hey, Mr. Baumel, the SEC has estimates that going public these days costs $12 million for a business. So maybe elaborate a little bit on why these private markets are so important and such an important alternative for small businesses to raise capital.
Yeah, when I started in venture capital, even with the internet, some companies with $10, $20 million went public. Now companies need to have hundreds of millions, in some cases billions of dollars to go public. So accessing, the public markets is difficult, and the regulatory burden there is also very difficult. So growing these companies in the public market to get to that point is a now longer process, not a few years, but a decade. And therefore, that relationship is needed, and the capital is needed and expertise is needed to get them there.
Thank you all very much, and please keep up the great work.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Cisneros of the great state of California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, no offense to our witnesses here today. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking time out of your schedules to be here today. But we really need to have somebody from the SBA administrator, whether the administrator or other staff here, to be here to answer these questions, to talk about what the theme of this hearing is. Fueling America's future. We should have people from the SBA here answering those questions. And if I call on the chairman and the committee to bring in the SBA administrator, bring in SBA staff to start answering these questions. And if the SBA administrator were here today, I would have the following questions for her. What is the extent of DOJ's access to SBA headquarters and systems, and what has been done to the SBA to ensure that systems were not abused or accessed by individuals without clearance? What specific offices of our departments within the SBA are affected by the announced 43% reduction of the workforce? And how is that going to affect SBICs? Where is the SBA relocating the 6 regional offices, and will any others be closed in the future? And how is that going to affect SBICs? How are appropriated funds being used or not used with the SBA undergoing such drastic changes that Congress has not authorized? And what is the SBA's plan to handle 1.7 trillion student loan portfolio with less staff and staff not trained to work with such a complex student loan system? So again, I call on this committee to bring in the SBA administrator, to bring in SBA staff, and let them answer the questions about what their job is going to do and how they are going to handle that job as far as dealing with small businesses across America. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Finstead from the great state of Minnesota for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Williams, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Since the start of President Trump's administration, optimism among our nation's small business owners has soared. President Trump has put small business owners first by cutting regulations and red tape for Main Street. Southern Minnesota is home to some of the most innovative companies that do cutting-edge manufacturing to provide critical products for our nation. We are the home of great egg companies. We have counties that have more pigs than people. We are the home of Hormel. If you like Spam, you like Southern Minnesota. We are the home of the Mayo Clinic and all of the great healthcare and med tech innovations that come out of our district. We're really proud of that. And we also have a lot of small businesses that are working with our Department of Defense. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy in Minnesota, and we have the opportunity to craft meaningful policies to encourage investments in these businesses that produce critical goods for our nation's security, while providing stable, high-paying jobs in our communities. So with that being said, I want to talk to Mr. Baumel. Throughout your career working in numerous states, including Minnesota, happy to hear you spend some time in Bemidji. I'm sure you have worked with numerous companies that touch rural America. And as I travel around my district and around the country, specifically in rural America, you hear a lot of the same themes of, access to capital, the lack thereof. Venture capital looks at rural America as a flyover area. And so want to talk to you a little bit about that. So with your fund, are you more likely to engage with entrepreneurs in rural communities located in middle America rather than companies located on the coast? And why is that?
Our fund does not invest on the coast to any degree, less than probably 5% of capital. So we're all within, the heartland, I'll call it. Within the heartland, probably about 25 to 30% of our investments are in rural America, such as Sterling Ultra Cold in Athens, Ohio, and those sorts of things. As I mentioned previously, what we found is the entrepreneurs in those areas run into real problems, and they want to solve those. And so they create companies to do that, but they have no idea how to scale that up. The hiring, the product roadmap, the strategic partnerships, the marketing, the sales, the go-to-market, the fundraising, how to navigate SBIC, how to navigate, eventually as you become larger and profitable, bank lending, additional venture rounds. And, but these entrepreneurs are also so hardworking and fortitude, but they're also very reasonable. So we have reasonable terms. We form a true partnership where Everyone has equity. We have equity. They have equity. We all work together, and we're just taking a pie and trying to make it as big as possible for everyone. And what I found is when you do that, whether that's in Bemidji, within Minnesota, whether that's in Athens, Ohio, as I mentioned earlier, when there is that initial success, they catch a startup bug too. All the people, it's not just the founders, the people that work there, the people in engineering, the people in marketing, the people everywhere catch that startup bug, and they want to continue to do that. And so then they form more startups. And then, and the people that made a nice return then invest as angel investors in startups. It's kind of a cycle like that. And so I found it a very great place for innovation. It's also less competitive and less crazy. It's, keeping people focused is a lot easier in Athens and Columbus and Bemidji, Minnesota than it is in Silicon Valley. Keeping them focused on the mission, making it happen, getting success. So our returns, I mean, we're, like Sterling Ultra Cold, we sold the company for, let's say, anywhere from 200, 400 million because it's for stock, on $10 million investment. And like I said, now there's 40 angel investors out there in Athens investing some of those proceeds in the next startup that wants to, succeed and such.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments. And what I hear there is the investments and the partnerships with innovation and entrepreneurs in our rural communities really are a great opportunity, not only to create jobs and wealth and security for our rural communities, but also future opportunities of investments and catching that entrepreneurial bug that you talked about. That's great to hear. So our colleagues across the aisle, have called for, demanding the SBA and government to come in front of us and talk to us about more government. I'm so happy that the chairman has chose to bring real people that are doing real things for our communities to come in front of us today. And so with that being said, lastly, I just want to know, Mr. Baumel, in your view, and the experiences that you have on Main Street America, what can we do in Congress and on this committee to drive economic growth in rural America?
I think, as I said earlier, capital, and less, less regulatory, tape around it and less barriers to that. And then partnering with the expertise, the venture capitalists, the people with experience in those areas to then deploy that and help these companies grow and keep that cycle going.
Appreciate those comments. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Olszewski from the great state of Maryland for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of our witnesses for your time today. I'm going to actually pick up, I was not planning on doing this, picking up on my colleagues' comments as we talk about the importance of the private sector, but also government. And I'll just open with a question of, for all of you, I mean, there is value in partnership. I mean, we certainly believe in the private sector, but there certainly is power and promise in having the government done right partner with the private sector. Is that something we can all agree to?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, we certainly are grateful for the ways in which you are bringing in folks who are real people leading the work out there. But I actually think that these conversations would be even more robust if we also had the leadership of SBA alongside these leaders doing the work. So gentlemen, thank you for being here, for the work you're leading. But I'll just reinforce the point of my colleague that I think this is done best when we actually have those conversations together and collaboratively. I wanted to pick up a little bit on Mr. Simoneau, some of the comments you were talking about and this access to capital idea. I was struck by a recent statistic that says that private credit firms that are at least 50% women or minority owned hold a combined total of less than 2% of 1.6 trillion of private credit assets under management. Now, those numbers are slightly higher in private equity at just over 3% and 6% in venture capital. I'm just curious what you think those statistics say about the state of these industries or the small businesses in which they're investing.
Well, I think it's pretty clear that we've not done enough to drive more capital into the hands of these entrepreneurs. And I think that's what this committee is focused on broadening access into not only the overlooked communities, but I would say untapped. There's a huge amount of ingenuity and talent in these communities and among these segments. And so how do we actually get capital in their hands and help them build? We think about doing that through lowering barriers to entry and supporting more and more emerging managers that can be in these regions, in these communities, helping not only drive capital, but partnering to broaden it and help them grow.
That's great. I appreciate that. I mean, yeah, and according to recent data from Morgan Stanley, we could be missing out on more than $4 trillion in value by not investing in more underserved entrepreneurs. And so just for the panel, I just wanted to open it up, just sort of ideas on how we can get more capital to more places so that we can access this untapped potential.
Well, one thing I would add, you touched on women, like my executive board is 2/3 women. I mean, the SBIC world, women are normal. That's not necessarily true in the rest of the finance and banking world and the venture world. The SBIC world has been far more opening and welcoming in that regard and supportive. Maybe that's because it's small versus big. I don't know, but we want to continue that. But ultimately, the economics will drive it. But I think as we see more women fund managers, as we see more minority fund managers, as we have more fund managers like Bill mentioned, about that are boomerangs, that are leaving the big money centers and coming back to middle America. I think we just have to make sure that we're open to everybody and being inclusive as far as like making sure that the meritocracy rises to the top, and then the good people will rise. We're going to see good things from that.
I would like to add, for example, the National Venture Capital Association has something called the kind of the Forward program, which is looking at those that typically haven't been represented as much in venture capital and entrepreneurship. And actually myself and one of my colleagues, Faith Voinovich, were one of the initial mentors of that program. So there are programs like that being done within the venture capital community because it's more of a craft. So, mentor, teach and all that, and open up that access, which can come across demographics, as you mentioned, but also, geographics in the Midwest.
Yeah. Well, we certainly welcome the chance to work with you to bring more investment to Maryland as well. Again, thank you all for your time and your feedback today. Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Downing from the great state of Montana for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank you to our witnesses for providing these testimonies. I represent Montana's 2nd congressional district. It's one of the least populated areas of the country, about 7.6 people per square mile. And another fun stat is we've got more than twice as many cows as people. You get a lot of windshield time driving around my district, but the issues are a lot of these population centers are far apart. Far apart and isolated from a lot of these communities, and so it's hard. Having access to economic hubs, having access to capital can be difficult for small businesses and for farms and ranches. I believe we need to pay more attention to these rural capital access challenges. That's why I introduced the Expanding Access to Capital for Rural Job Creators Act earlier this year. This legislation requires the Securities and Exchange Commission's Office of the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation to report on capital access issues faced by rural small businesses. So I start, Mr. Palmer. Do you believe the federal government, particularly under the Biden administration, has paid adequate attention to the difficulties that rural small businesses face in securing capital?
I don't think anyone has provided adequate attention to rural America, because part of it is because there are fewer people and it just doesn't get media coverage. I mean, I remember I was in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina, and New Orleans got all the coverage and people skipped over just what happened to Mississippi, which was just as bad or worse, because it just when you can't see people crying. And I think rural America has suffered from that for a long period of time. I think this hearing has been fantastic and help highlighting that. But I do think the SEC looking at that and the Small Business Advocate makes a lot of sense. I want to take a look at your legislation. I think the Muser bill helps in that regard. But there are definitely unique challenges that rural America has, whether it be broadband, whether it be infrastructure for manufacturing as far as rail lines and highway lines, employee base. There are unique challenges, but I think this is where informed public policy can help develop that. But, I think we have to be deliberate in helping rural America. It's just not going to happen.
Can you provide any insight into what role SBICs can play in supporting small businesses in less populated, less dense areas?
Sure. I think one of the things that states like, because Montana and Wyoming have had, and Alaska have had very few, Hawaii's another, have had very few SBIC investments. They've had a handful, but not nearly enough. I think part of that is, and this is something Bill touched on, is the cost of forming an SBIC can run north of $500,000 to form one. And if you need smaller funds in smaller markets. It'd be great if someone had a multi-billion-dollar platform in Bozeman, and like to hike in the Bob Marshall Wilderness, one of my favorite places in the world. But
you need smaller funds for these smaller markets that can write smaller checks for the deal, for the transactions that these small businesses need. And I think that not losing sight of the smaller funds is important because they can serve places like Nevada and Wyoming. And that's what we need. We need some more smaller funds, not just big.
And so how do you see, or what specific advantages do you think SBICs have to provide for rural small businesses than traditional bank lending and government issued loans?
Well, I think they do two things. One, they're a capital amplifier. So the private sector leads. It's not the government saying you shall invest this way because it's generally not going to work. The private sector sees the opportunity. They put their money where their mouth is themselves first, and then the SBA amplifies it with the SBIC. I think that's really helpful. I think having more of these SBICs in smaller markets will be helpful. But to do that, they need to allow more smaller funds to get formed because for a long time, they wouldn't license anyone who had raised at least $25 or $30 million in a 2-to-1. That's a $90 million fund. Look, every small business would love a $10 million check. Some of them need $1 million check or a $500,000 check. And so we've got to make sure the program scales down to these smaller markets to make sure that they can be developed markets too.
So in my district, we don't have any registered SBICs. What are some ways that we can expand participation and access to these programs?
I think from Montana and Wyoming too, which is one of your neighbors who faces a similar challenge. I think bringing the banks together is the first start because the bank up until Gramm-Leach-Bliley, most banks actually had an SBIC internally because banks aren't allowed to take equity positions in small businesses that they weren't allowed to under Glass-Steagall. That changed with Gramm-Leach-Bliley. But SBICs used to have an internal one, so they could take some of their capital and do equity investments, the likes of which banks can't normally do. But banks are allowed to invest in SBICs, and so if we get the regional banks and also RBICs, Rural Business Investment Companies, which are done by USDA, which are our members, I think if we can get them together, I think I'd be happy to talk to you offline. I hear the tapping of the gavel.
I've run out of time. Thank you very much.
I'd be happy to talk.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Tran for great state of California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Palmer, in December of 2022, the Biden administration launched the Small Business Investment Company Critical Technology Initiative. This is a joint initiative between the SBA and Defense Department that utilizes the SBIC program to strengthen U.S. national security by attracting and scaling public-private investment into the DoD critical technology areas. First, are you supportive of the initiative?
Very.
And if so, can you explain why SBICs are appropriately positioned to further this initiative?
Well, a couple of reasons. One, SBICs are market driven. And so it's not, just, subsidy and pumping things up. It's looking for genuine opportunities that can sustain themselves. They're geographically dispersed where not everything else is. And they're regulated in a way that can limit foreign investors, as DoD I think sometimes needs, because one of the things that does happen is, one of the ways you can do industrial spycraft, if you're a hostile foreign power, is you have your folks invest in venture funds or private equity funds, and you see what technologies are working, which ones aren't. And so I think, knowing who you're doing government contracts with or things that are adjacent to government contracts to make sure that they're aligned with Americans' national security interest just makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and on that same note, and from a more macroeconomic perspective, can you explain the importance of continuing to utilize SBIC program to invest in critical technologies in order to compete on the global stage against foreign adversaries, including the CCP?
Yeah, I think we need to compete with everyone, but particularly these other countries are actively supporting their companies with subsidies, with industrial espionage, with all sorts of other things. We don't need to do the underhanded stuff. We just need to do the smart stuff. And the smart stuff is making sure we're putting our money where our mouth is, making sure we're supporting investing in American manufacturing in industries that we want here that may not be manufacturing. And these aren't all government contractors. There are certain industries like AI that we need here. And I think, Bill touched on supercooling. Like these computers, you got to keep them cold, for a high-speed, transaction in certain cases. And so some of that technology and some of those research that has been done by the Department of Defense that the U.S. taxpayers already paid for, let's make sure that technology is being used for American companies to do those things because, it's already there. Let's get it in the right hands of the right Americans to make use of it.
Mr. Semino, similar question. Are you supportive of this initiative? And how do you recommend we engage further scale up investments in critical technology, both in terms of the SBIC program and more broadly?
Yes, we do support the program and the expansion of it. This is to, I think, your last point. This is how we actually win as a country, is continuing to double down on what works. And specifically, the private capital model is what allows this type of scale and growth. Not only does it provide that long-term patient capital where it's going to be challenging, hard problems, but putting the capital and investment behind it to tackle it, but then it's going to be strategic partners that have the same vision in mind to ultimately build that. When you couple that with the SBIC's process on everything from licensing to oversight, it does ensure that those visions are aligned for a very not only good technological outcome, but one that benefits the country.
Thank you. And, I proudly represent California's 45th congressional district, which is a majority minority community where minority owned businesses are a significant part of Orange County's local economy. But minority entrepreneurs still face numerous barriers to success, such as having a difficult time obtaining capital from external investors or lenders. According to a recent data published by Morgan Stanley, venture capital investors could be missing out on more than $4 trillion in value by not investing in more underserved communities and entrepreneurs. Mr. Semino, wouldn't you agree that focusing more on underserved entrepreneurs and small business owners could help investors increase their returns?
100%. It would not only lead to economic activity and benefit for the specific entrepreneur and the people they employ in the community, but it would lead to a huge amount of untapped economic opportunity for those investors. And we need to do more to support that. And when we think about that, it goes down to emerging managers, which when you look at the study, minority emerging managers are 40% more likely than their counterparts to invest in underserved communities. And so really empowering them and making it easier for them to form funds and deploy capital starts to address some of that problem. Ultimately, that leads to wealth creation, attracting even more capital and supporting that ecosystem.
Thank you so much. And thank you, all the witnesses, for being here. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Back, I now recognize Ms. King Hines from the Northern Mariana Islands for 5 minutes.
So everybody's giving a shout out to their states. I don't know if you've heard of the Northern Marianas, but I represent the Northern Marianas. And so, there's underserved and rural, and then there's the Northern Mariana Islands. We are just geographically isolated. Shipping costs are insane. And right now our economy is tanking as we speak. We have one primary economic engine, which is tourism. It hasn't recovered to pre-pandemic levels. And so, I'm here looking for opportunities for my community. Every single business in the Northern Marianas is practically a small business. And I thank you for offering your time and your ideas, because what I want to hear are your thoughts on how we can, what can the SBA do to get SBIC backed investments working in the Marianas?
I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on some of these problems, and I do think we need to deliberately think about it. But I think this goes back to what was discussed a little bit earlier, is how do we help more fund managers, smaller fund managers with smaller checks, be identifying and supporting these areas? I know we talked a little bit about what the SEC can do on that front, but I think from an SBA and SBIC perspective, I am optimistic, and I don't think this will happen by itself, but that we can use things like their recent expansion into that fund-to-fund or reinvestor program, where you have fund managers that might be sitting in Ohio or in San Francisco, but recognize that there's opportunities elsewhere. And what they know is that they don't have the expertise, but they can start tapping into and helping smaller fund managers form, grow, and ultimately deploy that capital into these communities. It will not happen overnight, but I think the SBIC is already moving in that direction through the fund-to-fund strategy. Hopefully we can be a little bit more deliberate, not only to solve some of your problems, but to other rural areas that we've already talked about as well.
We have trouble getting investments in Hawaii because it's difficult. It's not a concentrated area. The Northern Marianas and other American territories are tough, really tough. Now I will say again, I don't have an easy answer for you on that, or a quick answer. But one of the things that's been kicked around, both of the last administration, the Biden administration proposed a sovereign wealth fund President Trump has proposed a sovereign wealth fund. If they do a sovereign wealth fund, and I think they are serious about doing that, but it's an if, I don't know. But if they do one, I would encourage this committee to have a separate small one for small business and not have it wrapped up in the giant fund, because it's very easy for small business to sort of get crammed down and sort of forgotten about. But if you had a sovereign wealth fund, you could equitize and sort of anchor invest, funds for specific purposes to specific local needs that are unique, because I think the CNMI have unique issues. But I think, if as that idea, percolates and develops, that might be something to pay attention to. But I don't know of any easy answers to that in the short term, but I'd be happy to talk to you when we're not under a 5-minute clock.
For sure. Thank you. Did you want to chime in?
I guess I don't have, like he was saying, I don't have any easy answers. I'll just tell you, when you're going into when I've been going into emerging communities, one of the things that has to be done is really understanding kind of the core and history of that community. For example, in Ohio, there's a ton of healthcare, Nationwide Children's, Wexner Medical Center, Cincinnati Children's, Cleveland Clinic. How do we leverage that, to create new companies? Enable Injections, the on-body drug delivery, the needles from Cincinnati Children's. We have 2 biotech companies that spun out, partnered with NIH and BARDA and Carbex and biotherapeutics and such. So I don't know enough about your community, but really looking at a community saying, is there some history or area that we can be innovative in, within tourism or whatever it is, for software opportunities or marketplace type opportunities or what have you. So each region has its unique history and base to leverage in its own unique way. That's all I can really offer.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, and thank you for your time. I yield my time.
Lady yields back. I now recognize Mr. Latimer from the great state of New York for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our guests for being here today. I represent the coastal elites of the North Bronx, of the cities of Yonkers, Mount Vernon. And while we're on the East Coast, we have our challenges as well. And I do just want to say in general, and I take some of the comments, with a grain of humor, but America to me is one nation indivisible. And the rural parts of this nation are important, even though I don't represent them, as the urban areas are important that I do represent in the suburban areas. I've lived in the state of Pennsylvania. I've lived in the state of Ohio. I worked for a corporation in my corporate years. For 11 years, I was headquartered in Texas, and I had to return to Texas monthly to interact with people. So I see all of that together in one broad context. I must say I have not been to the Northern Mariana Islands. I don't know if my seat on foreign affairs will allow that, but time will tell. More specifically, though, we've talked a lot about the needs in the rural areas, which I respect, but the urban areas, too, represent an area not only of need, but of potential growth. And when I talked to the people in my district this morning, I was on a Chamber of Commerce call for one of the cities that I represent. I went to one of them when I was in the district last week. I hear other issues that rise. I hear the issues about the unsurety of what this tariff imposition will be and what it's going to mean to them in terms of the products that they sell. I hear about the unsurety of workforce issues with the immigration policies that we have, and will they find themselves unable to properly staff up to provide the services, do the things they need to do in back of the house situations. So there are other issues aside from access to capital. Access to capital is very high on that list. And just very simply, one question which I'd appreciate each of you commenting on: how do you see the challenges and the strategies necessary to incentivize small businesses in urban settings? And we know that there are large businesses. I have them in my home county. I was county executive for 7 years, well aware of those businesses and the equivalent ones that exist in Silicon Valley and so forth. But there is still an urban energy and entrepreneurship that we have to figure out. How do we incentivize that? It might fall into the category of women or minority, but it may or may not. But they are in an urban environment. And so I'd appreciate your thinking on it. I'll start with Mr. Cimino, and I appreciate each of you commenting.
First, I really commend you on your comments I know we were all joking around, but yes, it's very much a united front here. I think to drive more capital is key, as we've discussed. But I think the other component of capital, and I completely understand your point of it's not just about capital, but when we see investment come in through private sources, they often turn into partners. And so the SEC has recently talked about businesses that accept investment from either venture or PE are 12% less likely to fail. And that's because they become strategic partners and help them think through everything from how might a government regulation need to be adhered to or navigated to how they might help with connecting them to partners, customers, the right technologies. And so we treat this very much as there's skin in the game for these businesses. I think the other component there that we've got to look to is how do we think about empowering more of the employee base to have ownership in these types of companies? Because ultimately that not only, as I said earlier in my statement, improves performance of the company itself by creating a more talented and aligned workforce, but then helps them have a stake in an economic benefit that comes out of that company and makes them even more part of that community where they're able to tap into more and more of that network.
Quickly, what we've done in some of the urban communities, downtown Cleveland, downtown Columbus, and downtown Cincinnati, is create a space for that that looks innovative, that is open, that allows collaboration and all those sorts of things. So you need some sort. It's tough walking down the street and saying, I'm just going to start a startup in downtown Columbus or in Brooklyn or such. But if you have an area that's meant for these startups to get started, to work together, to collaborate, to share stories and all that, that epicenter can really be helpful in allowing entrepreneurs to come together and grow.
Congressman, I would say that a lot of the reason why the discussions about rural is because that's where it's missing. A huge amount of the investment by SBICs and private equity and venture is in urban. There's just a lot more economic activity and opportunity in urban areas. You have more people, you have more money around, you have more connectivity of universities and other things. So there's a lot there. And actually, as it relates to the SBICs, we have a lot of them. Forgive me for being a Long Islander. Of everything north of Harlem is upstate, but it's a. We have a lot. The bulk of the SBICs in New York are in upstate New York, in Buffalo, Albany, places not that far from you, but they're investing in places like your backyard. But I think the key thing is just making sure for urban areas, making sure that it's a vibrant, safe place. You have a lot of banks, a lot of financial institutions, keeping those chambers of commerce together to connect with the private capital markets, and they're huge advantages they have over everyone else.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now yields back. I now recognize Mr. Weed from the great state of Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing, and thank you to the witnesses who've come here today to share their experiences. Small Business Investment Companies, SBIC, with the support of the Small Business Administration, provide important capital investment to small businesses across our nation. In my district, manufacturers are a significant portion of our economy. We have over 1,000 manufacturing firms employing almost 1/4 of our working population, with 89% of those manufacturing firms in my district classified as small businesses. SBICs provide needed capital investment for manufacturers like Vehicle Security Innovators in Green Bay, which hired 6 new employees after SBIC investment. However, gaps in manufacturers' access to capital continue to exist. To help fill those important gaps, I'm proud to co-sponsor the Investing in All of America Act, which will incentivize SBICs to invest further in manufacturers in rural America, where I call Real America, Main Street, which is our district, with no new spending mandates or subsidies. So, Mr. Palmer, under Administrator Loeffler, the SBA has made revitalizing American manufacturing a top priority. So how will increasing manufacturers' access to SBIC investment help American manufacturers?
I think you have, well, first of all, thank you very much for sponsoring the bill. And yes, we have some SBIC investments in manufacturers in Appleton, Quaker Bakery Brands and others do some really interesting stuff. And you have some Century Tool companies in Green Bay and others. But if the more we can amplify capital, we have a lot of capital that's being raised from, let me take back a step further. The private market sees the opportunity of small business. They don't always know how to access it. And one of the things about the SBICs is they know how to access it, and they're leading with that private capital. And a lot of times, because the limits of where they are now, that capital can't be amplified because it hits the caps of that SBA will do. what your legislation would do is say, hey, if you invest in a manufacturer, that cap doesn't apply to that. You still have that investment. You still have to have the same amount of private capital, which is the taxpayer protection, in front of the SBA capital, but we're not going to put an artificial break on anything that's in a rural area or a low income area, whether that's a rural or urban low income area, and particularly for manufacturing and these national defense sectors. So it just lets the private capital lead without restraint. So I think it'd be very helpful. And thank you for your support.
And Mr. Baumel, my district is several hours away from large cities like Madison and Milwaukee. What can this committee do to ensure small business have access to the capital they need to grow and innovate?
I mean, we have the same situation in Ohio, where Athens is about an hour and a half drive, Dayton's about an hour drive. So I don't know specifics other than, experienced fund managers who are willing to go out there with SBIC and other type money and make that drive and such. And most people that are in these communities, like in Wisconsin, Ohio, do have that passion, to follow up. And the other thing I say is there's a lot of macroeconomic things that can be done as well. I know there's a new Developing and Empowering Our Aspiring Leaders Act coming up as well that would allow, fund managers who have very limited fees. The average, early stage fund is about $20 million, about, $200,000 to $400,000 annual fees to cover every expense, all the employees, the rent and everything else, getting the regulatory burden down with filings with the SEC, allowing these small businesses to expense R&D more quickly and those sorts of things. So there's both macroeconomic and microeconomic solutions.
Great. Thank you for all the work you do. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mrs. Simone from the great state of California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Williams. I appreciate you all being here today. And I would agree, before I go into my comments, I'm very interested this quarter in this committee having an opportunity to meet with and have a conversation in a hearing form with the leadership of SBA. I think we would all learn so much, particularly to understand, what the next 4 years will look like under the new SBA brass. I'm very excited about that opportunity, and I hope we get it. I'm from the great state of California, from Oakland, California, surrounding Berkeley and Emeryville and Alameda. And I got to tell you that California's 12th district is the hub. And actually, I want to thank many of you all for your investments in my district. Particularly, you all know that the AI revolution, the biotech revolution, it's happening right across the street from my office. And I'm proud to be in that district. There are a couple of amazing small businesses that have benefited so deeply from the private sector, from venture, that haven't had the opportunity to seek support from SBA or even the thought of obtaining NIH funding in this moment is also really, really difficult for some of these companies. I want to talk about a couple of them. There's a group called Science Corp, which is in Alameda. And Science Corp, which is a small business led by brilliant engineers and physicians and data scientists. And we believe within the next 10 years, this group will cure retinal pigmentosa and macular degeneration. The brilliant folks at Science Corp are going day in and day out, coming early and leaving late to innovate, to make sure that folks like myself with visual impairments have hope. There's another group that I visited that requires a ton of research and support for what they're doing to ensure that mothers actually live past a terminal diagnosis of breast cancer. Exelexis is right in Alameda County. Institutions like these have created opportunity, not only employment opportunities, but really deep hope for folks who are struggling with ailments and disabilities. Between 2020 and 2023, $5.8 billion was invested in Oakland entrepreneurs. And this is double what Oakland businesses received in the 3 years before the pandemic. My district sees tremendous venture capital investment. And so again, I am so thankful. But what about our underserved communities? I understand that this administration doesn't want to talk about inclusion, but I do. in this conversation, I think it's important that we continue to lift up a whole America. According to Crunchbase, venture capital funding to Black-owned businesses in the Bay Area fell 88% since 2001. Again, venture capital funding to Black-owned businesses in the Bay Area fell 88% since 2001. In fact, less than 1% of venture capital funds go to Black businesses nationwide. I'll read that again. Less than 1% of venture capital funds go to Black-led businesses nationwide. I have a question just quickly for Mr. Camino. According to the data published by Morgan Stanley, venture capital investors could be missing out on more than $4 trillion in value by not investing in more underrepresented entrepreneurs. So the big question is, well, why? Why and how are we getting this so wrong in our economy? And wouldn't you agree that focusing more on underserved communities like the ones that I've mentioned and focusing and supporting those entrepreneurs and small businesses could help investors increase their own returns?
Absolutely. And I think that you said it very well. This isn't about taking things away from your district. It's about bolstering that, but it's also about broadening it to more folks within your district, but also more places around the country. One of the ways we see that opportunity is by making it easier and empowering more fund managers, especially those with diverse backgrounds, because the data shows that a diverse fund manager is up to 40% more likely to invest in a diverse founder. And so to your point, that's likely to get more capital into these communities. And frankly, these are untapped talent where they're going to outperform. They're going to show that that value is not only for them and their business, but for the investors. And I think as you start to see more and more of that data, you'll start to see more of the investment community look to resource those communities.
Thank you. We're leaving genius on the table. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Mr. Jack from the great state of Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your continued leadership in this space. And thank you to our witnesses for testifying today. Just to personalize this, my congressional district, based on some data that our team pulled together, we've got over 7,000 private equity-backed companies that provide roughly 418,000 jobs within my district, which represents about a $730 million investment within my district alone. So I'm grateful for each and every one of your testimony today because it impacts the people that I serve here in Congress. But if I could start, I also want to thank Mr. Palmer. I think your testimony is incredibly insightful, and I would love to walk through, if I could, and give you an opportunity within those policy recommendations. You've spoken to a couple of my colleagues today on it, but specifically, I'd like to highlight the bill that Mr. Muser and Ms. Schulten introduced. Could you walk me through why SBIA so strongly supports passage of this bill?
Well, the program works. And that's number one. If we're not actually getting the outcomes of helping small businesses, we want to stop it. It protects the taxpayer. We don't want the taxpayer exposed to anything. That's good. There's more opportunity for more small businesses to get capital, for more businesses to innovate, and we're capped. Inflation has chewed up the leverage caps that were put in place in about 2010, 2012, that time period. And so there's more private market interest in small business, but it can't be levered. And so it's sort of capped and we're cutting ourselves off even though we know the model works. Also, we know there are parts of America that have been forgotten for a long time and have been overlooked and they need to be looked at. That covers manufacturing, that covers rural America, that also covers, inner city low income areas. And so what it does is it uses a market-driven mechanism, not government mandate, but opportunity for private equity funds and venture capital funds to look at those areas and then invest in them and be able to access the SBIC leverage. So it is a market-driven incentive to get more to all of America, and that's the name of the title of the bill. It just works, and so we're excited about it.
And would you mind elaborating on one of the third policy recommendations you provided to the committee? Was talking about some of the fees collected as it relates to SBIC. Could you walk me through, rather expound upon that?
Sure. So there are a number of fees that are collected by the SBA on the SBICs, and some of those are effectively an insurance policy to make sure that there's no taxpayer exposure. And that's worked for 27 years, and that's good, and those should be maintained. And the other thing that they charge for licensing fees. And that's so when you apply for a license, you pay, I think, $25,000 or so. And, that folks that are coming through the process pay that fee, and then their examination fees. But some of those funds then get diverted to other parts of the SBA instead of staying inside the SBIC program. And the SBIC program is about $11 million in total salary for $50 billion of management. I mean, normally when you're managing in the venture world, private equity world, it's 1.5% to 2% of the assets is what you charge for a fee to run it. The government's being about 100% more effective and more efficient than that. Now that's good to a point, but you do need to make sure you have the resources in hand to make sure that you have someone overlooking the SBICs to make sure there are no bad actors, there is no fraud. And so we want to make sure that those fees stay inside the program to make sure that we have the cops on the beat to make sure we're serving those small businesses and protecting the taxpayers simultaneously.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Camino, you mentioned in your testimony that private capital is highly concentrated in certain areas, California, the Northeast, I think the two regions you specifically referenced. And while it's plentiful, it's clearly at times unevenly distributed. So I'm just curious, recommendations that you have to this committee as how we can attract more capital to, say, my home district, Georgia's 3rd Congressional District, just southwest of Atlanta.
Yeah, it's definitely the charge that we've got before us. One, I think what the SBA's SBIC program is already doing is working. When we look at the data, about 50% of venture goes to California, but when you look at the SBIC's allocation, only 10% goes to California. And so it's already broadening capital out there, and especially enhancements that not only include the fund-to-fund piece, but accrual that fits the venture model better are helpful. And then investing in all of America, which you're obviously expert on, will, I think, add to that. I think even beyond this committee, though, there's opportunities as you think through tax around how you drive capital and talent to the ecosystem, things like qualified small business stock, but there's also some SEC-related regulations, all of which get at how do we support the investment community? Because if you can support the investment community, they are more likely to invest early, locally, and diversely. That then identifies those entrepreneurs that can build companies. Those companies hire the talent. It just starts turning that flywheel of an ecosystem and building out those infrastructures.
Very well put. Thank all of our witnesses for the testimony. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Ms. Goodlander from the great state of New Hampshire for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Palmer, I wanted to thank you for your testimony. You point out that around 2,400 in the lifetime of the SBIC program, SBA has licensed many acronyms in this hearing.
It's a mouthful.
Has licensed 2,400 SBICs, small business investment companies.
Mm-hmm.
New Hampshire is not home to an SBIC currently.
It has one, Seacoast Capital.
All right, we've got one. What is your advice to those of us who are representing mostly rural districts? And what difference have you seen? What is the difference that's made by having more SBICs actually in our communities?
It helps. I mean, proximity matters, and if you're around people that are investing in businesses, you're more likely to be able to connect them, because this is not like, the publicly traded markets where you go online and say, I'm going to my Schwab account and I'm going to find small business X and put money into them. It's a relationship business, and you have to understand, what you're getting into. So having more locally is very helpful. And given the proximity to Boston, I'd like to see more funds formed in New Hampshire. And when back in the 90s, there were several SBIC funds in New Hampshire and Vermont. When they pivoted away from equity investing, it concentrated the venture world in only a couple markets. And they sort of disappeared from a lot of these smaller markets that were doing these small dollar venture funds and private equity checks. As the SBA has pivoted back to allowing more equity investing, I think you're going to see more of those develop. I think the key is, and this goes to Congressman Jack's point, is you have to make sure the barriers to entry aren't too big for smaller funds to form, because bigger funds forming, they've got the resources, they've got the lawyers, they've got the compliance people, but you have to have smaller funds that can get into access these SBA products to be able to serve these smaller business in these smaller markets. And then they may not be small after a while. They may grow and grow everything around them. So it is an ecosystem matter.
Thank you for that. You also mentioned in your testimony the SBIC Critical Technologies Initiative.
Mm-hmm.
I serve on the House Armed Services Committee, and being on both of these committees is I think, really important because as I look at the U.S. economy, I see consolidation everywhere, especially when it comes to our defense industrial base. What changes can be made, and especially what more could DoD be doing to leverage this program and to really grow this incredibly important sector of our economy?
I think they're on the right track. I mean, I think the partnership between the SBA and DoD was the right move. The creation of these critical technology SBICs and this joint licensure type model they have, where the DoD doesn't license them, but they're involved in who gets the licenses to make sure we've got the right people in our national security places, makes a lot of sense. I think establishing the ones that are forming now as successes and sort of setting the market model that, hey, this works, this isn't, because when things are new, they're scary and it requires training and, hey, why am I going to build a business around this new concept? Let me see if the concept works. We've got this concept started, anchored. I think it's going to be a significant success. And as that success takes off, I think we can get more of these critical technology funds in more parts of the country. And I think it's a real opportunity. So I think it's not a pilot, it's a real established entity. But I think with a little bit of time, once those critical technology SBICs really latch into the market, I think you're going to see a lot more funds forming as them.
Well, would welcome any recommendations you have or other witnesses here today have for how we could improve upon this program and get DoD's involvement.
Okay, I have one, going back to your original comment. I'm actually surprised there's only one SBIC in New Hampshire, because I remember I did a lot of investing in Boston. I actually think I flew through Southwest back out of New Hampshire. So what we've done in Ohio,
Manchester, Boston Regional
Exactly.
Airport. Excellent airport.
Yeah, excellent airport. I mean, one of the things we've done in Ohio is talked about the quality of life versus other areas. And we've actually attracted a lot of people from Boston where, it's a little bit more simple. The house is a little bit more affordable. It's a little different quality of life. I think, as a state, I think you can do that in terms of attracting both venture capital professionals up there, as well as, companies to form there, particularly if they can have some SBICs around there. So I actually think your problem is very solvable.
And if I could just maybe add really quickly to kind of combine a little bit of the two things that were added. One, if you can grow more funds, and even on the Carter platform, there's actually 11 or 12 funds in New Hampshire. You've obviously got the proximity to Boston. Hopefully the SBIC's fund-of-fund structure can help. But it's interesting on the DoD point, to your point, people don't like to do unproven things. We've actually had funds come to us and say, is this SBIC program itself, not even the DoD part, for real? And these are pretty prominent funds. I think the more education around this, more funds will be interested in realizing this is actually working. It's an additive process for us. And all of a sudden, they'll start thinking about how to leverage it more. And so the more education we can do about it, the better.
Well, I thank you all, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back, and I'd like to thank our witnesses today for being here, for your testimony, and for appearing before us. Now, without objection, members have 5 legislative days to submit additional materials and written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses. I ask the witnesses to please respond promptly if that happens. If there's no further business without objection, the committee is adjourned. Thank you. See you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, when do you get to head home?
I'm going to go home tomorrow.
Good for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots.
The 6 bills on the agenda are ripe for consideration. Today's markup is about addressing the high cost of prescription drugs and abusive practices that keep prices high for too many American families. These bills are not new. In fact, we voted them out of committee February 2023. But we're back here today since The leader of the Senate refused to bring them up in the Senate last year. So we're taking another shot at making sure consumers aren't being taken advantage of by anti-competitive practices, which then stop cheaper generics from reaching the market in a timely fashion. It's time to make the system work better for people who need it most, the patients and consumers who can't afford to keep paying sky-high prices for their prescription drugs. The bills that we're discussing today are designed to directly tackle these issues. Among other things, we want to end pay for delay deals. Right now, some brand name drug manufacturers pay generic companies to keep cheaper options off the market. That should have stopped a long time ago. We're at it again. We also want to fix abusive patent practices and strengthen agency collaboration. Not only do we want to encourage agencies such as the USPTO and the FDA to coordinate better on patents, we want to prevent companies from gaming the system through product hopping and patent thickets. Further, we want to curb the use of sham citizen petitions. This will make it easier for generics to.
Hi, everyone. Good to see y'all. My partner in crime. Hi, everybody. Great to be here. I know this is our first event together, although we've been in constant conversation on the importance of making America healthy again. Secretary Kennedy will talk a little bit about that too, but just wanted to run through a couple of quick stats, then you can add on, and then we'll open it up for questions. But again, what a joy to be here at the Ferdinand T. Day School. We've met with their leaders. We've met with the incredible people who are running their school nutrition programs. We actually got to meet with the kids, as you can hear, that are right behind you. And it's just been a really, really great day here in Virginia. As you all know, approximately 1 in 5 kiddos and 2 in 5 adults in the United States currently have obesity. 40% of school-aged children and adolescents in the U.S. have at least one chronic health condition. 40% of our school-aged kids and adolescents have at least one chronic health condition. Prediabetes now affects 1 in 3 children aged 12 to 19. This chronic disease crisis is the greatest contributor to the United States healthcare costs, comprising 90% of our expenditures, according to the CDC. Very little research so far, this is about to change, very little research goes to understanding the root cause of disease, specifically in the relation between food and chronic disease. 80% of medical schools to this day, 80% do not require their students in medical school to take a nutrition class. Of course, I am the Secretary of Agriculture. My focus are our farmers and our ranchers. I believe so sincerely that our farmers are a massive part of the solution of what I just outlined. Our farmers, ranchers, and producers dedicate their lives to growing the safest, most abundant food supply in the world. And now we need to make sure that our kiddos, and especially in programs like this, have the opportunity to have access to that food. The final thing I'll say is, again, kudos to the incredible team at this school. When I look at the beautiful setup behind us, there's just so much I think we can do together when we're working across the federal government, with our state governors, with our local officials, and with the leaders in our schools. Thank y'all. Secretary.
This is really an historic collaboration. It's the first time that HHS has actively collaborated with USDA to change the quality of nutrition to America's school children. And I want to thank Governor Youngkin, who's not here today, for his leadership in the MAHA agenda. I was in Louisa County about 2 weeks ago and went to a school. They've pioneered the bans of cell phones in school, which is also enforced in this school. And violence in that school decreased 100%. And we've seen the same thing across the country when the food is changed. That emotional behavior and mental illness also declines, but more than anything, academic performance improves dramatically. And we heard testimony from some of the teachers and administrators in this school about the direct correlation between providing healthy foods to these children, nutritious food, other than the food-like substances that were once given, once ubiquitous in all of our schools. Give them real food, whole food, farm fresh food, and it has dramatic impacts on academic performance and on socialization among the students. As Secretary Rollins said, we have a chronic disease crisis now in our country. When my uncle was president, 3% of American kids had chronic disease. Today it's 60%. When my uncle was president, I was a 10-year-old boy. We spent zero on chronic disease in this country. Today we spend $1.3 trillion a year. And our kids, the sickest kids in the world, 38% of our children are diabetic or pre-diabetic. That was unknown when I was a kid. 74% of our kids cannot qualify for military service. So this is a national security issue as well. We know a lot about many things, but we know very, very little about the link, about the exposures that are causing the chronic disease epidemic. And right now, we are in the middle of a major reorganization at NIH, redirect the ship so that we will be studying and learning what is causing the chronic disease epidemic, and then FDA and CDC and USDA are going to do their jobs to eliminate their exposures. The last thing I say is that right now, Governor Youngkin has taken this extraordinary step of banning food dyes in the schools, 7 food dyes. But we are encouraging governors from all over the country to apply for SNAP waivers that will allow the SNAP program, the food stamp program, to exclude soda drinks and some other substances that we know are dangerous to our children. We believe in choice. Every American who wants to eat a donut ought to be able to eat it or drink a Coke. But the federal taxpayer should not be paying to poison our children. And we're going to end that, and we're going to end it very quickly.
Great. We'll take a couple questions before we wrap up. Yes, ma'am.
Can the FDA ensure food safety now that so many jobs have been cut? And for you, Secretary Rollins, you've spoken about better nutrition for children. How can schools, there were recently millions of dollars in cuts in a cooperative program between local farms and schools. Is that money coming back? Is something similar coming back?
Go ahead.
In terms of FDA's capacity, the cuts in all of our agency are not affecting science, so that science jobs are preserved. The frontline enforcement jobs and health delivery jobs are preserved. HHS was a bloated agency, and it was not doing its job. Our health, during the past 4 years, we saw a 38% rise in its budget, and healthcare continued to decline. So we're reorganizing HHS so it can do its intended job, which is to make America healthy.
Yeah, and I appreciate the question on the food programs. There's been a lot of confusion about what has been cut. The first thing I'll say is that we are realigning, as all of our agencies are, but at USDA, we're realigning the agency around what works well, what's important. Almost 80% of the USDA budget of $280 billion, I think, is actually in the food and nutrition program space. It's not actually not even in the farming and ranching space. And so as we look at that, and under the last 4 years, under President Biden, it was almost a 40% increase, tracking close to where HHS expanded as well. So what we are pulling back now is the COVID era programs that were affirmed under the last administration that were always meant to come back. And a lot of the money that we're pulling back is money that is, all of it actually, has not been spent or committed. It is future money, again, under COVID era programs. Every child in America that is hungry will have good food to feed them. And if they don't, then we will immediately realign to ensure that they do. And the other thing I'd like to say is that the programs like today that are so inspiring, and watching these incredible kids, a lot of them from food challenged families, that this is what we should be supporting at USDA. This is why we're realigning, so that the status quo that has been bloated by 40% in the last 4 years, that's not going to work anymore. That instead we need to realign around leaders like are part of this school that have completely rethought this and have done such an amazing job, and moving farm fresh produce as much as is possible into the schools and into these kids as snacks and lunches.
Sir, I know you said that you want to talk about kids' health. The CDC program that monitors lead surveillance for kids was cut. Can you explain the rationale for cutting a program like that and why that's not an essential service?
There were some programs that were cut that are being reinstated. I believe that that's one of them.
Interesting. And do you know why it was cut to begin with?
So all of these programs, all of the CDC, NIH, and CDC, were not doing their jobs. And there was tremendous redundancy. For example, we had over 100 communications departments. We had 40 procurement departments. We had dozens of IT departments and dozens of HR departments. Most of the cuts are to those administrative sections, which are now consolidating or eliminating redundancies. We're streamlining the agencies. We're going to make it work for public health, make it work for the American people. In the course of that, there were a number of instances where studies that should have not have been cut were cut, and we've reinstated them. Personnel that should not have been cut were cut, we're reinstating them, and that was always the plan. Part of the DOGE, we talked about this from the beginning, is we're going to do 80% cuts, but 20% of those are going to have to be reinstalled because we'll make mistakes. And one of the things that President Trump has said is that if we make mistakes, we're going to admit it and we're going to remedy it. And that's one of the mistakes.
Secretary Rollins, has the administration outlined any sort of bailout plan for farmers in light of the tariffs? Do you want to see the CCC fund replenished? Do you feel like there's urgency to do that? Are you communicating that to congressional leaders?
Well, the first and most important thing about the tariff announcement yesterday is the president is effectuating his vision alongside his cabinet, who's there to deploy on realigning the American economy about what works for all Americans and bringing prosperity back to every corner of this country. There's no doubt, and as we saw in the last Trump administration under Sonny Perdue, who was the Secretary of Agriculture then, that there were a good number of our farmers and ranchers, especially in our row crops, that were at least immediately felt some economic consequence of those tariff decisions. And as a result, the USDA then set up a program that that sent money out to those farmers once they had proved that they had some economic consequences. So as of today, we don't know what those consequences will look like. In fact, it may be months before we really know, especially in the row crops. They are all being planted right now. This is planting season. We probably won't know until the summer or even early fall. Having said all of that, the answer is yes. We are setting up the infrastructure that if in fact we have some economic consequences in the short term to our farmers and perhaps our ranchers, that we will have programs in place to solve for that.
You guys have both been really, really critical of ultra-processed foods, but as you're aware, much of what is served with the tens of billions of dollars we spend on school food programs is considered ultra-processed. You've praised what the states are doing. Are there any plans to update federal rules, or what are you looking at federally to try to tackle additives, dyes, processing in these meal programs?
We're in the middle right now, very, very energetically revising the nutrition guidelines. The nutrition guidelines that were worked out during the Biden administration and that were supposed to be implemented on January 20th was a 453-page document that looked like it was written by the food processing industry. And we are going to come up with a document that is simple, that lets people know with great clarity what kind of foods their children need to eat, what kind of foods they can eat, and what's good for them, what's good nutrition. And we are collaborating with each other to make sure we get that out as quickly as possible.
The other piece of that I'd like to say is that the idea of our founders' constitutional vision of the states being the laboratories of democracy, of real innovation happening there, that the federal government doesn't have the answer, nor should it, to every question, begs the larger policy discussion that we're already having with our governors across the country, both blue and red states. I am constantly in contact with several Democratic governors who really want to take a lead on this and have a great relationship with them. Of course, Governor Youngkin and his ag secretaries in the back, Matt Lohr. I mean, they have been wonderful. You were just with Governor Morrissey in West Virginia just a couple of days ago. So I think that the way we should all be thinking about this is as a partnership between the federal government, the states as the laboratories of innovation, local leaders, and then our school leaders. And I think once you see that, and I've seen this firsthand over many years, the states begin to compete with one another. And I think that the result of that will be alongside us with the dietary guidelines and what we're doing at the federal level through both of our agencies. I think you'll see a new day in terms of how we think about nutrition and programs and how we move that out into the country.
Thank you guys. We gotta go. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hey, they are subject to the tariffs. As far as I know, we're still working through all of the details. But I think as the numbers have come down on eggs, the bottom line is it doesn't become as economically viable.
Experience the miracle of a God-given first responder for your health and an ally in your body that fights everything from minor ailments to major health threats. That ally is your immune system. At Pet Club 24/7, we harness the ancient wisdom of nature with our exclusive potent strain of medicinal mushroom, revered for thousands of years for their immune-supporting properties that are extremely safe with no addictions or overdoses, no side effects, and no interactions with medications. Transform how you manage your health with our all-natural products that help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our natural, time-tested solution, and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Transform how you manage health with our all-natural products and help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our all-natural, time-tested solution and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Visit badlandsmedia.tv/petclub now. That's badlandsmedia.tv/petclub, treating pets and their parents better.
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.